Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 2452, 2452. Translator, 549690033. As soon as Jiang Fei entered the sun, he saw scorched earth all over the place. The scorched earth here was not caused by war, but the result of repeated radiation from the star. Therefore, the ground here was like glass, flashing with light. Jiang Fei asked. Maleki replied. Jiang Fei nodded. Bringing an artificial intelligence like Maleki was much better than bringing him in alone. For example, now that he had found out the location of the entrance, Maleki had quickly hacked into the solar system. Moreover, he had obtained all the access to this place. If Jiang Fei came over by himself, he would have no other way apart from forcefully cracking it. It was almost impossible to enter the solar system without making a sound. Just as Jiang Fei's yacht approached the entrance, the door to the bottom of the sun was opened. The yacht opened its speed reduction umbrella and rushed into the culvert. After gliding forward for nearly 100 meters, it finally stopped. Maleki said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he walked out of the yacht and put away the spaceship. After keeping the yacht, Malachi stayed in Jiang Fei's ring space. This way, he could provide Jiang Fei with the necessary help at any time. After walking for dozens of meters, Jiang Fei saw an old mining car parked there. However, it seemed that the automatic mining car could still be used. Sir, this is the only means of transportation to the underground, Malachi said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he could use teleportation to enter the underground, he had never been here before. Therefore, he did not know what was going on underground. If he were to be embedded into the mountain during teleportation, it would not be fun. Therefore, although teleportation was good, it could not be used casually. Unless one was familiar with the target location or could confirm that there were no obstacles, no one would take the risk to use this ability. After getting on the simple automatic mining cart, Jiang Fei pulled down the electric switch. This old electric track mining cart was very low-tech and had a lot of shortcomings. The only advantage was that it was durable. The buckle that locked the mining cart was released. Immediately after, the mining cart that carried Jiang Fei began to accelerate forward. As it was moving down the mining path, there was no need for electricity to speed up the mining cart. The two simple mining carts began to speed up crazily. Under the constant acceleration of gravity, the speed of the mine car quickly increased to over 800 kilometers per hour. It brought Jiang Fei to the depths of the mine shaft. Although the mine car that Jiang Fei was sitting on was simple, there was actually an odometer on it. The numbers on the odometer kept jumping, recording the distance that Jiang Fei had traveled from the ground to the bottom. Clang! The metal wheels and the rails kept colliding with each other, creating a rhythm similar to that of an ancient train. Jiang Fei frowned because the mine car had been traveling for a long time. The number on the odometer had also jumped to nearly 20 kilometers. Based on the angle of the calculation, the vertical distance between this place and the ground was at least 10 kilometers. Were they mining? Jiang Fei frowned. Time passed by. When the mining car stopped, Jiang Fei looked at the odometer. The number on the odometer was a little more than 45 kilometers. That's not right, Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Although there were companies in the universe that were mining deep-seated minerals, mining such minerals that were tens of kilometers deep was common. Everyone used orbital laser drilling machines to directly mine in outer space. There was no need to spend a huge amount of money digging such a deep underground tunnel. With a heart full of doubts, Jiang Fei walked down from the mining cart. Not far in front of him, there was a gate that was filled with dust. Although the gate was full of dirt, there was a gap at the edge of the excuse. It was still slightly cleaner. From this, it could be seen that the gate had been opened recently. Jiang Fei asked. Maleki said as he opened the gate. As the heavy metal gate opened, a room that looked like a surveillance room was revealed. The room was filled with monitors, and the monitors were all lit up. As soon as he entered the door, Jiang Fei smelled a very unpleasant smell. This smell was like a basement that did not have air circulation. Moreover, There was a foul stench in the musty smell. It was as if two men and women who had not showered for years had enjoyed themselves here a few times. He turned around and looked to the side. On one of the screens, Jiang Fei saw the entrance where he landed and also saw the mining car parked at the door. Just as Jiang Fei was about to check the other screens, a figure appeared from behind the corner of the table. The person frowned as he looked at Jiang Fei while pulling up his pants. Jiang Fei followed the person and looked behind the table. He saw a woman in ragged clothes with dirt all over her face. She was lying there with a numb expression on her face. At that moment, the man took out a piece of hard bread from the drawer of the table and threw it to the woman. The woman did not care about the bread falling to the ground. She immediately pounced on it and picked it up to eat. From the looks of it, she had not had a full meal for a long time. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Who are you?" The man looked at Jiang Fei and asked. Jiang Fei ignored the man's question and asked calmly, "Of course, this is not a mine." The man sneered. At that moment, a few guards in disguise rushed out from a few rooms nearby. These people were holding weapons in their hands. They all aimed at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. He had heard of such things. Many large civilizations in the universe had invaded and plundered low-level civilizations. At the same time, they still wanted to flaunt their benevolence. Therefore, they had canceled the death penalty. However, some prisoners were extremely dangerous. It was difficult to ensure that no one was safe in any prison. Moreover, once these people escaped, the damage they caused would be extremely terrifying. Therefore, many speculators found a place outside their civilization's sphere of influence to set up such a secret private prison. They collected a lot of money from the major civilizations and then took care of these criminals on their behalf. Chapter 2453. Translator 549699033. Because those large civilizations had given up on the death penalty, there was no guarantee that those prisoners would be imprisoned forever. Therefore, they were willing to spend some money to get rid of them. Therefore, there were many such secret private prisons in the universe. Su Youngstar was obviously one of them. Because this type of prison was located in a zone that did not care about anything, it was not subject to the laws of the various parties. One could only imagine how the prisoners here would be treated. Therefore, no one from the major factions would come to claim their human rights. Therefore, whatever happened here was only natural. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. As for the guards with guns, Jiang Fei did not care about them at all. "Kid, why are you here?" the leader of the guards asked. The location of the secret prison was only spread among these two groups. Jiang Fei laughed. The leader of the guards' face fell. At the same time, the guards also pulled the safety of their guns. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Then, he ignored these people. With a move of his feet, he disappeared in an instant. The leader of the guards was shocked. Boss. The guard widened their eyes and looked behind the leader of the guards. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. What? The leader of the guards felt a chill on the back of his neck. He was a little afraid. He carefully turned around and saw Jiang Fei playing with a dagger behind his back. At that moment, the head of the guards immediately understood. The mercenary in front of him was too powerful. He could easily kill him. Those guards with guns were nothing to him. "You?" the head of the guards asked nervously. Jiang Fei smiled. "Just." The head of the guards was stunned. He did not expect Jiang Fei's request to be so simple. Moreover, once Jiang Fei entered the underground prison, he would not be afraid at all. Jiang Fei nodded. "Okay." The head of the guards immediately nodded. However, Jiang Fei, who had activated mind reading, knew clearly what the head of the guards was thinking. This private prison was installed with a spatial energy suppressor. Once inside, all teleportation abilities would be rendered useless. Moreover, the access to the entrance and exit would be completely in the hands of the guards. Therefore, in the eyes of the head guard, as long as Jiang Fei entered the underground prison, he would be no different from the rest of the prisoners. Although Jiang Fei understood the head guard's thoughts, he did not expose it. Firstly, Jiang Fei, who had Malachi, had already obtained all the access to the entire private prison. Even if he could not teleport, he could come out at any time. Secondly, even if Jiang Fei could not open the door, with his strength, it would not be a problem for him to force his way out. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Very soon, the head guard opened a secret door in a corner of the room. The secret door was not big, only about a meter in diameter. Jiang Fei bowed and looked down. The underground was dark, and he could not see anything. However, according to spiritual power, the rock layer here was at least 2 kilometers thick. Even if an expert with more than 10 million combat power was sent to this prison, they would not be able to escape. This is the entrance to the underground prison, the leader of the guards said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded and jumped down. Close the gate. Quick! The leader of the guards immediately ordered his subordinates to lock the gate. He even added several locks. Release the information to the public. Tell them that our prison is full, the leader of the guards said to one of his subordinates. From the looks of it, he did not plan to continue accepting prisoners to make money in order to trap Jiang Fei underground. He did not even plan to continue accepting prisoners to earn money. At that moment, the guards were also terrified. Therefore, they immediately carried out their boss orders. At the same time, Jiang Fei had already entered the underground prison. Jiang Fei's body fell rapidly. The layers of rocks on both sides flashed past his eyes rapidly. Based on the time of his fall, the thick layer of granite was even thicker than Jiang Fei had imagined. It was at least 5 kilometers thick. After passing through the thick layer of granite, Jiang Fei fell into an empty underground space. The underground hall was very large. Moreover, the surroundings were connected to countless mining tunnels. Finally, it formed a huge underground world. Jiang Fei subconsciously spread out his spiritual power. He wanted to completely grasp the situation of the underground world. However, he discovered that there were actually minerals that could absorb spiritual power here. As a result, his spiritual power was greatly suppressed. Interesting. Jiang Fei nodded secretly and landed steadily on the ground. Joe, there's a new customer. Hi, he's quite tender. Jiang Fei's arrival quickly attracted the attention of others. As a heavy prison that had been open for many years, there was no shortage of prisoners. As his mental strength was no longer useful, Jiang Fei could only use his eyes to observe his surroundings. Although he was underground, the surroundings were filled with torches and dimly lit mining lamps. Therefore, the underground world could not be considered dark. At this time, there were more than a dozen people gathered in the underground hall. These people were of different races. However, one thing that they had in common was that they were dirty. In the underground world, water resources were very scarce. People would fight to the death for drinking water. As for bathing, it was simply an unimaginable luxury. Looking at the dirty-looking, foul-smelling fellows in front of him, Jiang Fei frowned. However, he was here for business, so he could not just leave. Violent! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Before he could get down to business, he needed to meet Violent first. Then, he needed to attract some players to the Sub-Sun Star. Vinland! Jiang Fei shouted loudly in the underground hall. The prisoners looked at each other. They had lived here for at least a few years. Some of them had even lived for decades. However, they had never heard of a guy named Vinland. A moment later, a dirty-faced prisoner came before Jiang Fei. Clearly, Vinland had already descended on him. I have found a way to deal with Andre, Jiang Fei said straightforwardly. So fast. As Vinland could not directly observe the situation in the world of 5 directions, he was still very surprised. Chapter 2454-2454. Translator 549690333. I need you to issue a quest for dozens of players to head to the sun, said Jiang Fei. What is the specific quest? Asked Vinland. Jiang Fei nodded. This was related to whether or not his assassination would succeed. Said Vinland. You have to ask the players to come to the underground prison of the sun. You can set the details yourself. Jiang Fei said. That's easy, asked Vinland. Jiang Fei said. Vinland raised his eyebrows. This side quest requires the beheading of a player in order to retrieve the special item dropped by the other party. Jiang Fei asked. It's not a big problem. Vinland asked. Jiang Fei gestured to Vinland. The size of the bead was similar to a ping-pong ball. Vinland agreed immediately. Then he asked Jiang Fei, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Fei waved his hand. Then he reminded Vinolin, "Don't make a mistake about what I told you." Vinolin smiled. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "When do you want these players to arrive at the sun?" Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment, "No problem. If you don't have anything else, I'll go make the preparations now," Vinolin said. Jiang Fei called out to Vinolin, who was about to leave. Vinolin asked. Jiang Fei said. Vinolin was stunned. "Yes, just like me," Jiang Fei said. Vinolin nodded. "All right, then I have nothing else to do," Jiang Fei said. The prisoner in front of him was stunned for a moment. When he recovered, he had a blank look on his face. The prisoner asked. Jiang Fei asked, "My name is Conan." Because the prisoner had just regained his freedom from Vinolin's descent, he was still in a daze. He would answer whatever Jiang Fei asked. Jiang Fei nodded. He had come to the sun to ask Vinolin to come out. After all, there was Andre in the sun. If he were to discover him, Jiang Fei would have to run away again. When that happened, it would take a lot of time. However, after discovering the underground prison, Jiang Fei's original plan was suddenly fulfilled. As the side effects of Vinolin's descent gradually disappeared, the prisoner came to a realization. These felons were all people who killed without batting an eye. How could they just say whatever they asked? Jiang Fei smiled. Then, his powerful spiritual power emerged. Although the minerals in the underground prison had a strong suppressive effect on spiritual power, in a face-to-face situation, Jiang Fei wanted to brainwash this guy who only had a little more than 10 million combat power. That was not a problem at all. Jiang Fei rarely used his mental strength to brainwash others because it would cause great damage to their brains. He felt that it was very inhumane. However, this time, in order to complete the mission, Jiang Fei did not care too much. Moreover, the guy in front of him was not a good person. Because he had activated mind reading, Jiang Fei had some understanding of this guy. Before this guy was captured, he was a perverted demon. He would not even let go of a young girl. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not feel any psychological burden at all when he attacked this guy. Before Conan could finish his words, Jiang Fei's spiritual power surged into his sea of consciousness. He felt his head dizzy, and then he was completely stunned. After a moment, when Conan's eyes regained their clarity, he respectfully bowed to Jiang Fei and said, "Master." Jiang Fei nodded and threw out a large bucket of water. There were many necessities in his storage ring. Jiang Fei threw a razor to Conan. Yes, after being brainwashed by Jiang Fei, Conan naturally listened to him. Conan was cleaning himself, while Jiang Fei looked at the other prisoners. At that moment, all the people in the hall were staring at Jiang Fei, because he had water, the most precious resource in the underground prison. Oof. Jiang Fei sneered. The eyes of these prisoners were a little blue. Moreover, they all looked eager to give it a try. If someone took the lead, they would definitely pounce on Jiang Fei. "Kill him," someone shouted. Immediately, countless stinky figures pounced on Jiang Fei. Oof. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he swung his sleeve and sent all the people who were charging at him flying back. Boom! Puff. One by one, the unlucky prisoners crashed into the rocks behind them. Many of them spat out blood. It looked like they were badly injured. However, this was still the result of Jiang Fei showing mercy. If he had not kept these people alive, he would have killed all of them with just a glance. However, after this attack, these prisoners became obedient. Although they knew that Jiang Fei had a lot of good things on him, no one dared to have any designs on him. At this time, Conan had already cleaned himself up. His messy hair had been shaved off, and his beard had been shaved clean. In addition, the dirt on his body had been washed away. Conan had transformed from a dirty scavenger to a bald, muscular man. Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Then, he threw a clean set of clothes to Conan and asked him to throw away the rag that he had worn for decades. After seeing that Conan was done, Jiang Fei threw a 2-foot-long giant sandwich over. Almost at that moment, Jiang Fei heard more than 20 gulps of saliva. Apparently, there was no decent food in the underground prison. Chapter 2455, 2455. Translator, 5496903, Conan wolfed down the sandwich in his hand. While he enjoyed the delicious food in his mouth, he also enjoyed the envious gazes of his fellow prisoners. In the underground prison, the food of the prisoners could be said to be worse than pigs' food. It was a mixture of low-quality nutrient solution mixed with dirty water and the leftovers of the upper-level guards. It looked even more disgusting. But even so, every time it was time to eat, these prisoners would fight over this food that was worse than pigs' food. After all, this was the only food they could get. At this moment, the sound of a gong was heard from the top of the hall. Accompanied by the sound of the gong, a large number of prisoners gathered in the hall from all directions. This was the precursor to eating. At the same time, more and more people saw the giant sandwich in Conan's hand. In order to enjoy the envious gazes of his cellmates, Conan ate very slowly and even made a loud clicking sound. Gulp! The sound of swallowing could be heard all around. Because Conan was one of the more powerful prisoners, although everyone was envious, there were also many who were eager to try. However, no one dared to challenge him. At that moment, a loud roar came from above. "You pigs, it's time to eat." Along with the loud roar, a large bucket of scattered things poured down from the tunnel that Jiang Fei landed on and directly splashed into the hall. When the prisoners below heard the shout, they swarmed up. They raised the basins or water cups in their hand high up to receive the sour, sticky, and disgusting food that fell from the sky. Some of the prisoners did not even have basins or cups. They simply lifted up their clothes and used the remaining rags on their bodies to take the precious food. No matter how the prisoners took the food that was thicker than water was still spilled on the ground. The prisoners did not mind the dirtiness of the ground. They simply lay on the ground and licked the sour liquid. Jiang Fei sighed. Once upon a time, these prisoners were also ruthless characters. Who would have thought that they would one day end up like this? However, perhaps this was karma. To deal with these people, letting them live so comfortably was probably better than killing them with a knife. Most of them had committed unforgivable crimes. After a moment, the sour and smelly food was snatched away. It was directly in front of the entrance and exit above their heads. It was licked as smooth as a mirror. Looks like I made the right choice to choose this place. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. These guys were living too miserably. Just as Jiang Fei was examining the prisoners, he suddenly felt a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Jiang Fei turned his head around and saw a skinny figure hiding in a mine tunnel. Jiang Fei moved and chased after it. The skinny figure ran forward quickly. Moreover, it was very fast. Due to its familiarity with the terrain, the person seemed to be trying to shake off Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was too fast. After a few flashes, Jiang Fei was in front of the skinny figure. The skinny figure cried out. From the sound, it should be a girl. Isn't this place only for felons? Jiang Fei frowned. Although the girl in front of him had a dirty face and disheveled hair, she did not look more than 17 or 18 years old. She was still an underage girl. What kind of crime could such a person commit to be imprisoned in such a place? However, Jiang Fei also discovered one thing. The girl's strength was not bad. Her combat power was over 10 million. She was almost the same as Conan. This was also the main reason why she was able to survive in such a place. This was especially true for young women. In such a place, even if she became the emperor of some big shot, she would not be able to live for long. This was because in this place that was severely lacking in food. They, who had tender skin and tender flesh, were not the playthings of men. It was more like a good food that could be reared. After being stopped by Jiang Fei, the girl suddenly turned around and ran into a mine tunnel that had a fork in the road. Jiang Fei followed behind her. The two of them chased after each other and soon arrived at the depths of the mine. This place was very remote. However, there was a small spring. This small spring was an important reason for the girl to survive. Because the location of this small spring was only known to the girl herself, she could use water to exchange for some food with the men. At the very least, it would allow her to survive in such a harsh environment. Because the spring was a dead end, the girl had nowhere to run after running here. the girl said as she walked to the spring. Then, she picked up the clear spring water and washed her face. After washing the dirt on her face, she revealed a very pretty face. The girl standing in front of Jiang Fei was definitely not a beauty. However, her pretty face was definitely a sin in such an environment. She would definitely be spied on by other male prisoners. Although her combat ability was not inferior to anyone else's, she was a girl who could not withstand endless conspiracies. Therefore, disguising herself as ugly was undoubtedly the best disguise. The girl said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked curiously, "Although I live in such a place, I'm still a woman. I want to be beautiful too. However, in order to survive, I could only keep my dirty appearance. Now that I'm going to die, I want to die with the dignity of a woman," the girl said to Jiang Fei calmly. Jiang Fei asked with a smile, "Hee, I will not submit to your tyranny," the girl said with determination. Then she added, "If that's the case, I would rather die." Jiang Fei shrugged. If he was really a pervert, just the girls at home would be enough to make him unable to walk. Why would he have to run around outside all day? After that, Jiang Fei turned around and walked outside. He did not even look at the girl. The girl stared at Jiang Fei's back. A few complicated looks flashed in her eyes, but she did not say anything. Chapter 2456. Translator 5496903. After turning around and returning to the hall, Jiang Fei saw that the hall was littered with corpses. Clearly, the instigator of this incident was Conan. Jiang Fei asked. Conan recounted what had happened. It turned out that after Jiang Fei had chased after the girl, a few hungry fellows who had not eaten anything finally turned their attention to Conan. After all, the huge sandwich in Conan's hand was too tempting. Although this kind of simple fast food might not be good for free people, in the underground prison, this kind of food was like a delicacy from heaven. Therefore, these hungry guys could not help but attack Conan. However, the problem was that Conan was not someone to be trifled with. With more than 10 million combat power, he could not withstand a single blow from Jiang Fei. However, in the underground prison, he was a top-notch expert. In addition, he had just finished eating and drinking. Meanwhile, those unlucky fellows were so hungry that their eyes were blurry. There was no way to calculate the difference in combat power between them. Therefore, the first few people who made a move were quickly defeated by Conan. After that, Conan also showed his cruel side. He did not dare to distribute the food that Jiang Fei gave him without permission. However, he could freely control the unlucky prisoners that he killed. Therefore, when the other people who were eager to attack him, he only said one word, and all the unlucky people who attacked him became the target of public criticism. Conan's words made more prisoners go crazy. A large number of corpses meant a large amount of food. Moreover, it was high-quality meat. This was very tempting in the underground prison. In this place where food was scarce, cannibalism was nothing new. The prisoners usually did not kill each other, just to maintain this delicate balance. After all, killing people at the same time meant that they could be killed back. Even if they killed their opponents, they could also injure themselves or consume a large amount of physical strength, thus being targeted by others. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, the prisoners rarely attacked others. After all, it was too risky to do so. But now there were 3 or 4 corpses on the ground. In addition to the opponents that they had killed, they could obtain a large amount of food at once. They might even be able to live on a full stomach for a month. This kind of temptation was very fatal to the prisoners who were so hungry that their eyes turned blue. Thus, a chaotic battle began. The starving prisoners fought each other while Conan watched from the side and laughed loudly. Of course, not all the prisoners participated in the battle. Experts like Conan all watched coldly from the side. These people's combat strength was basically above 5 million. They were usually the kings of the underground prison. Although food was scarce and the quality was not good, people like them had never been hungry. Therefore, these people would not personally participate in the battle for a few corpses. After the battle was over, the victors would take the initiative to offer a portion of their spoils of war. When Jiang Fei returned, the battle had just ended. The remaining 4 to 5 people were panting heavily. Their bodies were emitting a strong smell of blood. Other than the blood on the bodies of the dead, Almost all of them were also killed. Because of Jiang Fei's arrival, neither the experts nor the victors were in a hurry to distribute the corpses. They all looked at Jiang Fei quietly, not knowing what he was trying to do. Jiang Fei's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Yes, Conan was shocked. He had thought that his work would be praised by Jiang Fei, but he did not expect Jiang Fei to be unhappy when he saw this scene. Okay, Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he led Conan into a mine. Although Jiang Fei had killed countless people since he was born, he still hated the sight of people eating people. However, Jiang Fei did not intend to change anything. The people in the underground prison had long lost their humanity. They were just like the pirates. They had no value for redemption. Even if they were wronged prisoners, as long as they adapted to the environment and survived here, the mentality of these people would be twisted. Kind people could only become food for others. After Jiang Fei and Conan left the hall, the remaining prisoners swarmed up and began to distribute the corpses according to their rules. They returned to their own quarters with satisfaction. Jiang Fei asked Conan after turning a few corners. "Master, I'm not too sure about that." Conan frowned and said, although everyone knew about every new prisoner in the hall, there were people dying in the underground prison every day. Therefore, it was hard to say how many people were left. 100 people? Jiang Fei nodded to himself. Then he said to Conan, "Now I'll give you a task." "Master, please feel free to say it," said Conan immediately. Said Jiang Fei. Conan did not immediately agree with Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. "Master, don't be angry. It's not that I don't want to do it. It's just that the food that the guards have dropped is very limited. It's not enough for the people at the bottom level to survive. Therefore, in order to survive, we have to follow the law of the jungle," said Conan helplessly. If they could not ensure sufficient food, then no matter how much they try to suppress it, the hungry prisoners would still fight to the death. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Conan was right. When people were trying to survive, they would do anything. "I will give you some food every day. Although I cannot guarantee that everyone will be full, I can guarantee that everyone will not starve to death." Jiang Fei asked. As an old resident of the underground prison, Conan knew very well what food meant. Then, no one would take the risk to fight with others. Chapter 2457. 2457. Translator 549690033. After receiving Conan's guarantee, Jiang Fei took out a pile of food from the spatial ring. Although the food was not enough to fill the stomachs of 100 people, it was definitely enough to sustain their lives. "Master, don't worry," said Conan. Most of them were emergency food, such as instant noodles or compressed biscuits. The quality of these food was much better than the stinky mucus that the guards spilled. After sending Conan away, Jiang Fei no longer cared about the distribution of the food. Without even thinking, Jiang Fei knew that Conan would never distribute the food equally. He would definitely profit from it. However, Jiang Fei did not care about that. He just wanted to make sure that no more people died here. At the very least, he wanted the players to remain alive when they arrived. Looking at the prisoners surrounding Conan, Jiang Fei saw that Conan had become the king of the underground prison. Jiang Fei laughed coldly and walked into a quiet tunnel. A moment later, the girl that Jiang Fei had seen before caught up to Jiang Fei and asked, "Oh," Jiang Fei asked with a smile. He knew that the girl had been following him. "You're different from the other prisoners. With your strength, you can easily rule this place. Moreover, you have food. You can practically become a god in this place. However, you do not have it. You have given all your rights to that idiot, Conan. I guess you do not want to become the king of this place," the girl analyzed seriously. Jiang Fei smiled non-committally. "My name is Leslie." The girl suddenly introduced her name. Jiang Fei nodded, but did not introduce himself. Leslie looked straight into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked. Jiang Fei asked curiously. "There are many reasons. First of all, you are not interested in my body," Leslie said calmly, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Her indifference did not match her age at all. Presumably, only in such an environment could such a precocious girl be nurtured. Jiang Fei laughed. Although Leslie's face had been washed clean, The smell on her body was still not flattering. Not to mention that Jiang Fei was not a lecherous person. Even if a playboy like Han Tianyu came, with Leslie's beauty and the smell on her body, the young master who had eaten her before would not be interested at all. Secondly, you have food. Leslie was very direct. The main reason why she chose to follow Jiang Fei was that Jiang Fei had food. Moreover, there was sufficient food. This was definitely a fatal temptation for the prisoners in the underground prison. It was definitely a fatal temptation. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he continued to look at Leslie, waiting for her next reason. After Leslie said this, she stared straight into Jiang Fei's eyes. However, there was no surprise in Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei smiled faintly. This girl was more meticulous than he had imagined. Leslie asked. She knew from Jiang Fei's indifference that her guess was very likely to be correct. Then, give me a reason to take you in, Jiang Fei smiled and said. My combat strength is not weaker than Conan. Leslie said bluntly. But what I need is only a cannon fodder, Jiang Fei said with a faint smile. Leslie was dumbfounded. If Jiang Fei only needed one cannon fodder, then her advantage of replacing Conan would not exist. Moreover, she wanted to continue living, therefore, she did not want to replace a cannon fodder position. How about it? Jiang Fei asked with a smile. Yes. Leslie took a deep breath. She had decided to take a gamble. Jiang Fei smiled and said nothing. He turned around and walked into the depths of the tunnel. Leslie was slightly stunned when she saw that. Then, she followed Jiang Fei into the depths of the tunnel. After a moment, the two of them arrived at the end of the tunnel. Then, Jiang Fei turned around and said to Leslie, You're very smart. Moreover, your luck is not bad. Leslie asked in surprise. No, I don't need a follower. Jiang Fei smiled as he took out a large amount of food and fresh water from the spatial ring and placed them aside. Leslie did not understand. You're very lucky. You have not committed any heinous crimes. Jiang Fei sighed. Leslie was not a prisoner who had been captured. She was born here, although Jiang Fei did not know who Leslie's parents were. Even if they had committed heinous crimes, Leslie was innocent. Moreover, in this underground prison, Leslie had not committed too many murders. She had also never hunted others out of hunger. This was the main reason why Jiang Fei was able to let her go. In the next few days, you will stay here obediently. Do not go out. When I leave, I will bring you out. As for the future path, it will depend on your own luck, said Jiang Fei as he waved his hand. A barrier isolated the end of the tunnel, making it seem as if it had disappeared. Leslie said sincerely. Although Jiang Fei did not keep her by his side, Leslie, who had grown up in such an environment, knew the importance of contentment. In this underground world where everything was scarce, greedy people were often the first to die. After settling Leslie down, Jiang Fei turned around and returned to the hall outside. At this time, Conan had already taken care of the prisoners. These prisoners had more or less obtained some food, although a few of them were chosen by Conan as the unlucky ones and did not get any food because everyone else had food. No one went to snatch the stinky nutrient solution from them. Although these guys ate a little worse, at least they would not starve to death. Conan had also gained supreme power through food rations. He had become the king of the underground world. Of course, Jiang Fei was not one of his subjects. Chapter 2458. Translator 549699033. Under Jiang Fei's design, the entire underground prison was developing according to his expectations. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. It was finally the time that Jiang Fei and Vinolin had agreed on. The players were about to arrive. Boom! An explosion came from the top of the underground prison. The entire mountain cave shook violently. Almost everyone was covered in dust and dirt. Hee. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He used an eggshell-shaped shield to isolate himself from the falling dust and gravel. What's wrong? What's wrong? It seems like there's a fight up there. F***CK. Did they blow up the cave? Compared to Jiang Fei's calmness, the other prisoners were panicking. Once the mountain collapsed, they would be buried here. Even if the cave collapsed, they would still have a chance to escape. However, The problem was that the Sun Prime planet was unlike other planets. The surface of the Earth here was hundreds of degrees high during the day and below 100 degrees below zero at night. They did not have a spaceship to leave this planet. If they waited too long, they would be boiled dry. Conan rushed to Jiang Fei's side. Jiang Fei nodded lightly and did not say anything. Seeing that Jiang Fei was so calm, Conan felt a lot more at ease. He stood behind Jiang Fei obediently and waited for the situation to develop. Time passed by minute. The battle above was very intense. It lasted for nearly half an hour before it finally stopped. Phew! Many prisoners heaved a sigh of relief. Some even had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. These desperados actually began to pray, "Almighty God, please bless someone who can successfully break out of the prison. Almighty God, please bless this prison to be broken out. This way, I will have a chance to escape." The prisoners' prayers seemed to have been answered. A moment later, along with the sound of the steel rope being twisted, the entrance above the hall opened. Great! Someone has succeeded in breaking out of the prison. We made a promise. No matter who comes to break out of the prison, we must bring everyone with us. That's right. No matter who it is, we must bring everyone out. The prisoners made a promise to each other. If there was no spaceship, even if the prison was broken through, they would not be able to leave this planet. They would not even dare to go to the surface. In the end, they ended up living in the dark underground. After a while, a few figures finally flew down from the hole in the dome. Many of the prisoners could not wait to meet them. However, what greeted these prisoners was not rescue, but the cold slaughter of the players. As the prisoners were not on guard at all, the prisoners who ran to the bottom of the hole to welcome them did not even have time to react. They were instantly killed by a few players on the spot. Jiang Fei nodded in his heart. Presumably, Andre had also received the news and knew that a large number of players had gathered here. Damn it, who are you people? Why are you attacking us? At this time, the prisoners finally reacted. Everyone took a few steps back in unison. A bunch of NPCs are asking us why we want to kill them. What a joke. Why? Because you're just a bunch of quest monsters. A few players who arrived first burst into laughter. Then, they took out their weapons and pounced on the prisoners. Jiang Fei secretly waved his hand. A barrier surrounded the players. For the time being, they could not rush out to attack the other prisoners. Conan, tell the others to leave quickly. Jiang Fei said to Conan, who was behind him. Just now, Conan was also scared silly. At first, he thought that these people were here to pick up his master, Jiang Fei. Therefore, Conan was very happy. He thought that he was going to be free. However, he did not expect a group of Azura to come down from above. Now that Jiang Fei had asked him to organize the others to evacuate, he immediately accepted the order and began to call for the other prisoners. Run. Split up and run. They are too powerful. Let's fight them in a guerrilla fashion. Conan's loud shout quickly woke up the other prisoners. After all, they were all born to be outlaws. Therefore, their mental fortitude was not bad. Although they were shocked just now, when Conan shouted, everyone came back to their senses. Therefore, the prisoners quickly retreated into the complex network of mines. To them, this place was as familiar as home. However, to outsiders, it was like a maze. What's going on? Damn, why can't we move? The players were also stunned. They did not know that Jiang Fei had set up the barrier, so they looked around in confusion. It should be a passing animation. If we kill all these people as soon as we arrive, wouldn't it be too easy? One of the players guessed. That's right. The other players agreed. At the same time, they all quieted down and waited quietly for the quest to begin. After a moment, Jiang Fei saw that the prisoners had retreated into the mine tunnel. Therefore, he also released the barrier. As expected, at this time, the players all had the same expression on their faces. Then, they began to group up and chase after the prisoners in the mine tunnel. The overall strength of these players was not bad. Their combat power was basically above 10 million. They would not be at a disadvantage. Soon, these players chased after the prisoners and disappeared into the depths of the tunnel. At this time, a rustling sound came from the entrance of the dome. The second batch of players had arrived. It's actually a PvP mission. The leading player laughed. Yeah, killing other players can actually get additional rewards. It's really fun. It's been a long time since I've received such a fun quest. The second batch of players were slightly stronger. A few of them had more than 15 million combat power. However, there were still no true immortal level experts. It's about time. Jiang Fei's lips curled into a cold smile. He had designed so many things and wasted so much time. It was all for that Andre, who was invincible in both physical and mental strength. Chapter 2459. 2459. Translator 5496903. Soon, the originally cruel underground prison became a hunting ground for the players. The prisoners' purgatory was where the players chased after the prisoners, wanting to kill them in order to obtain the items on their bodies. The second wave of players were also hunting the first wave of players. They wanted the quest items that dropped from their bodies. The three forces were mixed together, and the entire underground prison was filled with the smell of blood. During the chase, the battle lasted for about 2 hours. However, the number of prisoners and players that died was not many. The reason for this situation was not that the players were not ruthless enough. It was also not because the prisoners were strong enough to resist. It was because Jiang Fei was interfering. Jiang Fei had brought so many players and had them fight here. His purpose was not to watch the show. If the main character, Andre, did not come, most of these guys would have died. Was he not putting on a show for the blind? Therefore, Jiang Fei always helped the escaping party escape from the pursuit at the critical moment, allowing the chase to drag on for a longer period of time. Finally, Andre did not let down Jiang Fei's good intentions. After the players had arrived for 4 hours, he finally arrived at the underground prison of Suyang Star. Interesting. The development team is really boring. Do they think that they can get rid of us with just some tools? Andre muttered to himself in disdain. At that moment, a player chased after a prisoner and ran past Andre. Because this guy was the first batch of players, he did not receive a PvP quest. Therefore, he chose to ignore Andre, who had the player attribute on him. With a snap of his fingers, a solid stone wall was erected in front of the player. The player was caught off guard and crashed into it, instantly falling to the ground. Damn it! The player obviously did not think that it was because of Andre's dirty tricks, so he went around the stone wall and prepared to continue chasing. At this time, a player rushed out from the side. He grinned at Andre and then went straight to the guy who just got up. The player, who just fell, clearly did not realize the arrival of the god of death. He thought that the player later was kind enough to support him. The player, who arrived later, sneered. Then he exploded and attacked. Before the player could react, his blade had already cut off the player's head. Instant kill. The player from before did not know what had happened until he died. The first batch of players only thought that this was a purely PvP mission location, so they did not guard against other players at all. If they knew that there were PvP missions here, then these guys would definitely not let down their guard. Andre sneered at the side. The player, who successfully killed the player, grinned at Andre. Then he picked up a golden ball from the ground and gently weighed it in his hand. The player's unintentional action attracted Andre's attention. He still made his move. The golden ball in the player's hand instantly petrified and turned into a lump of stone. The player was shocked. He had no idea what had happened. At this moment, Andre's second wave of attacks had arrived. After eliminating the possible hidden dangers, Andre regained his bad taste. He stretched out his hand and pointed. The structure of the player's body was destroyed. His body began to crumble. The player cried out in pain. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear. This was what Andre wanted to see. A moment later, the player died in fear and confusion. His soul returned to the safe zone to revive. However, his carrier was basically useless. Interesting. Andre nodded in satisfaction. Then, he began to search for his next target. Jiang Fei, who was observing from afar, frowned. This Andre was too careful. He would not touch anything that could threaten him. When he encountered these things again, he would petrify them and make them completely useless. Looks like I have to change my plan. Zhang Fei secretly adjusted his plan and began to implement it. Just as Zhang Fei began to adjust his battle plan and implement it, Andre also began his happy hunting trip. Because his physical body and mental strength were invincible, Andre was not afraid at all. He was not even afraid of anyone's sneak attacks. He just rampaged through the mine tunnel because these cheaters were the holy mother of the Gamma Dimension. Therefore, they were still very good to the so-called NPCs. Sometimes, Andre would even save the NPCs that were being chased by players and tear them into pieces. In the eyes of these prisoners who were being chased, Andre was like a guardian god. However, they did not know that these cheaters, who were in the name of saving, were even more destructive to their world. Ignoring the fact that these cheaters were planning to use a destructive weapon like the black hole weapon, just their existence and the ability they used were a form of destruction to the laws of this universe. The foundation of this universe would be shaken a little. Everyone, quickly run towards the direction of the culvert. There's a guardian god protecting us there. That's right. There's a powerhouse there. He'll kill those mercenaries. We'll be safe as long as we run to his side. It was unknown when, but rumors began to spread among the prisoners. Andre had become their protector, and these people began to move closer to him. When these prisoners gathered together, the first batch of players who were chasing them naturally followed. The second batch of players also followed, and Andre welcomed them with both hands. He could not be bothered to chase after these players one by one. Now that they had all come to him, it was more to his liking. A large group of players rushed towards the culvert. Zhang Fei and Conan followed behind these people from afar because they were also disguised by the development team. Therefore, in the eyes of the players and cheaters, they were no longer NPCs. Chapter 2460-2460. Translator 5496903 When Andre saw so many players rushing over, he immediately became excited. He stood at the moral high ground and belittled the players who bullied the weak. At the same time, he used his cheat to bully those players. What was the difference between him and those players? At this time, the players also realized the threat of Andre. They naturally huddled together and prepared to kill Andre first. But the problem was that determination was useless. Andre's cheat was too strong. Even if the players huddled together, they could not be his opponent. Those players did not realize what kind of monster they were fighting against. They all picked up their weapons and charged at Andre. Andre sneered. Then he pointed with his finger. The air in front of him suddenly froze and turned into an unusually sturdy crystal wall. It blocked all the players' attacks. With a snap of his fingers, the players' heavy tools or weapons instantly disappeared as if they had never appeared. What's going on? Where's my knife? F***CK. It's my pearl. I spent a lot of money to buy it. The players turned pale with fright. They had never seen such an attack method that could forcefully strip away other people's weapons and tools. A player, hiding in the distance, suddenly took out an energy cannon and fired it at Andrew. Andrew was blown into pieces on the spot. Although he could change the attributes of matter, he could not change energy. The attack speed of this energy weapon was too fast. The attack of sublight speed made it impossible for Andrew to dodge in time. F***CK. The player who fired the cannon widened his eyes. He was just casually firing back. He did not expect such a huge result. Oh no, the Guardian is dead. What should we do? Run. The Guardian is defeated. The prisoners were also terrified. If Andre died, there would be no one to protect them. In that case, they would have to face the players again. Zhang Fei sighed from behind. If Andre could be killed so easily, he would not need to spend so much effort. As expected, not far away, a large number of particles gathered and Andre reconstructed his body. How is this possible? The player who killed Andre was dumbfounded. Actually, it was not only him. Everyone had seen Andre being killed with their own eyes. However, he was now reborn. Andre laughed coldly. Then he pointed his finger and the player who had fired just now instantly turned into a stone statue. The player, as soul soared into the air and returned to the safe zone to resurrect. His carrier could be considered as completely useless. Andre seemed to have been angered by the attack just now. He suddenly waved his hand, and the players in front of him instantly dispersed and disappeared into thin air. They turned into a ball of origin particles and disappeared into the air. All the players screamed and wanted to escape. This kind of instant kill that ignored everything was too terrifying. They had no way of resisting it all. "You want to leave?" Andre snorted coldly. Then he flicked his 10 fingers. Rays of light shot straight at the players. Once the players were hit by the rays of light, their bodies would start to collapse. They would turn into the most basic particles and disappear into this world. In less than 20 seconds, the entire culvert was quiet. All the players had been killed by Andre. The prisoners were all dumbfounded. Those who had chased after him earlier were all killed. The guys who had chased after him everywhere had all been killed. "Umph, you guys are hiding there." Anderson laughed coldly. Then, he turned around and looked at Jiang Fei and Conan's location. Sigh. Jiang Fei did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated teleportation. There was only Conan left on the spot. Hee, you ran quite fast. Andre was not in a hurry. He went straight for Conan. At this time, Conan had already been brainwashed. He had to carry out Jiang Fei's orders. Just as he took a step forward, Conan turned into a stone statue. Andre said as he was about to chase after Jiang Fei. However, at this time, a pretty girl called out to him. "Hero." Leslie stood in front of Andre. "What?" Andre frowned and looked at Leslie. Leslie repeated with a hint of timidity. It seemed that he was scared by Andre. Andre said. Leslie repeated in a low voice, but it seemed that he was more afraid. Andre was immediately beaming with joy. His expression was so comfortable that it was beyond words. As a serious loser in the gamma space, Andre had always dreamed of being a hero. Unfortunately, as a loser, it was impossible for him to be a hero in the gamma space. It was even more impossible for the girls to look up to him. However, now he had done it. Although he was in a low-dimensional space, he had obtained this kind of satisfaction. Say it again. Andre was clearly addicted. He had even forgotten to chase after Jiang Fei. Of course, in Andre's heart, he felt that chasing after Jiang Fei was a piece of cake. He did not need to waste too much time. He had to make good use of this opportunity to enjoy himself. Leslie mustered up his courage and shouted loudly. Andre said with a look of enjoyment. Hero, this is my gift to you. Leslie held a pendant in both hands and said to Andre. Andre happily took the pendant from Leslie's hand and put it on his neck. A faint golden light flashed on the back of the pendant. However, the golden light disappeared in a flash. No one noticed its existence. Hero, quickly go and destroy the last bad guy. Leslie smiled sweetly, as if she was no longer afraid of Andre. I will go and destroy him now. Andre laughed loudly and followed Jiang Fei's aura. Chapter 2461, 2461. Translator, 549690033. As Andre's figure flashed, he appeared in front of Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei was sitting on a chair, calmly waiting for Andre's arrival. What? Andre was stunned when he saw Jiang Fei. He still remembered Jiang Fei. Previously, Jiang Fei had escaped from his hands once, so he still had a deep impression of Jiang Fei. Run? Jiang Fei smiled proudly. Andre could not see any fear in his eyes. Andre was stunned. The last time he saw Jiang Fei could only run for his life. Why was he so confident now? Andre could not help but have a bad thought. Impossible. How could there be such a tool? We have created a cheat through a system flaw. If the development team could really deal with us, they would directly fix the flaw and our abilities would disappear. Andre then refuted his own idea. At this moment, Andre felt more and more guilty as he looked at Jiang Fei. Are you ready? Jiang Fei laughed. Forget it. I don't want to think too much. This kid might really be weird. Andre shook his head and made a decision. This time, he did not plan to torture Jiang Fei slowly anymore. He planned to use his killer move directly. After making his decision, Andre did not hesitate at all. He twisted his right hand and wanted to snap his fingers to petrify Jiang Fei. However, his raised right hand did not listen to him anymore. Andre was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately reacted. He knew that this was Jiang Fei's trick. Therefore, the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Andre sneered. He usually snapped his fingers as a personal habit. The true activation of his ability did not require a specific action. Therefore, he gave up on these miscellaneous external actions and directly mobilized his spiritual power, trying to petrify Jiang Fei. However, when Andre tried to activate his spiritual power, he found that there was no reaction from his spiritual power at all. At that moment, it was as if Andre had been deprived of the control of the carrier. His carrier had no reaction at all. Andre was a little flustered. Now that the carrier was out of control, he was like a ghost that was imprisoned here. There was nothing he could do. Jiang Fei smiled calmly. As soon as Andre came, he had found the Heart Devourer's aura. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not have dared to face Andre face to face. He would have run back to his inheritance space long ago. Just as Andre was talking to Jiang Fei secretly activated the Heart Devourer's power. The Heart Devourer that was hiding in Andre's body began to move. The heart-devouring goo silently followed Andre's body and entered his sea of consciousness. Then, it invaded his spiritual power and separated his spiritual power and soul. Andre would no longer be able to control his character. He would no longer be able to activate his ability. Goodbye. Jiang Fei waved his hand and directly exploded Andre's body. He did not want to repeat Andre's mistake. When he had the absolute advantage, he would be killed by his opponent because he talked too much. Following a loud sound, Andre's body was destroyed. At the same time, he was deprived of the control of his spiritual power. Therefore, he could not rebuild his body. As a result, his soul had no place to stay. He could only return to his own body through the game equipment in the gamma space. Want to leave? Jiang Fei saw that Andre wanted to escape. Could he agree to that? He had spent so much effort. If he let Andre escape, wouldn't he have wasted his efforts? The inheritance space opened up and Jiang Fei instantly sucked Andre's soul in. Jiang Fei clapped his hands. Andre was finally defeated. Jiang Fei waved his hand, and a ball of spiritual power flew directly into the space between his brows. This was Andre's spiritual power that was controlled by the Heart Devourer. Now that it was ownerless, it was good for Jiang Fei. The heart-rending voodoo was also kept in Jiang Fei's sea of consciousness. It was nourished there so that he could use it again in the future when he needed it. Jiang Fei immediately activated teleportation. He turned around and returned to the culvert. As soon as Jiang Fei appeared, he heard Leslie scream. At that moment, the girl was surrounded by a group of prisoners. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her clothes were in tatters. Even so, Leslie was still fighting tenaciously. She faced the group of vicious prisoners without any fear. Leslie, why didn't I realize that you were so beautiful earlier? Yeah, we're all cellmates. Just let us be comfortable. That's right. Instead of letting outsiders have it, it's better to let us have it. Don't worry, the uncles will pity you. Those prisoners' mouths were full of foul language. Obviously, Leslie, after being cleaned, was a fatal temptation to these guys who had not seen a woman for decades, especially after experiencing the great calamity of narrowly surviving. These guys wanted to vent even more. Don't even think about it. Leslie roared in shame and anger. So what if you die? A bald man said with a smile. The teeth in his mouth were black and rotten. One mouth could make people sick to death. That's right. Do you think you could be free after you die? Let me tell you, even if you die, you guys will still have fun. Then, you guys will have to taste the taste of your tender meat. That's right. It's been a long time since I've eaten such tender flesh. These prisoners were indeed insane. Not only did they want to commit adultery, but they also wanted to eat Leslie after the fact. Jiang Fei snorted coldly and directly blocked Leslie behind him. Leslie's originally despairing eyes were instantly filled with hope. After she relaxed, she sat down on the ground. She had just fought with a group of prisoners and had already exhausted all of her strength. The only thing that could support her to continue fighting was her unwillingness to admit defeat. Chapter 2462, 2462. Translator, 54969033. I'm here. Don't worry. Jiang Fei nodded. When he looked at the prisoners, his gaze was extremely cold. At that moment, in Jiang Fei's eyes, these prisoners were already dead. These guys were not worthy of living in this world. They were filled with wisdom, but they were more savage than beasts. Even the most ferocious beasts could not do such a thing. You? When the prisoners saw Jiang Fei, they could not help but take half a step back. They had seen Jiang Fei fight before, so they knew how powerful Jiang Fei was. Oof, why are you so arrogant? One of the prisoners whispered. These guys had already treated Andre as their guardian. Unfortunately, Andre had already been killed by Jiang Fei. His soul had already been captured by Jiang Fei, so it was naturally impossible for him to come and save them. Jiang Fei said coldly. He did not want to waste any more words with these guys. Therefore, he poured out his spiritual power and instantly drowned the prisoners. In the blink of an eye, the prisoners were bleeding from all 7 orifices. Then, their corpses fell to the ground. Instant kill. It was a complete instant kill. In front of Jiang Fei's powerful strength, these prisoners had no room to resist at all. Jiang Fei took Leslie away as promised. From the beginning, Jiang Fei had promised to take Leslie out of this hellish prison. Later, after he changed his plan, Leslie helped him to deliver the Heart Devourer goo to Andre. He also let the Heart Devourer enter Andre's body silently. In the beginning, when Jiang Fei noticed Andre's cautiousness, he gave up on hiding the Heart Devourer on Conan. He wanted Andre to mistake it for spoils of war and pick it up because Andre was too cautious. He directly petrified the golden ball that the players dropped after they were killed. Therefore, if Jiang Fei continued with his previous plan, the Heart Devourer goo hidden in the sphere would also be petrified. At that time, the only magic treasure that could kill Andre would be rendered useless. Therefore, Jiang Fei changed his plan at the last minute. He disguised the Heart Devourer goo into a pendant and used Leslie's hand to offer it to Andre. This was because whether it was Simon, Andre, or the other apostles, all of them had one thing in common. They were all a bunch of Madonna. These guys were all in the name of saving the weak. In fact, they were enjoying the pleasure of being the savior. Moreover, these people did not use their brains at all. Or rather, they did not really care about the weak. They just wanted to show their superiority. They just wanted to enjoy the feeling of being worshipped by others. Therefore, they could use the ability to destroy the balance of the universe. They could use black hole weapons that could destroy the structure of the universe. Although they were nominally helping the three-dimensional universe, the damage to the three-dimensional universe was much greater than that of the development team and players. After Jiang Fei understood the hearts of these people, he immediately thought of a way. He would use Andre's vanity to make Leslie offer a gift as an admirer. This way, Andre's vigilance was naturally relaxed. Reality proved that Jiang Fei's method was effective. Andre really fell for it. He accepted Leslie's gift. At the same time, he was also invaded by the Heart Devourer voodoo. He was killed by Jiang Fei, who was waiting for him to come to him. When he changed his plan at the last minute, Leslie had helped Jiang Fei a lot. Therefore, Jiang Fei naturally could not leave her alone. Therefore, Jiang Fei brought Leslie to the surface of the sun. He then summoned his yacht. Let's go. Jiang Fei smiled. Leslie nodded excitedly. She was born on the sun. She was considered a natural prisoner. Therefore, she had never been anywhere else. Maleki, let's go to Han Tianyu's place. Jiang Fei ordered Maleki after entering the yacht. Maleki immediately accepted the order. As he piloted the spaceship into the sky, he also set up a new navigation mark. The navigation mark has been confirmed. Changing course. The course has been locked. Automatic navigation activated. Warping to the Stargate. Very soon, the automatic navigation was activated. Jiang Fei's yacht warped to the nearest Stargate. Leslie, who had grown up in the underground of the sun, looked around curiously. She wanted to touch it, but she was afraid that it would be damaged. Therefore, she was very cautious. Leslie, I have a lot of things to do. You will definitely not be able to follow me. I plan to send you to a friend of mine. He will take good care of you. When you get used to life in the universe, you can leave if you want to, Jiang Fei said to Leslie. Leslie asked. Jiang Fei said firmly. He did not want his girls to follow him. Naturally, he would not let Leslie follow him. Although Leslie was not very willing, she still agreed to Jiang Fei's suggestion. After all, after leaving the sun's bow, she had completely lost her home. After a long interstellar journey, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the planet that was managed by Han Tianyu. Joe, Han Tianyu said with a smile. In the past 2 to 3 months, Jiang Fei had visited him several times. I have someone here. She is still not used to life in the universe. Help me take care of her, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu asked curiously. Oh, it's her. Jiang Fei introduced Leslie to Han Tianyu. Oh, Han Tianyu, le kid. Don't talk nonsense. She helped me quite a lot in my quest. I saved her along the way, Jiang Fei said unhappily. Han Tianyu also knew Jiang Fei's character. Therefore, he did not continue to tease him. Okay, after she gets used to the order of this universe, if she is willing to leave, you can give her a sum of money, Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu. Don't worry, I'm good at this, Han Tianyu smiled and said. Okay, then, I'll be leaving first, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu asked. No, it's not easy to have some free time, Jiang Fei said. He had been out for a long time. He also missed his parents and the girls who missed him. Chapter 2463. Translator 54969033. After 2 days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei returned to Skoda and was reunited with his family. Jiang Fei stayed on Skoda for 3 months. During these 3 months, he went to his parents every day to greet them. Then, he spent the rest of his time with the girls that he owed for a long time. The entire universe was unusually peaceful. All the wars in the 4 corners of the universe had subsided. Even Vinylin did not bother him. It was as if the world had returned to its former peace. Only Jiang Fei knew that as long as the threat of the gamma space was not removed, they would never be able to find true peace. Husband, why hasn't Vinylin come to find you? One day, Jiang Fei was watching a movie with Bella when Bella suddenly asked. Yeah. Jiang Fei took out his pocket watch. There was no indication on it. Not only did Vinlan not bother him, but the coordinates of the new apostles had not even been sent to him. Audiobook-style said. Jiang Fei frowned. He had guessed it before. After all, he had already turned 2 apostles into vegetative states. It was reasonable for the remaining apostles to be afraid and give up the game. However, Jiang Fei did not dare to believe it because the outcome was both beautiful and disastrous. If he said that the beautiful outcome was because the apostles had disappeared, the order of the universe would be slightly more balanced. The universe would be able to hold on for a period of time. However, it was not wrong to say that it was a disaster. To Jiang Fei, if these apostles stopped playing the game, then his value of existence would be lost. The development team would kill him at any moment. Why do you care so much? Sylvie said as she shrugged. That's true. Now that I have time, I could spend more time with you guys. Jiang Fei said sincerely. It's okay, hubby. We know that you're all busy with official matters, Ariel said very obediently. Oof. You make it sound like he's the savior. Sylvie snorted coldly. Although she said that, she knew in her heart that Jiang Fei was the savior of the universe. If it was not for him, the universe would indeed be on the brink of destruction. In the next half a month, Jiang Fei accompanied the girls for another half a month. Although he enjoyed the peace, what was meant to be was meant to be. Vinylin had finally arrived by his side. Jiang Fei, you did very well last time, Vinylin said to Jiang Fei as he descended on an engineer. Oomph. Jiang Fei sneered. The development team knew that he had no choice but to help. Therefore, Jiang Fei had used him as a coolie and not given him any benefits. Don't be so angry. This time, the development team has given you some rewards, Vinylin said with a smile. Oh, Jiang Fei snorted. Give up your prejudice on Earth. Vinolin smiled and said to Jiang Fei, "Then this is the reward given to you by the development team." As Vinolin said that, he handed over a ball of light. Jiang Fei reached out and touched it. The ball of light entered his body. Vinolin said with a strange tone. Jiang Fei asked, "For local creatures, this is a privilege to be immune to instant death spells. For players, this is the protection of being immune to forced logging off," Vinolin said. Jiang Fei was stunned. "The apostles that you're going to deal with this time, their abilities are quite special." Vinolin explained. Jiang Fei's eyes widened. "That's right. It's just as you guessed." Vinolin said, F***CK. Jiang Fei almost wanted to give up. These apostles that were using cheats were getting more and more abnormal. Now they even had instant death spells. Vinolin continued to say. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Just one apostle who knew instant death spells was enough for him. Now, he had to deal with two at once. Yes, this time, you have to deal with two apostles at the same time. The ability that they obtained through the game loophole is life and death. Vinolin did not let Jiang Fei test the apostle's ability this time. Instead, Vinolin told Jiang Fei directly. This time, Jiang Fei had to deal with two apostles at the same time. The twin sisters of the two apostles. The older sister was the main life, the younger sister was the main death. The one that Vinolin mentioned earlier was the younger sister who knew the instant death spell. The other party would die on the spot. The older sister's ability was similarly exaggerated. Anyone who died less than 10 minutes ago, even if they were crushed into pieces and even their spiritual power was destroyed, she would be able to resurrect them. Jiang Fei was frustrated after listening to her. He said to Vinolin, "Can't you ask the development team to improve the game code? The cheat created by this loophole is so invincible. How are you going to deal with it? This is something that cannot be helped." Vinolin asked back. "All right." Jiang Fei sighed. He had to accept this reality. Vinolin sighed and said to Jiang Fei, "You can only be immune once." Jiang Fei was so angry that he jumped up. What was the use of being immune once? If the other party wanted to kill him, he would die. Being immune once would not even be able to delay him for 2 seconds. This is all the reward that the development team gave. Vinolin also felt sorry for Jiang Fei, so he did not want to stay too long. He did not even have the time to say goodbye before he left. Jiang Fei looked at the engineer who had recovered himself. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. At that moment, Jiang Fei was really speechless. These two apostles had appeared together, and they had mastered the power of life and death. It was simply impossible to deal with them. Even if Jiang Fei could kill one of them in an instant, he would not be able to do anything. Then his sister could turn around and take his life. If he killed his sister, then his sister could turn around and let his sister be reborn. Facing such a dead end, if there was no suitable way, then attacking rashly would only bring him trouble. Chapter 2464. Translator 549699033. Although the twin apostles were difficult to deal with, Jiang Fei could not ignore the fact that Vinolin had already sent over their coordinates. Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the name and coordinates marked on the pocket watch. The twin apostles' sisters were called Aisha Yeager and Lorna Yeager. Both of them were inseparable. The chances of them defeating each other were extremely low. The girls soon learned of Vinolin's arrival. Jiang Fei nodded, asked the Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei had never dared to bring the girls along to face the apostles. This time, he was even more afraid. At least he had a chance to be immune to instant death spells. However, the girls did not have such treatment. Once Lorna Yeager had the intention to kill, Jiang Fei could not stop her even if he wanted to. All right then. Although Bella and the other girls wanted to follow Jiang Fei, they were afraid that they would drag him down and put everyone in danger. Therefore, they could only stay at home and take care of the rear for him. Jiang Fei said sincerely, "It's better than anything if you come back alive," Bella said. "Don't worry." Jiang Fei pinched Bella's smile and turned around to walk into the airport. Soon, the yacht that Jiang Fei was driving left Skodastar. "Maleki, adjust the course," Jiang Fei said to Maleki. Maleki replied. Then, he controlled the spaceship to turn around. Very soon, Jiang Fei's yacht flew towards the solar system. After about a week, Jiang Fei arrived at the sun star of the solar system. This was the battlefield where he had destroyed Andre. However, there was no life left. The private prison here had been destroyed, both the guards and the prisoners had died. There was no life left on the entire planet. There's nothing here. Jiang Fei frowned. He did not want to come here. Vinolin had sent him a message through his pocket watch. He wanted him to take a look first. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived at the underground prison. He found the place where he had killed Andre. As soon as he arrived, Jiang Fei found a dead body lying on the ground. No, this person was still alive, but he was lying straight on the ground. Jiang Fei quickly scanned this person with his mind power. He quickly confirmed that this person was the Andre that he had killed previously. However, at this time, Andre was only left with a body. Although his physical body was not dead. However, because Jiang Fei had taken away his soul, the person lying there was just a vegetable. Jiang Fei shuddered. If he did not have the means to seize the souls of players, even if he killed these guys, Aisha Yeager would be able to revive them easily. You should not have existed in the first place. Jiang Fei waved his hand. A ball of flame landed on Andre's body and quickly burned him into ashes. After getting rid of Andre's body, Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. He was thinking about the Yeager twins. The abilities of these two sisters were too heaven-defying. They controlled the fate of everyone. He might not be able to kill them. Jiang Fei could not think of a countermeasure. He needed to see the sisters with his own eyes. Only then could he find their weakness and take advantage of the situation to attack them. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei took out his pocket watch again. He wanted to confirm the current coordinates of the Yeager twins. Unfortunately, Vinolin did not update their location at the moment. Forget it. Let's go to planet number 3 first. Jiang Fei saw that there was no response from the pocket watch. Therefore, he decided to go to the 3 suns to take a look. This was the last planet in the solar system. It was also the mineral resource planet that belonged to Nora Company. After that, Jiang Fei returned to the surface of the suns. He then summoned the spaceship and left the planet. Maleki, let's go to the 3 suns. Jiang Fei instructed Maleki. Yes, my lord. Although the 3 planets in the solar system were not far from each other, it was very troublesome to determine the route. This was because the solar system's star radiation was too strong. Jiang Fei's yacht could not be exposed to such radiation for a long period of time. Therefore, he had to hide in the dark side of the planet. Only after careful calculation could he arrive at the 3 suns. As little as possible, he would be exposed to the radiation of the star. Soon, after Maleki's calculation, a new route was determined. Then, Maleki piloted the spaceship and carefully avoided the radiation of the star. Then, he quietly followed the sun. At the most suitable location, he sped up and flew toward the 3 suns. A few hours later, Jiang Fei's spaceship arrived behind the shadow of the 3 suns. Although it was relatively far from the star, the radiation from the star was still strong. The shield was severely depleted. Jiang Fei asked. Maleki replied. Then let's land, Jiang Fei said. Maleki then controlled the yacht to land on the surface of the 3 suns. He then entered the entrance of the underground world through the cave hangar. After sliding for a while, the yacht stopped in the middle of the mountain. Jiang Fei jumped out of the yacht and kept it. Jiang Fei ordered. Maleki, who had already hacked into the central control system, immediately opened the door to the underground world. As the door opened, Jiang Fei walked in. The 3 suns should have the best environment among the 3 planets in the solar system. The miners living here could go to the surface to get some air. Therefore, not long after Jiang Fei entered the door, he saw a large group of people having a party here. Moreover, the scene was different from what he had seen in the sun. The miners here were neither prisoners nor kobold slaves. They were very normal humans. Huh, a new friend is here. Jamie, give the new friend a glass of ale. The people here were very enthusiastic. They were not surprised at all when they saw Jiang Fei. They even took the initiative to serve him good wine. Someone shouted loudly. Following that, The surrounding air vents that led to the surface were all opened. The fresh air on the surface of the Earth entered the underground. The Three Suns planet had a good atmosphere, so at night, it was not so cold that people could not survive. Chapter 2465, 2465. Translator, 549690333. Yoo-hoo! As the air vent was opened, the atmosphere of the party instantly became high. The music became even more explosive. Those who were drinking and dancing became even more excited. Their dance moves became more and more unrestrained. A few girls even took off their coats and threw them away. As the few girls revealed their seductive bodies, the atmosphere of the party became even more intense. People crazily twisted their bodies and gulped down the strong liquor in their cups. They crazily released themselves. Zhang Fei took a small sip of the ale in his cup. He did not like this kind of noisy atmosphere. However, since he was already here, he did not want to leave just like that. Moreover, Zhang Fei was also very curious. This place was supposed to be a mineral resource planet of Nora Company. How could it be so lively? There were even many young girls here. Amidst the ear-piercing and noisy music, Zhang Fei came to a corner of the hall. There were a few sofas and chairs scattered around. It could be seen that this hall was temporarily set up. However, he had put in a lot of effort. The colorful lights above his head kept flickering. Coupled with the relatively dim environment, many men and women were already hugging each other after the hot dance. They were snuggling up to each other and kissing each other. Their hands were constantly exploring each other's bodies. Zhang Fei smiled faintly. Although this place was deep underground, it was no different from the entertainment places on other planets. At this moment, a seductive female voice rang in Zhang Fei's ear. It was accompanied by a strong scent of perfume. Zhang Fei turned around and saw a woman dressed very flirtatiously leaning against his ear. Because he turned around, their noses were almost touching. The woman was bending over. Her snow-white chest was completely exposed in front of Zhang Fei. It was very eye-catching as she breathed. Zhang Fei nodded. This woman was considered pretty, but the heavy makeup on her body was not very pleasing. The woman stepped over the sofa and sat beside Zhang Fei. Her long legs were snow-white and straight. "The Universe Empire," Zhang Fei said. "No wonder. When I saw handsome, you look so handsome." The woman said with envy. The Universe Empire was the most powerful country in the universe. Their citizens enjoyed certain privileges in any small country or power. Of course, the forces under the Resistance Army were not among them. However, even so, the citizens of the Universe Empire could enjoy privileges in half of the universe. Zhang Fei smiled noncommittally. He was not only a citizen of the Universe Empire. He was the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. He was the actual ruler of the Universe Empire. The woman asked. Zhang Fei was stunned. He did not expect the party here to be a membership-only party. From the scene, although the location was a little special, the content of the party was nothing special. It was just drinking and indulging in a little. On any administrative planet, there were many clubs that had this kind of entertainment. Therefore, Zhang Fei did not see anything special about this place. He did not need an invitation or an introduction from an acquaintance before he could attend the party. "What? You don't have an invitation?" The woman's face fell instantly. Although she had not fallen out with Zhang Fei yet, Zhang Fei had already sensed her subconscious vigilance. Zhang Fei cried out in his heart. Although he was not afraid that the woman would have any means to deal with him, he did not want to expose his identity. At that moment, a group of people surrounded a person and walked over. Zhang Fei took a glance out of the corner of his eye and was instantly delighted. This bald, fatty Zhang Fei still had some impression of him. He was one of the 5 big bosses of the Merchant Alliance. After the Universe Empire was established, he also worked in the upper echelons of the Empire. He did not expect this guy to come here as well. The woman continued to ask. Moreover, her emotions were clearly on the verge of exploding. Zhang Fei pointed at Xuanke, who was walking over. Then, he stood up and walked over. The woman was clearly stunned for a moment. Then, she followed closely behind Zhang Fei. She was mainly afraid that Jiang Fei would run away because the lights here were very dim. This woman did not have Jiang Fei's good eyesight. Therefore, she did not see Xuanke and the others who were walking over. Jiang Fei took 2 steps and came to Xuanke's side. Xuanke was shocked. He was just about to call the Grand Marshal when Jiang Fei lowered his voice and said in his ear, "Now, my name is Mike. You are my introducer." Xuanke was such a smart guy. When he heard Jiang Fei say that, he immediately understood that Jiang Fei was hiding his identity. Therefore, he immediately changed his words and said, "Big brother, you are here early." The woman who followed Jiang Fei was stunned. She did not expect Jiang Fei to know such a big shot. Although Jiang Fei had mentioned that he was from the Universe Empire, he was still so young. He did not seem like a person who would call a big shot like Xuanke brother. "Of course, I was the one who introduced him here. You guys have to treat him well." Xuanke was very professional in acting as the introducer. "Of course," the woman immediately said. Xuanke nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, when the woman spoke to Jiang Fei, she was no longer as frivolous as before. Instead, there was a hint of respect. "My name is Mike," Jiang Fei said with a fake name. "Oh, it's Master Mike. It's noisy here. Let's go inside and chat." When the woman said that, Jiang Fei finally understood that the party at the door was just a pretense. Otherwise, with Xuanke's identity, why would he come all the way here to attend such a low-level party? Jiang Fei nodded and followed the woman into the house. At that moment, Xuanke quietly gave his subordinate a look. Xuanke's subordinate was also very smart. They had only taken a few steps when the guy suddenly came to Xuanke's side and said, "Master, there's a message from home. It says that there's something urgent that you need to go back for a while." Xuanke pretended to brush his arm and then said to Jiang Fei, "Big brother, I have something to do at home. I'll leave first. I'll play with you next time." Chapter 2466, 2466. Translator, 5496903 Xuanke was a smart man. When he saw Jiang Fei appear here, he knew that something was bound to happen. Moreover, he knew very well what kind of place this was. When the time came, it would be chaos. Therefore, Xuanke quickly found an excuse to leave so that he would not get himself into trouble. Jiang Fei nodded. He could guess Xuanke's thoughts. He sighed in his heart that this guy was an old fox. At the same time, Jiang Fei did not stop him. After Xuanke told the woman to treat Jiang Fei well, he left in a hurry. The woman led Jiang Fei to a secret door. After the woman entered a series of passwords, the secret door opened. After passing through the secret door, the woman led Jiang Fei for a long time. Finally, they arrived at an inconspicuous elevator. The woman swiped her ID card in reality. Then, she checked her fingerprint and iris. After going through multiple layers of authentication, a hidden button was revealed at the bottom of the elevator. The woman pressed the hidden button. Then, the elevator started and brought Jiang Fei and the rest down. Jiang Fei silently memorized the time. After about 10 minutes, the elevator finally stopped. According to the speed of the descent, they were about 3 kilometers away from the ground. "Master Mike, we're here," the woman said proudly. Jiang Fei frowned. The name did not sound like a proper place. At that moment, the elevator door had already opened. In front of Jiang Fei was a golden corridor. The decorations here were not comparable to the previous party. Any painting used to decorate the corridor was worth enough to open a large entertainment club on an ordinary administrative planet. "Young Master Mike, how is it?" Although the woman asked modestly, her tone was full of pride. Jiang Fei nodded lightly. Although his family was relatively low-key, Jiang Fei had seen it before. In the outer universe, the Imperial Palace of the Universe Empire, and Zhu Peter's private residence. How could it not be more luxurious than this place? If one were to include the 5 directions, any of the old dragon's lair would be many times more luxurious than this place. After all, the old dragon's lair was decorated with relics that were tens of thousands of years old, or energy crystals and gemstones. Ordinary gold, silver, and jewelry would not be able to enter their eyes at all. The woman's attitude towards Jiang Fei became even more humble. After all, when an ordinary high-ranking official or noble came here, they would be shocked by the astonishing wealth here. However, Jiang Fei's indifference was clearly not an act. This was clearly a rich man who had seen it all before. Jiang Fei followed the lady all the way. After passing through the exquisite corridor, they came to a hall. A man in a suit walked up to them. Yes. The woman who led Jiang Fei and nodded. The man in the suit asked in a low voice. However, it was meaningless for him to lower his voice in front of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei could hear everything clearly. Master Shunka introduced me. Korea replied in a low voice. Okay, I got it. The man in the suit nodded, then he went straight to Jiang Fei and smiled at Jiang Fei. Young Master Mike, welcome to Fantasy Paradise. I'm the manager here. My name is Nelson. Jiang Fei nodded lightly. At that moment, Korea had already turned around and walked out. She was just a waitress who led the guests here. She was not qualified to stay here for long. Nelson laughed. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he asked, "Is there anything fun here?" Nelson laughed, then he said proudly, "This place is called Fantasy Paradise. It means that as long as you have enough money, this place is like a dream to you, a paradise. As long as you can think of it, we can do it." Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. "Master Mike, this is your first time here," Nelson said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then Nelson clapped his hands. Immediately, a large screen appeared in front of Jiang Fei. It showed countless beautiful girls. These girls were of all races. Moreover, every one of them was very special. There were all kinds of different types of girls. No matter what kind of preferences you had, there was always one that you were satisfied with. "Young Master Mike, choose one that you like," Nelson said with a knowing smile. Jiang Fei pointed casually. He did not care who it was. He came here mainly to kill time. Other than that, he was just curious about this place. He had to leave immediately. "Young Master, you really have good taste. This is our newest batch of trainees. We haven't received any guests yet. Young Master, you're the first." Nelson winked at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded indifferently. Then a girl was brought to him. This girl was the new chick that Jiang Fei had chosen previously. "Young Master, I wish you a good time. If there's anything, please press this red button." Nelson handed Jiang Fei a wristwatch. There was a red button and a yellow button on it. Other than these two buttons, the wristwatch also had a payment function. After all, entertainment here cost money. Jiang Fei took the wristwatch. At the same time, he noticed that the girl in front of him had a collar around her neck. There were many metal bumps on the collar. These bumps would release electricity to punish the girl. Nelson bowed to Jiang Fei. Then, before he turned around and left, he said to the girl, "Serve Master Mike well." The girl nodded obediently. It seemed that she was very afraid of Nelson. Chapter 2467. 2467. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei asked the girl. "My." The girl appeared to be a little timid. She seemed to be a little afraid of Jiang Fei. Okay, Casey. Then, bring me around here," Jiang Fei said calmly. He came here mainly to kill time. He was waiting for Vinolin to send him the latest coordinates of the Jaeger twins. Casey nodded obediently. Then, she went forward and held Jiang Fei's arm. However, Jiang Fei could feel that the girl's hands were a little stiff. It seemed that she was not used to it. Under Casey's lead, Jiang Fei officially entered this place called Fantasy Paradise. "Master Mike, this is a big theater. There are high-level performances here every day. Of course, if you have a play that you really want to see or an actor that you really want to see, you can also book it." Casey brought Jiang Fei into a huge theater. The hall of the theater was specially designed. There was no need for any electronic devices to allow the voices of the actors on stage to spread throughout every corner of the hall. Jiang Fei found a seat and sat down. At this time, a play was being performed on the stage. However, he had never seen or heard of the race of the actors before, so he could not understand what they were performing. However, this did not prevent Jiang Fei from enjoying the performance on the stage. Even if he could not understand the plot, he could still experience the superb acting skills of the actors, the beautiful music, and the singing voice. Seeing that Jiang Fei had sat down, Casey also took the opportunity to sit beside him. If the guests were more interested in the appreciation of these arts, she would be able to relax a lot. About an hour later, the opera ended. Jiang Fei was led by Casey to another room. Master Mike, this is a casino. When Casey arrived here, her mood was slightly relaxed. This was because once a man entered the gambling table, he would rarely pay attention to the women around him. Moreover, once he won the money, Casey would also receive a lot of tips. This was something that she had received important tips from her previous training center. That's fine. Help me exchange some chips. Jiang Fei nodded indifferently. Since it was just to kill time, it was fine to have a little fun. The rules are very simple. It's just that you cannot use your own abilities. Otherwise, you will be treated as cheating, Casey explained. Jiang Fei asked. Imperial coins are exchanged for chips 1-to-1. The minimum denomination is 100,000, Casey said. Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although money was nothing to him, he had never been so extravagant before. After all, an ordinary family's annual income was only 100,000 imperial coins. However, this money could only be exchanged for chips with the minimum denomination. It had to be said that this was not a place where ordinary people could come. Casey asked. Jiang Fei directly transferred the money through his wristwatch. Okay. After saying that, Casey turned around and left. A moment later, Casey returned with a tray. On the tray, there were stacks of chips neatly placed. Jiang Fei randomly picked up a $100,000 chip and threw it to Casey. He kept the rest into the ring's space. Casey quickly thanked him. A $100,000 tip was not rare in this casino. However, it was usually only given after the players had won the money. There were very few people like Jiang Fei who would give the money first. Jiang Fei took the chips and walked towards the center of the casino. This casino was very big. There were many people playing outside. However, their gambling was usually not very big. Each game was about $1 to $2 million. He definitely did not want to play around here anymore. Jiang Fei turned his head and asked Casey. Because Jiang Fei was generous and did not touch Casey, the girl was not as reserved towards him as before. Jiang Fei followed behind Casey. The two of them quickly went around the gambling tables one by one. Then, they passed through a secret door and entered the core of the casino. Young master, the people here play a lot of games. Casey reminded Jiang Fei tactfully. It was obvious that 100 million chips was not a lot in this place. It's okay. Let's play for now. Jiang Fei smiled. Casey brought Jiang Fei around a few corners and came to a large hall. There were fewer people here, but the atmosphere was still lively. Jiang Fei pointed at the circle of people in front of him and asked. They are gambling on life and death, Casey explained. Not far from Jiang Fei and the others, there was a cage with 2 slaves inside. The content of this gamble was to see which of the 2 slaves would live to the end. If life and death could not be determined within 10 minutes, the 2 slaves would be killed. All the gamblers' chips will be taken by the dealer. Roar! Ah! The 2 slaves in the cage were fighting desperately. After all, only the winner had the right to live. Moreover, they did not have time to think or delay. They could only use the most bloody method. The most violent way to deal with their opponents was to kill them in 10 minutes. If both of them were still alive, they would be killed. Jiang Fei shook his head. However, this was how the universe was. On the one hand, the major forces were flaunting their civilization and abolishing the death penalty. However, their higher-ups had secretly entered such a cruel and bloody place. They treated trampling on other people's lives as a form of pleasure. Casey muttered softly. Although her voice was very low, Jiang Fei still heard it. Jiang Fei turned around and asked, Yes. No. Casey appeared to be very flustered. She did not know how to answer Jiang Fei. Moreover, she was afraid that she would be heard by others. If that happened, Manager Nelson would hear about it. She was going to be in trouble. All right. Don't be nervous. Jiang Fei smiled. Girls like Kathy were also pitiful people. They were either kidnapped or sold by their parents because they were poor. If it was not because of her natural beauty, perhaps her fate would not be much better than that of a slave in a cage. Of course, Kathy was well-fed and well-treated because of her beauty, but the cost was obvious. She was, in short, a poor woman. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 2468. 2468. Translator 549699033. While Jiang Fei and Casey were talking, the winner had already been decided in the cage. Roar! The muscular slave, named Ralph, roared. He suddenly grabbed the slave, named Yasho, and threw him high into the air. The moment Yasho fell, Ralph grabbed him and knelt down on one knee. Yasho's spine was smashed into his knees. Crack! Yatsui's spine was broken, and he lost the ability to move on the spot. Although there was still air coming in and out of his mouth and nose, he was already a dead man. Good job, Ralph. Well done. The gamblers who bet on Ralph's victory were happy because Ralph's victory had won them a lot of chips. They still enjoyed the pleasure of winning money. What the hell? What a piece of trash. He was so crazy before the match, but in the end, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. What a waste of my feelings. In contrast, the people who were betting on Yasho were not happy. Although they did not care about losing some money, they could not vent their anger. Thus, these gamblers began to curse at Yasho, who had already been sentenced to death. Ralph did not stop there. He grabbed Yasho's ankle and threw his body around the cage like he was throwing a broken pocket. After a moment, Yasho's body was smashed into pieces. Yasho, who was already half dead, had completely died. Jiang Fei sighed. In his opinion, Ralph was too cruel. Since he had already won, and Yasho was already destined to die, there was no need for him to torture the corpse anymore. Young Master Mike, don't blame Ralph for being cruel. There's nothing he can do because the 10-minute countdown is about to end. If Yasho is still breathing when the countdown ends, Ralph will also be killed, Casey explained. Who came up with this competition? Jiang Fei said unhappily. Although he had killed countless people, he had a purpose for killing people. He was not like this, where he just wanted to watch others fight. He would easily take the lives of others. I don't know, but the big shots seem to enjoy this kind of competition, Casey said in a low voice. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. The big shots that Casey spoke of were those who had been in high positions for a long time and were full of guts. These people enjoyed the legacy of their ancestors, not the empire that they had built with their own hands. Although they were at the top of the various big forces, they had never experienced blood personally. That was why they liked to watch this kind of performance. They liked this kind of bloody atmosphere. These people were the first to wet their pants. I'm sorry, young master. Jiang Fei's cold snort was disdainful of these so-called big shots. However, when Casey heard it, she was scared to death. Although service personnel like them were not gladiators, if someone wanted to kill them or even eat them, as the manager, Nelson would gladly accept it. In short, in fantasy paradise, as long as you had money, there was nothing that could not be done. They could make that famous celebrity lie on your bed, or even on the dining table, and wait for you. Don't be afraid. Jiang Fei smiled. He sympathized with a poor person like Casey and could easily save her from suffering. However, the problem was that there were thousands of poor girls like Casey in the universe. Would Jiang Fei be able to save them? Casey nodded, but she was still a little trembling. She stood carefully behind Jiang Fei. Her relaxed expression became tense again. At that moment, the countdown ended. The cage was opened, and Ralph walked out. Because Yehu was completely dead, he had won the right to live. Although this right could only be maintained until his next match, at least during this period of time, he could freely enjoy fine wine, delicious food, and even beautiful women in fantasy paradise. The host was also good at embellishing the atmosphere. He took advantage of the moment when Ralph walked out of the cage and raised his arms to cheer, bringing the atmosphere to a high point. However, the cheers that should have sounded did not appear this time. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly behind the host. These gamblers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Alive? Alive? How is it possible? If that guy did not die, how could Ralph be released? But, he stood up. What the hell? While the gamblers were discussing, the host turned around and saw that Yasho, who had been killed by Ralph, had stood up. Moreover, the wounds on his body had all disappeared. The host was slightly stunned, and then he immediately said to the soldiers on both sides. A soldier in combat uniform nodded, then raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Whether it was Yafu who had just stood up, or the astonished Ralph, they were all hit in the middle of the eyebrows. Plop! The 2 corpses fell down. I'm sorry, everyone. It seems that the result of the competition has to be changed. There is no winner within 10 minutes. The host smiled and said to the gamblers below, F*CK, what the hell? Ralph clearly won. Why is that kid alive again? What a killjoy! Although the gamblers below were dissatisfied, they did not say anything. To them, losing this little bit of chips was nothing. Wait, look, F*CK. What the hell? He actually stood up again. Just as the gamblers were about to leave, Yatsui and Ralph stood up. The bullet between their eyebrows was automatically squeezed out, and the wound quickly healed. Although they looked confused when they stood up, they seemed to be unharmed. What happened? Didn't I die? Ralph and Yatsuki were both dumbfounded. It seemed that neither of them understood what had happened. The host gave another order. As the manager of this bet, he had to uphold the rules of the bet. If the winner and loser were not determined within 10 minutes, then both of them had to be killed. If the rules could not be firmly enforced, then the bet could not continue. Chapter 2469. Translator 549690033. After receiving the order, the soldiers immediately aimed their guns at Ralph and Yatsui. The soldiers' muzzles spewed out flames, instantly turning Ralph and Yatsui into sieves. The host heaved a sigh of relief. They should be dead this time, right? Oh my God, has God appeared? He's alive. He's alive again. What the hell? Amidst the exclamations of the gamblers, Ralph and Yeshu stood up again. They touched their bodies in a daze. A few seconds ago, their bodies had been riddled with bullets, but now, other than the torn clothes, their bodies were still intact. Yeshu muttered to himself, Lord K, bless me. Ralph laughed out loud. Damn it, how could this be? Quickly inform Mr. When the host saw that things were starting to get out of control, he immediately said to one of the attendants beside him. The attendant turned around and left, while the host continued to lead the soldiers to attack Ralph and Yatsu. Damn it, have you guys had enough? Ralph was furious. At first, he had some instinctive fear towards the host and the soldiers with weapons in their hands. But after realizing that he could not die, Ralph's killing intent burst forth. Under the dense bullets, Ralph came in front of a soldier and twisted off his head on the spot. Ralph and the soldier fell to the ground together. However, a moment later, something shocking happened. Not only were the bullets expelled from Ralph's body, but the wound quickly healed. The soldier whose head had been twisted off was even more shocking. His head actually ran back to the cavity and grew back again. Ralph looked at the soldier and laughed loudly. The soldier was clearly still in shock. Anyone who had their head ripped off on the spot, even if they were resurrected, they would still be scared for a long time. What's going on? Why can't everyone die? What's going on? Could it really be that the gods are divine? The gamblers discussed among themselves. At that moment, the soldiers stopped attacking Ralph and Yazzie. Everyone who had faith knelt on the ground and prayed silently. Those who did not have faith looked around blankly. They were completely at a loss. Beside Jiang Fei, Casey was also praying softly. With her knowledge, she could not understand what was happening. She could only attribute everything to the divine manifestation. No, Jiang Fei frowned. He seemed to have guessed something, but he was not sure. At this moment, a crisp female voice sounded behind Jiang Fei. Another female voice sounded. This voice was very gentle, making people feel a sense of compassion for the world. Sister, they are constantly killing each other. The clear female voice asked. I believe that I can influence them. A gentle female voice replied. HMPH, the clear female voice said disdainfully. When Jiang Fei heard the conversation between the two girls, he had almost confirmed his thoughts. Only his sister Aisha Yaga's life force could resurrect the dead so easily, right? After all, Even if it was Bella's life core, she could only heal people who were on the verge of death. She had no way of dealing with people who were completely dead. Only the apostles could break the rules of this universe with their cheats. Only then could they completely change life and death without any scruples. Now, Jiang Fei was almost certain that the girl with the gentle voice was his sister Aisha Yaga, and the girl with the clear voice was Lorna Yaga, who had mastered the power of death. What should I do? Jiang Fei was about to break out in cold sweat. It was impossible to not be nervous when facing an opponent who had an instant death spell. After all, the opponent could kill you with just a thought. No matter how powerful you were, you would not be able to use it. Sister, look, they're no longer killing each other, Aisha said to Lorna with a smile. Humph, I don't think they can last long. After we leave, they will kill each other again, Lorna said. I will change them, Aisha said firmly. Sister, don't waste your energy. The bad nature of these low-level creatures is not so easy to change. If they want to die, you can help them, Lorna said impatiently. Aisha said. Lorna said angrily. However, she still could not convince her sister. Lorna's gaze turned to Jiang Fei. This made Jiang Fei shudder. Lorna hopped behind Jiang Fei and slapped him on the shoulder. Hey, Lorna asked in Jiang Fei's ear. As she spoke, a sweet fragrance wafted towards Jiang Fei's face. If it was any other time, it would be a pleasure to be spoken to so closely by a beauty. However, at this moment, Jiang Fei wished that Lorna could stay away from him. Everyone was nervous. Jiang Fei was shocked by Lorna's slap. Lorna laughed out loud at Jiang Fei's teasing. Then, she turned to Jiang Fei and asked again, Hey, I'm asking you a question. What are you afraid of? At that moment, Jiang Fei saw Lorna's face for the first time. She was a very cute girl with a pair of ponytails. If it was a normal day, it would be difficult to associate her with the Grim Reaper. However, this girl now had the ability of the Grim Reaper. Jiang Fei's mind was racing. He had to fool her. The only advantage Jiang Fei had now was that he had not activated his disguise. Therefore, in Lorna and Aisha's eyes, he was only an NPC. He was not a player. These apostles were all playing the game with the mentality of a saint. Therefore, their attitude towards the local NPCs was not bad. At the very least, they would not kill at will. This was a good thing for Jiang Fei. Therefore, as long as he found an excuse to fool around, he should not attract Lorna's killing intent. Chapter 2470-2470. Translator 5496903-3. Aisha walked over at this time. I'm not. Lorna pointed at Jiang Fei and said. Fun? Aisha asked. Look, they're all praying for your miracle. Lorna said. Aisha also came over. She approached Jiang Fei and asked gently, What are you afraid of? This place is too strange. Those people have come back from the dead. Moreover, they can't be killed. This is definitely not normal. Jiang Fei could not think of any reasonable excuse. However, he could not answer, so he could only say it casually. Lorna asked, That mysterious power controls this place, but we do not know what it is. Jiang Fei said. It seems to make sense, Lorna said. Don't be afraid. This power will not harm you, Aisha said with a smile. How do you know? Jiang Fei asked. Of course I know. Lorna seemed to be very simple-minded. She was about to tell Jiang Fei the truth, but she was stopped by Aisha. This power is my research topic. Although I do not know how this power appeared, nor do I know who it belongs to, it has never hurt anyone, Aisha continued to say. Jiang Fei naturally had to follow her lead. He finally managed to change the topic. He did not want the two sisters to suspect him. I promise you, Aisha said with a smile. Oh, Jiang Fei asked. This power is the benevolence of the God of Heaven. Whenever there is a massacre, the God of Heaven will use her benevolence to influence everyone, Aisha explained. Lorna, who was standing beside Jiang Fei, could not help but burst into laughter. Jiang Fei turned around in confusion. It's okay. It's okay. Lorna was glared at by her sister, so she quickly waved her hand. Of course, Jiang Fei knew that Lorna was talking nonsense. However, it was not the right time for him to expose them. Aisha asked with a smile. Jiang Fei asked. Aisha said. Jiang Fei suddenly thought of a plan. You? Lorna said disdainfully. I am the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire. My name is Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and directly reported his identity. Oh. Aisha's eyes lit up. Clearly, she knew about Jiang Fei, the NPC. Jiang Fei said. Lorna said to Aisha. Aisha also nodded. She was an experienced saint. She wished that there would be no more killing in the world. Every day, she wished that she could sell her ideas to others. Then, her ideas might really be able to be spread across half the universe. Jiang Fei asked. This time, Aisha nodded directly. But how do I know that you guys are not swindlers? I have seen this divine power, but how do I know that it belongs to the god that you mentioned? Jiang Fei suddenly showed hesitation. Aisha thought for a moment and then reached out a finger. Instantly, a green light enveloped Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei instantly felt his entire body become refreshed. Many of the hidden injuries in his body had disappeared. How is it? Aisha laughed. Jiang Fei asked with his eyes wide open. He had put in quite a lot of effort in his acting. Aisha was stunned. She was not good at making up lies. Fortunately, Lorna was by her side. Lorna said. Jiang Fei quickly bowed. Then, he asked Lorna, what about you? Lorna said, as if it was a matter of course. Oh. Jiang Fei quickly bowed again. Lorna said happily. Jiang Fei asked. Lorna said. Jiang Fei immediately agreed. Don't listen to her nonsense. My sister is a playful person. The God of Heaven is kind and kind. She does not need you to do anything for her. As long as you can stop the killing and reduce the death, this is the best way to repay her, said Aisha after she glanced at Lorna. Tisk, Lorna muttered unhappily. I will do my best to quell the killing and spread the gospel of the gods. Jiang Fei was very humble. Yay! Lorna was immediately excited. Aisha looked at her sister lovingly. This time, she did not reject Jiang Fei. Two oracles. The matter of pacifying the massacre can only be carried out when I return to the Empire. Jiang Fei said. Lorna immediately nodded. Aisha also nodded. She was also a little hungry. Then, Jiang Fei pulled Casey, who was still kneeling in front of him and praying. Casey was stunned. Jiang Fei asked. Casey said. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the group of people walked out of the casino. As soon as Jiang Fei and the others left, Aisha's divine power's effect range disappeared. The host was very sensitive to the disappearance of the power that was shrouding their bodies. He immediately grabbed a soldier's rifle and fired at Ralph and Yatsui. The rifle spat out flames, and bullets poured out, instantly knocking Yarsis and Ralph to the ground. Fresh blood soaked the carpet. This time, Ralph and Yarsis did not stand up again, because Aisha's divine power no longer covered this place. They lost the ability to revive. Killing would never be forgotten because of influence. Chapter 2471. 2471. Translator 5496903. Aisha and Lorna followed Jiang Fei to the huge restaurant in the Dream Paradise. They had no idea that the casino had resumed its massacre. They only thought that they had been influenced by Aisha's divine power. Kathy, let's go to a private room, Jiang Fei said to Kathy. Kathy nodded and was about to head to the east side of the private room area when she was stopped by Aisha. Let's eat here. We can also watch the performance, Aisha said as she pointed at the piano solo not far away. All right, let's eat here then. Please take a seat, Oracle. Order whatever you want to eat today. It's my treat, Jiang Fei said very politely. Aisha and Lorna sat down. As soon as Jiang Fei and Lorna sat down, a waiter came to them with a menu. The waiter asked with a smile. Jiang Fei asked as he handed the menu to Aisha and Lorna. Dear guest, it's such a coincidence that you're here. We've just received a batch of mermaids. The waiter introduced. Jiang Fei was stunned. Mermaids were found on many planets. Although the level of civilization was not the same, there was one thing that they had in common. They were all intelligent races. Yes, The waiter nodded. Then he extended his hand and pointed. There were a few people eating on the left side of the table. At that moment, a huge long table was pushed in front of them. The long table was covered with exquisite red silk. No one knew what was inside. As the chef opened the red silk, a strange container was fixed on the table. This container was like a stretcher, but there was a fixed bandage on it. A female mermaid was fixed on the stretcher. Her hands were crossed in front of her chest, and her fishtail was tied to the table. She couldn't move at all. The mermaid's mouth was sealed by thick tape, so she could only make a whimpering sound. At this moment, the mermaid girl's eyes were red, and her tears kept rolling down. At this moment, the chef lit up a silver-white kitchen knife. He held the kitchen knife skillfully and quickly moved through the mermaid's tail. The silver-white kitchen knife shone brightly under the light of the dining room. The mermaid girl's scales were quickly peeled off. Due to the intense pain, the girl's body kept shaking. Even though her mouth was sealed, Jiang Fei and the others could hear her miserable cries. After peeling off the scales, the chef quickly made his move. His kitchen knife flashed up and down. Soon, a plate of fresh mermaid sashimi was placed in front of the customers. At that moment, even Jiang Fei could not stand it anymore, let alone the others. Even Aisha, who had always been gentle and shiny, was enraged. Lorna was even more direct. As soon as she thought of it, even the chef and the customers at the table died immediately. There was not a single wound on their bodies. Even the most advanced equipment could not find out the cause of their deaths. After killing them, Lorna pointed to the mermaid and pleaded with Aisha. Aisha stretched out her hand and pointed. The mermaid sashimi on the table floated up automatically. Pieces of flesh and blood returned to their original places, including the fish scales that had been peeled off. Then, a green light flashed, and the mermaid girl's fishtail was once again intact. The mermaid girl, who had been crying in pain, was stunned. Her fishtail suddenly stopped hurting, and even the bloody marks on her body from the bandages had disappeared. What's going on? At this moment, the restaurant was in chaos. The manager rushed over with a group of people. After all, such a big incident had happened in the restaurant, and several customers had suddenly died. If such a thing were to spread, who would dare to come here to eat? Manager, these 4 customers suddenly died. We can't find any reason for it. A guy who looked like a doctor examined the equipment for a long time, but couldn't find any reason. The manager frowned. A guy who looked like a subordinate pointed at the mermaid girl beside the manager's ear and said. The manager was stunned for a moment and then asked her, "Yes, I just heard from someone that the chef had already prepared the mermaid sashimi." In the end, those people suddenly died. The subordinate pointed at the mermaid girl's tail and said. The manager nodded. At this moment, the mermaid girl's tail was intact. Most of the diners here were used to eating intelligent species. At this time, they were already used to it. However, when they really died, these people were afraid. Lorna said. Aisha wanted to stop Lorna, but it was too late. Lorna's killing intent had already risen. Plop! The diners in the restaurant fell one by one. Lorna's ability was instant death. As long as she had this thought, these diners would die on the spot. Chapter 2472. 2472. After arriving at the tarmac outside, Jiang Fei summoned his yacht. Then, the group boarded the yacht and flew toward the Universe Empire. A few days later, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at Han Tianyu's ruling planet. When Jiang Fei was settling some people, he would basically choose to come here. Brother Yu, I have 2 people here. Help me take care of them. In a few days, I will send some more people over. They're all kidnapped slaves. Take care of them. If they are willing to go home, provide them with travel expenses, Jiang Fei said to Han Tianyu. Don't worry. Han Tianyu liked. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not want to stay too long because there were still the Jaeger twins on the spaceship. If anything happened to Han Tianyu and angered them, Jiang Fei would not be able to save them. Therefore, after leaving Casey and the mermaid girl behind, Jiang Fei immediately drove the yacht away from the planet. This planet is not bad. Aisha nodded in satisfaction. That console looks okay too. Lorna's first impression of Han Tianyu was not bad. Brother Yu is my childhood friend. Jiang Fei quickly put in a few good words for Han Tianyu. Aisha and Lorna nodded. They only had a rough impression of Han Tianyu, but they did not care too much about him. Chapter 2473, 2473. Translator 549-69033. After leaving the planet where Han Tianyu was ruling, Jiang Fei immediately contacted Aurelia. Aurelia asked, "I'm giving you a coordinate. There's a dirty nest hidden there. There are many captured slaves. You can rescue them and send them to Han Tianyu." Jiang Fei explained the situation briefly. "All right," Aurelia nodded. Then he immediately organized a small fleet. Although this small fleet only had 3 frigates, it was more than enough to destroy such a private club. After everything was done, Jiang Fei turned around and asked Aisha and Lorna. "Yes." Aisha nodded. "You'd better check it out carefully." Lorna pouted and said, "Yes." Jiang Fei immediately nodded and said, then he told Maleki, "Tell Jupiter to check out such places carefully. Such dirty places are not allowed in the Empire." Maleki immediately wrote a message and sent it to the Empire's capital, planet Pizerns. Jiang Fei asked tentatively, "It doesn't matter." Lorna was a little childish. Just now, she was angry because of the cruelty of those people. Her mind immediately turned to fun. "We will just stay by your side. I also want to know how you plan to stop the killing in this universe," Aisha said gently to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. This sister Aisha was simply a model of the Virgin Mary. Her mind seemed to be focused on saving the world. It was as if the world could not function without her hard work. Although Jiang Fei kept complaining to Aisha in his heart, he was still very humble on the surface. He said to Aisha and Lorna, "Since that's the case, let's go to planet Bethany's. That is the capital of the Empire and also the Empire's command center. It will be easier for my orders to reach every corner of the Empire. Moreover, planet Bethany's is very prosperous. It is also much more fun than other planets." Although planet Skoda was Jiang Fei's headquarters, Jiang Fei did not dare to bring the Jaeger twins to his lair. Therefore, he could only bring Aisha and Lorna to Bethany's to look for Jupiter. Aisha nodded in satisfaction. Planet Bethany's was the capital of the Universe Empire. It was also the administrative center. If Jiang Fei wanted to help her spread her ideas, this was undoubtedly the best place to start. Yes, although Lorna was not particularly interested in eliminating the massacre, Jiang Fei had also said that planet Bethany's was very developed. It was much more fun than other planets. Therefore, Lorna, who was more playful, agreed with him with both hands. After that, Jiang Fei let Malekith adjust the course and headed straight for the capital of the Universe Empire, planet Bethany's. After a few days of interstellar travel, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the capital, planet Bethany's. As soon as Jiang Fei's yacht entered the gravity well in Pizernis, the Emperor of the Empire, Peter Zhu, had already been informed. However, he had also sent his most trusted confidential secretary. "Great General, you have worked hard on your journey. I am here under the orders of His Majesty to arrange your trip," said the confidential secretary. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he turned around and asked in a low voice, "Oracle and Oracle, do you need to meet the Emperor of the Empire? Is there any use in meeting him?" Lorna asked without hesitation. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed by the question, but he still answered truthfully, "I am in charge," Lorna said disdainfully. This time, Jiang Fei was so embarrassed that he did not know how to respond. Although he was a powerful official, and although he was the actual ruler of the Universe Empire, some of his words were a little too harsh on the surface. Forget it. His Majesty has a lot of things to attend to every day. Aisha was still more knowledgeable about the ways of the world, so she tried to smooth things over for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. Then he said to the confidential secretary, "Send us back to the hotel first. We'll talk about the details later." "Yes." The confidential secretary nodded. Then he immediately arranged for Jiang Fei and the others to get into the private car. Then he escorted them to the hotel. 2 hours later, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at a large hotel in the central area of the imperial city. This place used to be Peter Zhu's property. However, he later gave it to Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei had never paid much attention to it. He had always treated this hotel as a temporary station to come to the capital star. All right, you can go back first. If you need anything, I will contact you, Jiang Fei said to Peter Zhu's confidential secretary after he had settled in the hotel. The confidential secretary nodded and went to find Peter Zhu to report to him. After Peter Zhu's confidential secretary left, only Jiang Fei and the Jaeger twins were left in the hotel room. Aisha asked as she stared into Jiang Fei's eyes. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and said, "There are two ways. One is quick to take effect, and the other is slow to take effect." "Tell me about the quick to take effect first," Lorna said crisply. "The quick to take effect method is to kill to stop the killing. Quickly unify the universe," Jiang Fei said. Aisha frowned for a moment and said, "Wouldn't that cause even more killing?" "It's better to be quick than slow," Jiang Fei said. Aisha shook her head. As a veteran of the Virgin Mary disease, she could not accept such a thing. As a veteran of the Virgin Mary, Aisha could watch as people were killed in front of her every day. However, she would never kill the perpetrator because she felt that if that happened, she would also become a murderer. This was difficult for her to accept. "Then, we can only take it slow," Jiang Fei said. Aisha asked, "Make more promotional videos and create some reward policies to encourage people not to use violence to solve problems." However, he knew very well in his heart that this method was nonsense. Chapter 2474. Translator 549690333 HMM. Aisha nodded after hearing Jiang Fei's second idea. Jiang Fei confirmed, "Yes, this idea is more gentle. It won't cause more bloodshed." Aisha nodded and said, "Aya, why do you care so much? Just listen to my sister." Lorna shrugged and said. Jiang Fei nodded. He now completely understood. Although these saintesses had a beautiful dream, they were completely clueless. They did not know anything and only knew how to blindly command. The second plan was very gentle. It would not create additional killings. However, it had a weakness. It did not care about anything at all. If one wanted to stop the killings, the best way was to stop them by killing them. By relying on severe punishment, the people would not dare to have a personal fight. Although this method would imprison people's thoughts and actions, it was the most effective. That was pure nonsense. The race of saints had been extinct since ancient times because those who were thinking of others could not let themselves live. However, for an idealist like Aisha, what she wanted was not peace but peace of mind. Therefore, she did not care how many people would die because of killing. What she cared about was that she could not let the sight of killing taint her eyes. Jiang Fei was even more indifferent. The entire universe had evolved through killing. Moreover, his priority now was to allow the universe to continue to exist. As for how many people would die because of slaughter, he did not care at all. In addition, Aisha had Lorna by her side. Jiang Fei naturally would not refute the two sisters. He immediately asked Malekith to draft an order and send it to the Palace of Jupiter. The content of the order was to ask the Imperial Army's fleet to stop the war against the outside world. The army to destroy the pirates would also focus on propaganda. They would influence the pirates to give up violence and surrender willingly. The rest of the order was to appease the people. It was nothing more than a reward for good deeds. In any case, it was just a formality. These things would not be of much use, especially when it came to capturing pirates. If persuasion was useful, there would be no such thing as pirates in this world. Aisha was very satisfied with the order that Jiang Fei had drafted. Lorna, on the other hand, had a nonchalant attitude. Although she had some feelings for the Virgin Mary, she was not as sick as Aisha. Very soon, Jiang Fei's order was delivered to Peter Zhu. Peter Zhu was stunned. Although he had not spent much time with Jiang Fei, he did not think that Jiang Fei was such a brainless saint. After all, Jiang Fei had killed the former emperor of the empire, Rivendell, to help him ascend to the throne. Moreover, he actually controlled the lifeline of the entire universe empire. Even if such a person was not a sycophant, He was at least a powerful minister, right? Even if he used his heel to think about it, Jiang Fei would not slap such a mad woman. I don't know, but this is indeed an order from the Grand Marshal, said the confidential secretary. Forget it, forget it. Peter Zhu sighed. He did not know what Jiang Fei was thinking, but this order did not have much effect on the operation of the empire. At most, it would only delay the extermination of the bandits and foreign wars. If the extermination of the bandits was delayed, so be it. Anyway, the pirates would not be able to cause much trouble, because the strongest pirates had already been captured by Jiang Fei in one go, or they had been eliminated by Aurelia. The rest were just scattered soldiers. They were not worth mentioning at all. As for the war against the outside world, it was even less important. Now, most of the territory in the entire universe had been demarcated. Other than the territory of the Imperial Army, it was also the territory of the Resistance. Only a few remote places were still neutral. On the other hand, the Imperial Army and the Resistance were evenly matched. Aurelia's fleet had not made any battle plans recently. Therefore, the war itself was at a standstill. Therefore, this order did not have much of an impact on the war. The rest of the administrative orders, such as rewards and good deeds, were even less important. These were all trivial matters. Moreover, they were harmless to the empire. Therefore, Peter Zhu immediately approved the implementation of this order. Lorna could not sit still after the confidential secretary returned to report to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei looked at Aisha. Aisha nodded. Now that the decree had been implemented, it would take some time to see the results. Therefore, they had nothing to do for the time being. Since Lorna wanted to go out and play, it was not good for her to control it. Lorna jumped up in excitement. Although she had mastered the power of death, her personality was still like a little girl. Therefore, she was still more playful. Jiang Fei took the initiative to suggest. Lorna immediately nodded. Okay. Aisha nodded very demurely. She had always maintained the elegance of a noblewoman. Jiang Fei said very respectfully. As for the specific schedule, the confidential secretary had already sent someone to take care of it. Naturally, Jiang Fei did not need to worry about such things. With a full-time staff accompanying him, Jiang Fei brought Aisha and Lorna to visit Planet Peens. As the capital planet of the Universe Empire, at the foot of the proper imperial city, there was naturally no problem with the security of Planet Peens. Moreover, the news of Jiang Fei's arrival as the Grand Marshal had spread throughout the upper society. Therefore, those second-generation children were also warned by the adults of their families. No one came out to cause trouble for them. In addition, when Jiang Fei and the others went out, they were notified first before they were on guard. There was no idler in the place where they went. Naturally, Aisha and Lorna would not be offended by anyone. Therefore, the three of them played around on Planet Pizerns for a few days without any problems. It's so boring. Jiang Fei, didn't you say that Planet Pizerns is very prosperous? Lorna said unhappily. At her age, she loved to be lively. Everywhere Jiang Fei and the rest went, they would be under martial law. The shop owners would also serve them carefully. Of course, it was not fun. Jiang Fei could not do anything about it. With his personality, if it were him, he would definitely not make such a big fuss. However, the problem was Lorna, who had an instant death spell. He really did not dare to let anything unexpected happen. If this girl were to lose her temper, perhaps everyone on the planet would suffer as well. Chapter 2475. Translator 5496903. This place is boring. Lorna said unhappily. Jiang Fei asked. Lorna lowered her head and thought for a moment. Then she said to Jiang Fei, let's go to the previous planet. I remember that the console there was called something new. Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not want to cause such trouble for Han Tianyu. That's fine. Let's go there and take a look. Didn't you say that you wanted to place all the poor people on Shouyang Planet at his place? Aisha also nodded. She was still thinking about the people on Shouyang Planet. Sigh. Jiang Fei nodded. Aisha and Lorna were going to Han Tianyu's place. There was nothing he could do. Lorna was a child, so she had to do it immediately. Let's leave at night. It's the busy period of the airport. If we go over there, we will be under martial law. It will delay the journey of many people, Jiang Fei said. You're right. Aisha was a senior saint. Therefore, when she heard Jiang Fei's words, she had to immediately nod in agreement. Lorna had no choice but to nod in agreement. After that, Jiang Fei arranged for Aisha and Lorna to go back to their rooms to rest. Then, he hurriedly sent a message to Han Tianyu, telling him to quickly clean up the planet and not create any unfair situations. After everything was done, that night, Jiang Fei, Lorna, and Han Tianyu arrived at the airport with a full-time staff. Then, they took the yacht and left Planet Bethany's. After Jiang Fei and the others left, the second-generation seedlings on Planet Bethany's were finally free. They had been holding back for the past 2 days. In order to prevent these fellows from causing trouble, the adults and their families had even locked them up. This caused the spoiled second-generation seedlings to suffer a lot. Now that Jiang Fei and the others had left, these second-generation seedlings were free. They had come out in a swarm. Moreover, they had been holding back for the past few days. Therefore, after Jiang Fei and the others left, these fellows played even wilder. Naturally, many poor children had suffered as well. It took about 3 days of interstellar travel from planet Pizerns to the planet that Han Tianyu ruled. The name of the planet was also given by Han Tianyu. The purpose was very obvious. It was to commemorate his motherland. In order to give Han Tianyu more time to win, Jiang Fei had to walk for 5 days to reach the gravity well of the planet. As he had already sent a message to Han Tianyu was already prepared for Jiang Fei's arrival. Han Tianyu asked with a smile as soon as they met. Therefore, Han Tianyu did not know how terrifying the 2 girls behind Jiang Fei were. I can't tell you the details. Jiang Fei asked. The mermaid girl wanted to go home. I had already arranged for someone to send her back to her mother planet. The girl named Casey was willing to stay. So, I helped her find a job. Now, she has settled down, Han Tianyu said. Lorna whispered as she held Aisha's arm. Aisha nodded as well. Jiang Fei lowered his voice and said, Oh, Han Tianyu suddenly understood. Then, he said to Jiang Fei, Brother, don't worry. Everyone here has always been equal. There's no need to do anything on purpose. Seeing that Han Tianyu was full of confidence, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. After Han Tianyu finished chatting with Jiang Fei, he noticed Aisha and Lorna behind Jiang Fei. My 2 friends, Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu asked. No. Jiang Fei waved his hand repeatedly. At that moment, Aisha took the initiative to walk up to them. Oh, I see. Han Tianyu politely smiled at Aisha and Lorna. D***. Could it be that this guy is lustful again? Jiang Fei was shocked by Han Tianyu's smile. Han Tianyu is good at everything. However, his reputation as a playboy was well known on Earth. If this guy was interested in Aisha and Lorna, Jiang Fei suddenly had a bad premonition. It's okay, Mr. Han, Aisha said with a faint smile. It seemed that her first impression of Han Tianyu was not bad. Even Lorna, who was behind her, was not angry at Han Tianyu's offense. Speaking of which, Han Tianyu had been born rich since he was young. He had a unique elegance that Jiang Fei, a nouveau riche, could not compare to. In terms of combat power, Jiang Fei was 10,000 times stronger than Han Tianyu. In terms of wealth and power, Jiang Fei had even left Han Tianyu behind. Moreover, Jiang Fei also had his unique charm. Otherwise, he would not be able to attract so many girls to surround him. However, when it came to that elegant and noble temperament, it was impossible to cultivate it without the accumulation of several generations. Even if Jiang Fei had so many fortuitous encounters, it would not work. Let's go down first. Jiang Fei saw that Han Tianyu was going to continue to strike up a conversation, so he quickly changed the topic. At this time, in front of Aisha and Lorna, Jiang Fei could not stop Han Tianyu. He was afraid that he would spill the beans and cause Aisha and Lorna to suspect him. Therefore, he could only change the topic first. When there was an opportunity, He would tell Han Tianyu the specific situation. He did not want this guy to not be able to strike up a conversation with him and instead invite trouble for himself. That's true. That's true. Look at me. When I saw such a beautiful girl, I forgot that I was here to pick her up. Han Tianyu smiled and said. In Jiang Fei's opinion, Han Tianyu's words were sour, explicit, and shameless. Girls should hate him. However, Aisha and Lorna seemed to fall for it. The two of them smiled and nodded. Under Han Tianyu's guidance, they got into his hover car. The asterisk emin. What kind of world is this? Al playboy ish blind. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. In fact, he had overlooked one point. If it were another person, they might have attracted two big mouths. Girls would think that he was acting like a hooligan. However, if it was a handsome man, it would turn into a humorous joke. This society was still an age that looked at faces. Chapter 2476, 2476. Translator, 549690033. Since Aisha and Lorna had already gotten into the car, Jiang Fei could not say anything else. He only needed to follow Han Tianyu's hover car. After that, Han Tianyu personally drove the car and drove the group back to his governor's mansion. Speaking of which, Han Tianyu really knew how to enjoy himself. The construction of his governor's mansion was quite luxurious. Although it was not as luxurious as the palace of Jupiter, it was not far from it. After all, Han Tianyu had just taken office not long ago. He had actually managed to get such a piece of property for himself. Jiang Fei would never believe that it was all legal. However, Han Tianyu was his brother. Not to mention that the source of his assets was unknown. Even if it was obtained by trickery, Jiang Fei would still have to take responsibility for it. However, Han Tianyu did one thing well. He had wiped his bottom clean. Although he had used disgraceful means to set up a good business for himself, at the very least, he did not let others have any leverage over him. Lorna said with a smile. Because she didn't understand Han Tianyu's situation, she didn't know how Han Tianyu earned his fortune. It's not bad. I built it in the style of my hometown, Han Tianyu said with a proud smile. His official residence was built in the style of Suzhou Gardens in ancient China. It was very elegant and unique. Yes, it's very elegant. I like it here. Aisha nodded. She did not particularly like the high-rise buildings that were full of technology. Instead, she liked the quiet and elegant gardens more. If you like it, you can stay here for a long time. I can also show you around this new China planet. Han Tianyu said with a smile. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? After all, you are the governor of this planet. Although Aisha was tempted, as a senior holy mother, she still had to put on an act. How can that be? It is my honor to be able to serve the two beauties. As for the administrative matters on the planet, there will naturally be professionals to carry them out. I just need to grasp the general direction of development. Han Tianyu laughed, as he did not know Aisha and Lorna's identity. He spoke with confidence in front of the two girls. He was not as cautious as Jiang Fei. Instead, he won the favor of the two girls. Lorna was very happy to be teased by Han Tianyu. Jiang Fei muttered disdainfully from the side. However, he had to admit that he could not catch up to Han Tianyu when it came to pleasing girls. After chatting with Aisha and Lorna, Han Tianyu quickly found out what they liked. Then, he arranged an exquisite courtyard for them according to their preferences. The small courtyard was not very big. It was filled with strange flowers and plants. As soon as they entered, a strange fragrance assaulted them. Wow! Lorna was very happy. Because the small courtyard was filled with flowers, there were many beautiful butterflies flying around. These butterflies were very beautiful. It was obvious that they had been carefully selected. Wow, just this house alone. Jiang Fei sighed to himself. Otherwise, how could it be said that rich people really knew how to play? Even though he was a nouveau riche, he was still a family living in a high-tech building. Although he could have anything he wanted, the style of the building was not as good as Han Tianyu's. With Jiang Fei's wealth, it would be easy for him to do what Han Tianyu did. However, the problem was that if he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not be able to think of such a way to spend money and enjoy himself. Han Tianyu asked with a smile. Yes, very satisfied. This place is so beautiful, Lorna said happily. As she chased the butterflies, she sniffed the beautiful flowers around her. She was extremely happy. I really did not expect there to be such a paradise on earth. Mr. Aisha bowed slightly at Han Tianyu. It was obvious that she was very satisfied with the courtyard. Hee, it's good that you're satisfied. Han Tianyu did not hide his good feelings toward the two girls at all. Moreover, this guy was extremely shameless. He was trying to curry favor with the two sisters at the same time. This was because Han Tianyu did not know the identity of the two sisters. In his opinion, as long as the two sisters were not Jiang Fei's people, it would not be a problem. A brother's wife could not be bullied. Then, he would not stand on ceremony. For Aisha and Lorna, whether they were in the Gamma space or in this universe, they clearly did not have any experience in love. On the other hand, Han Tianyu, the eldest young master, had been in the midst of thousands of flowers, a person who did not touch a leaf. This kid had already evolved to the point that after the girls that he had dated broke up, not a single one of them said anything bad about him. From this, it could be seen that this guy had already become a super expert at the level of a love saint. No, I have to find an opportunity to talk to Han Tianyu. If this guy gets too close to me, he will invite disaster upon himself. Jiang Fei was getting more and more frightened as he looked at Han Tianyu. When he thought of this, Jiang Fei secretly gave Han Tianyu a look, indicating that he had something to say to him. Ladies, please take a rest first. If you need anything, there's a red button in the room. Once you press it, a waiter will come over. After Han Tianyu received Jiang Fei's hint, he then said to the two ladies. Aisha and Lorna nodded. Then, I will take my leave first, said Han Tianyu with a smile. Lorna nodded immediately. In that case, thank you for your hospitality. Mr. Aisha did not reject Han Tianyu's invitation. After that, Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu left the small courtyard. The two of them strolled back to Han Tianyu's residence. Jiang Fei waved his hand and set up a barrier around him. He was afraid that the Jaeger twins would hear the content of his conversation with Han Tianyu. That would be fatal. What's wrong, brother? Han Tianyu asked with a surprised look. Jiang Fei said with a lingering fear. He was really worried for Han Tianyu just now. Han Tianyu looked confused. Jiang Fei asked, Aren't they your friends? What's wrong? Do you have a crush on those two women? Do you want to hide a mistress in my golden house? If that's the case, I'll quit, Han Tianyu said with a shrug. Chapter 2477. 2477. Translator 5496903 F *CKU. Jiang Fei cursed. He and Han Tianyu were like brothers, so he spoke without any scruples. Isn't that the end of it? Han Tianyu rolled his eyes. Kid, you're really obsessed with women. Jiang Fei was really annoyed by Han Tianyu. He forced himself to calm down and asked, Do you know the identities of these two women? Are you planning to hit on them? Identities? At this time, Han Tianyu had already understood Jiang Fei's position in the universe. It could even be said that half of the universe belonged to this brother of his. So, what was there to be afraid of when Han Tianyu acted? There's nothing noble about it. It's just a little special, Jiang Fei said unhappily. Han Tianyu asked. Jiang Fei snorted coldly and said, They are players. Han Tianyu was stunned. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. He thought that Han Tianyu would stop after he understood the situation. However, he did not expect this guy to be so lecherous. Really, Han Tianyu saw Jiang Fei nod his head. He immediately became excited. That's great. I have yet to date a player girl. I wonder how different these Gamma Space women are from the girls in our universe. F *CK. It's fine if you have a strong taste, but don't do anything rash. Jiang Fei then told Han Tianyu about the apostles. Although this matter was extremely confidential, Han Tianyu was still very reliable. Moreover, this kid was very resourceful. If Jiang Fei told him about it, he might be able to get a different inspiration. Previously, when Jiang Fei could not deal with Simon, Han Tianyu was the one who woke him up with a single word. Then, he used an innuendo to deal with Apostle number 1. Han Tianyu's eyes instantly widened. Jiang Fei was finally relieved. You're saying that these two girls actually have the power of life and death. As long as they have a single thought, whoever they want to let live cannot die. Han Tianyu confirmed again. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Awesome. As soon as Han Tianyu opened his mouth, Jiang Fei was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. Jiang Fei said in a speechless manner, "How am I causing trouble?" Han Tianyu said, "Help my ass. If you anger Lorna, you won't be the only one who will be in trouble." Jiang Fei said. Han Tianyu pursed his lips. Then he said to Jiang Fei, "Brother, we have known each other for a long time. When has brother ever done something that he was not confident in? Moreover, you know me well. We have been in love for so many years. When have we ever been hated by girls?" Jiang Fei was really stumped by Han Tianyu's question. This kid was usually very reliable. He had never made a mistake when it came to handing things over to him. Moreover, this kid really understood the thoughts of girls. Although he was a playboy, he liked the new and never hated the old. The worst thing was that even if those girls eventually separated from him, none of them would complain to him. Sometimes, Jiang Fei even suspected that Han Tianyu also had superpowers. This guy was best at brainwashing girls. No matter what type of girls, when they fell into his hands, their IQ would plummet. In the end, it was as if they were all drunk. "How about it?" Han Tianyu asked. Jiang Fei asked. Han Tianyu said, as if it was a matter of course. Jiang Fei asked dumbly, "What are you talking about? You're making it difficult for me to choose such two cute girls. Of course, I'm going to take them all. Sisters," Han Tianyu said with a knowing smile. Jiang Fei asked. He had never doubted Han Tianyu's ability to pick up girls. However, the problem was what to do after he succeeded. Han Tianyu said, "You can do that?" Jiang Fei was stunned. Although he knew that Han Tianyu was good at picking up girls, it was not realistic to make these two girls from the Gamma Dimension give up their sense of superiority in the higher dimension and live here with him. Han Tianyu said confidently. Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment, "If Aisha and Lorna were really willing to give up everything in the Gamma space and stay by Han Tianyu's side, Jiang Fei could use the power of the legacy space to cut off their connection to the Gamma space. The two sisters' bodies in the Gamma space would become vegetative, just like Simon and Andre. The only difference was that their souls could stay in this space. Of course, if they wanted to complete all of this, Lorna and Aisha had to be willing to cooperate. Otherwise, Jiang Fei could only achieve the same goal by destroying the carrier and then imprisoning their souls. Han Tianyu smiled. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. He could not do anything about the Jaeger twins at the moment. The two sisters had the power of life and death in their hands. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to kill them both at the same time. Therefore, from a battle perspective, it was very difficult for Jiang Fei to achieve his goal. If Han Tianyu really succeeded, he would use love to capture the hearts of the two girls and make them willingly stay here. Then, Jiang Fei would bypass the battle and complete the quest without any bloodshed. After reaching an agreement with Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei asked for a room from him and went into seclusion. As for how to treat Aisha and Lorna, that would depend on Han Tianyu's own ability. Although Jiang Fei was currently dealing with the 13 apostles, his more important task was to understand the secrets of the legacy space. After all, that was the only way to enter the Gamma space. Only then would he have the ability to negotiate with the high-dimensional creatures. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Jiang Fei was in this universe, he would not be able to effectively fight against the high-dimensional creatures. Chapter 2478, 2478. Translator 5496903 Jiang Fei began his closed-door cultivation. Naturally, Han Tianyu took over as the host to entertain Aisha and Lorna. Later that day, Han Tianyu changed into a very elegant Han costume. He held a paper fan in his hand and strode toward the small courtyard where the two girls lived. Han Tianyu gently knocked on the door knocker 3 times before asking in a clear voice. Mr. Aisha's voice came out. As soon as Han Tianyu entered the small courtyard, he found that there was a great change from before. At this time, the small courtyard was in full bloom with fresh flowers. It was completely different from before. Only a part of the flowers were in bloom. However, at this moment, all the flowers were in full bloom, and the entire small courtyard was filled with a strange fragrance. Not only that, the dancing butterflies were even more energetic now. They shuttled back and forth among the flowers, leaving behind colorful figures. Han Tianyu thought to himself, but now he was filled with a desire to conquer these two sisters. As he thought about it, the corners of Han Tianyu's mouth curled up into an evil smile. Mr. Lorna, who was playing outside, was the first to see Han Tianyu. "And this is a suit unique to my hometown," Han Tianyu said with a smile. Lorna ran to Han Tianyu in a few steps and touched Han Tianyu's body without any hesitation. "Do you like it?" Han Tianyu said with a charming smile. Lorna's interest was indeed attracted. Han Tianyu smiled and suddenly whispered into Lorna's ear, "If you want it, I can personally cut it for you." "Really?" Lorna's ears were tickled by the hot air coming out of Han Tianyu's mouth, but she still felt a little comfortable. Of course, Han Tianyu did not blush at all when he lied. He did not know how to make clothes, nor did he know how to design anything. The reason why he said that was because he wanted to use the opportunity of measurements to build a relationship with the girl. As for designing and making clothes, was there still a lack of such talent in the Governor General's mansion? As long as Han Tianyu reported all the data, he would be able to get the top tailor's handmade clothes the next day. Luo Na had indeed fallen into Han Tianyu's trap. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility of Zhou Yu beating her up. One was willing to beat her up, and the other was willing to get beaten up. After all, Han Tianyu himself had a great temperament. Coupled with the contrast to Han's suit, it made him appear even more charming. A little girl like Lorna would be easily attracted to him. "Okay," Han Tianyu said as he flashed his own palm. Lorna stretched out her fair little hand and gave Han Tianyu a high five. The corner of Han Tianyu's mouth curled up into a smile. The first tentative physical contact was completed. Just as Han Tianyu and Lorna reached an agreement, Aisha walked out of the room. Aisha glared at her sister, then turned to Han Tianyu and said, "Mr. Han, I was rude. Don't mind me. It's okay. As the saying goes, a sword is given to a hero. Pink goes with a beautiful woman. I don't know much about rouge, water, and powder, but I know that beautiful girls should have beautiful clothes," Han Tianyu said with a smile. Hearing Han Tianyu praise her so much, Lorna was extremely happy. Mr. Han really knows how to talk," Aisha said. "Thank you," Mr. Lorna said charmingly. "Miss Aisha, I think we're quite fated. You're always so polite." Han Tianyu continued to be friendly. "Sure." Before Aisha could say anything, Lorna, who had received some benefits, nodded. Han Tianyu winked at Lorna. Lorna was obviously very happy. "You really wasted your money, Tian." Although Aisha was not as lively as Lorna and could not change her words at first, she still followed Han Tianyu's wishes. Han Tianyu was secretly delighted. Although Aisha and Lorna's current attitude didn't mean anything, it could at least prove that they didn't hate him. Han Tianyu was even more confident in taking down the sisters. "Aisha, Lorna, the banquet is ready. All the dishes are from my hometown." Han Tianyu saw that the sky was gradually turning dark, so he sent out an invitation. Aisha nodded. They had already promised Han Tianyu to go to the banquet, so they agreed readily. "Yay!" Lorna was more lively. She cheered while following Han Tianyu out. Aisha followed behind. After passing through a few floors of the courtyard, Han Tianyu and the others came to a large flower hall. There were flowers everywhere, and in the middle of it was a huge table filled with delicacies. Han Tianyu had spent a lot of effort on these Chinese-style dishes. He had received all the chefs from Earth. "Wow!" Lorna exclaimed. Although she did not recognize these Chinese delicacies, the alluring fragrance and exquisite design had long captivated her eyes. Not only Lorna, Aisha was also very surprised. She had never seen such exquisite dishes. Whether it was the Gamma space or most of the races in the universe, eating was just a means of survival for them. However, in China on Earth, eating was the greatest enjoyment in life. Therefore, after seeing the dishes that were like works of art, Aisha and Lorna did not know where to start. They were also a little reluctant to eat the dishes. Han Tianyu pulled the chairs for Aisha and Lorna with great grace. After the two women were done, he sat down across from them. Aisha asked, "Jiang Fei has something urgent to attend to. He will be back in a few days," Han Tianyu said. Aisha nodded. She did not take it to heart. After all, Jiang Fei had already spread the decree. It did not matter much whether he was there or not. Chapter 2479, 2479. Translator 5496903. Aisha and Lorna were not very concerned about Jiang Fei's absence, especially with Han Tianyu, who was handsome and funny. The two sisters quickly forgot about Jiang Fei. "Lorna, I help you design clothes tonight." Han Tianyu saw that the atmosphere was almost over, so he tried to probe again. Lorna asked cautiously. Although the little girl was cheerful, she was not stupid. Could it be that he had some purpose? Aisha frowned at the side and looked at Han Tianyu vigilantly. "It's like this. I have a meeting the day after tomorrow, and I need a decent set of clothes, so I want to buy a coat tomorrow. You know how delicate girls are, especially beautiful girls like you. So I want you to help me consult them," Han Tianyu said with a smile. As a veteran expert in flowers, he knew what kind of tricks to use against the kind of girls. For girls like Aisha and Lorna, who were full of vigilance, Han Tianyu naturally wouldn't show his purpose in a hurry. He would gradually make the two sisters lower their vigilance until they were completely hooked. Lorna asked in surprise. She had thought that Han Tianyu would make some excessive request, but she didn't expect it to be so simple. "Of course," Han Tianyu asked back. Lorna suddenly blushed and spat. "Bah, hooligan." Han Tianyu deliberately pretended to be stunned, then put on an expression of sudden realization and said, "Oh, what are you thinking? Your thoughts are so unhealthy. Which of us is a hooligan?" "You hooligan." Liu Na was anxious. In addition, her personality was a little like a child, so she did not have any scruples and directly jumped down from her seat, pouncing on Han Tianyu's body, and started a fight with him. "I was wrong. I was wrong. It's me being a hooligan, okay?" Han Tianyu begged for mercy. He played with Lorna at the same time, but his hands were very well controlled. He did not take advantage of Lorna when she pounced onto him. As a veteran love saint, young Master Han understood the girl's heart very well. If he was only dealing with Lorna, he could now inadvertently take advantage of her and let Lorna get used to his physical contact while playing. However, because there was Aisha sitting beside him, Han Tianyu knew that he could not rush things. He needed to show his gentleness and elegance, and he needed to appear in front of Aisha as a gentleman. Therefore, his actions were very appropriate. There were even a few times when he deliberately let Aisha see his hand close to Lorna's sensitive parts and dodge it like lightning. Aisha nodded at the side. Obviously, the sisters were fooled by Han Tianyu's acting skills. These two girls who had no experience in love were also stupid. They didn't think that Han Tianyu had previously claimed to be a fashion designer. He was so good at fashion design, so why did he need the girls to help him when he was choosing clothes? This was clearly an ulterior motive. However, because Han Tianyu gave Aisha and Lorna a very good impression, these two girls who hadn't seen much of the world didn't think too much about it. They were so confused that Han Tianyu made an appointment with them for another day. Although Han Tianyu only made an appointment with Lorna, the two sisters had always been inseparable. So, as long as they successfully made an appointment with one, it was equivalent to the two of them making an appointment together. Han Tianyu knew that Aisha's personality wasn't easy to handle, so he directly chose Lorna as the target of his attack. As expected, Lorna fell for it. "All right, for the sake of your lady designing clothes, I'll reluctantly agree." After having enough fun, Lorna returned to her seat. "All right, Lorna, stop fooling around." Aisha smiled and reprimanded Lorna, but it was only to maintain her ladylike image. Aisha did not object to Lorna's promise to help Han Tianyu pick out clothes for him. Aisha and Lorna were quite satisfied with the meal because not only were the Chinese dishes delicious, but the design of the dishes was also very exquisite. Just looking at it made one's appetite jump. Lorna wiped her mouth in satisfaction. Aisha also put her chopsticks aside gracefully. "Good." Han Tianyu smiled and moved the two girls to a small pavilion at the side. There were already fragrant tea and fruits placed there. Lorna took a small sip. "This is the long jing before rain that I brought from my hometown." Han Tianyu's words were not false at all. After all, the cost of a trip to Earth was too high. Even if he had the wealth of a planet now, he did not dare to come and go as he pleased. Aisha took a sip and nodded. Han Tianyu gritted his teeth and asked the waiter to bring a small jar of long jing. Moreover, this small jar of tea leaves was not an ordinary long jing. It was an ancient tea from the Hagong Temple at the foot of Lion Peak. Aisha was a little hesitant. She did like this kind of tea drink. But the problem was that seeing Han Tianyu's reluctant look, she also knew how precious this tea was. It doesn't matter whether it's expensive or not. Han Tianyu stuffed the small jar of tea leaves into Aisha's hands. The tips of their fingers brushed past each other, and Aisha's forearm trembled slightly. Han Tianyu kept glancing at Aisha from the corner of his eyes. The fleeting physical contact just now was also deliberately done by him to test Aisha's reaction. Soon, Han Tianyu got the result he wanted. Aisha's arm trembled slightly, but there was not much change on her face. She pretended that it didn't happen and thanked Han Tianyu. "If that's the case, then I'll take it. We hit it off at first sight. There's no need to be polite with me," Han Tianyu said generously. After this encounter, Han Tianyu knew that Aisha was instinctively a little resistant to contact with the opposite sex, but she didn't hate Han Tianyu. Of course, she didn't have any special feelings for Han Tianyu at the moment. Chapter 2480. Translator 5496903. Aisha and Lorna accompanied Han Tianyu to drink tea and chat for a while. It was not until it was very late that Han Tianyu sent them back to their residence. After Han Tianyu left, the two sisters began to chat before they rested. Lorna was now very comfortable calling Han Tianyu brother. Aisha nodded. Through chatting, her impression of Han Tianyu was quite good. Lorna suddenly asked. This was because this was the content of basic education in the high-dimensional space. It was equivalent to the knowledge that primary school students on Earth had to learn. That's right. In our understanding, low-level dimensional creatures are like ants. They are ignorant, barbaric, rude, and meaningless. Aisha also nodded her head. That's right. Look at Brother Tianyu. Lorna said, yes. Admittedly, most people in this universe are driven by the desires in their hearts. Aisha also agreed with Lorna. After getting along with each other, Aisha and Lorna both felt that Han Tianyu was a good person. Lorna was not interested in Jiang Fei. However, Aisha treated Jiang Fei as her own evangelist. Therefore, she was quite appreciative of him. However, in her eyes, Jiang Fei was just an emissary, or rather, a servant to spread her thoughts. On the other hand, Han Tianyu was like a friend, someone of the same status. Anyway, I also feel that there is no need for us to discriminate against these humans from the low-dimensional space. Just like what you said, although many of them are driven by desire, isn't our gamma space the same? Everyone is fighting for what they want. Lorna raised her head and asked, That's right. Compared to these humans from the lower dimensions, we only have the advantage of the spatial dimension. We can control their life and death at will. In essence, we're no different from them. Aisha sighed. She was an ideal person, but in the gamma dimension, she was just an ordinary girl. Even if she had the dream of all living beings being equal and that there would be no more killing in the human world, she would not be able to realize it. However, it was different in this universe. She and her sister had landed in this universe through a cheating device. They had the power of a god compared to the humans in this space. They could control the life and death of humans at will. As a result, they had obtained unprecedented power. This allowed Aisha to spread her ideals and realize her own wishes. However, Aisha was just an ordinary girl after all. It was true that she had ideals, but she did not have the ability to realize them. However, she still did not know what to do. Even if she had Jiang Fei, the powerful leader, to serve her, she would only be blindly coming up with ideas. Sometimes, the Holy Mother's heart was good, but they were simply incompetent and thoughtless. Therefore, It was common for them to do bad things with good intentions. However, the scariest thing was that they often did not realize this. Moreover, they would use their own kindness and ideals to kidnap those who were not thoughtless from a moral point of view. While Aisha and Lorna were chatting, Han Tianyu was also sorting out the results of the day. The initial contact and acquaintance has been completed. These two girls should have a pretty good impression of me. Next, we can start the second step. Tomorrow, give them a little hint, and then leave them alone for another day. After making his plans, Han Tianyu's lips curled up into a smile. Chasing girls was like hunting a fox. You had to stop and chase them. If you chased too fast, the fox would get suspicious and immediately scare them away. The fox would escape your sight. If you wanted to chase after it, it would be too late. You had to stop and chase it so that the fox would not escape your sight and feel no danger. When they became curious, you would turn around and shoot them down. Soon, a night passed. The next day, Han Tianyu did not go to find the two girls early. Instead, he asked the waiter to deliver breakfast. He also asked the waiter to say that this was arranged by Han Tianyu the day before. When it was around 10 o'clock in the morning, Lorna was already anxious. Although she said that she would accompany Han Tianyu to go shopping for clothes today, which girl did not have little expectations for shopping. All right, don't walk around. Aisha glared at her sister. Seriously, he praised Han Tianyu for a long time yesterday without any integrity. What time is it? Lorna said unhappily. Even Han Tianyu called her by her name. Apparently, he didn't have the title of brother anymore. Aisha asked. No, but he said morning. It's already past 10 o'clock. Lorna said angrily. Aisha was very calm. Lorna looked very unhappy. Aya. At this time, Han Tianyu ran in with a pile of brocade boxes. This time, he entered the small courtyard without knocking on the door or asking outside. He just barged in directly. This was also a kind of test. Lorna turned to the side angrily, ignoring Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu apologise professeli. It's okay, Mr. Han. You're the governor of this planet. Although Aisha didn't say anything earlier, her attitude toward Han Tianyu was obviously much stiffer. It was obvious that she was a little angry. Lorna, I'm sorry. When I was designing clothes for you last night, I was really inspired. I originally said it was 2 sets, but in the end, I designed 3 sets for you. That's why I rushed the whole night and just finished it. So, I accidentally came late. Han Tianyu held the box in his hand and turned it in front of Lorna. What? Lorna was instantly moved and immediately returned the title of brother to Han Tianyu. Yeah, look at it. At this moment, Han Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot. Of course, he didn't stay up all night to design clothes for Lorna. The styles of those Han clothes were already available. He didn't need to care at all. As for his red eyes, they were caused by playing games all night. Chapter 2481. 2481. Translator 549690333. Wow. When Lorna opened the first brocade box, she was deeply attracted by the train inside. How is it? Han Tianyu asked with a smile. Yes. Lorna nodded repeatedly. The more beautiful a girl was, the less resistance she had to beautiful clothes. Han Tianyu handed the train to Lorna. Lorna ran back to her room with the clothes in her arms. Mr. Aisha bowed slightly to Han Tianyu as a form of thanks on behalf of her sister. I'm sorry I'm late today. When Han Tianyu heard Aisha still addressing him in a strange way, he knew that this girl's anger had not subsided. After all, he had only given Lorna a gift. Aisha had waited all morning for nothing. It's okay. Although Aisha's tone was very polite, it was still not as friendly and casual as the day before. Actually, it's not just for Lorna. I was too embarrassed to say it just now. Actually, the other reason why I stayed up all night was because I made a dress for you too, Han Tianyu said a little embarrassedly. He would definitely return to Earth to get young Master Han an Oscar statuette. What? Aisha's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Compared to Lorna, Aisha's personality was more gentle. She was the most suitable girl for Han clothing. However, yesterday, Han Tianyu only agreed to make clothes for Lorna. Therefore, even if she was envious, she was too embarrassed to mention it. In fact, when Han Tianyu promised to design clothes for Lorna yesterday, Aisha did not take it to heart. After all, it was just a piece of clothing. Aisha fell deeply in love with this style. Look, I specially made this for you. Han Tianyu smiled and handed over the gift box at the bottom. Aisha took the gift box excitedly. Because she liked it so much, she even forgot to politely reject it first. Han Tianyu saw Aisha take the gift box directly and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the gift prepared today was quite effective. Aisha asked expectantly. Han Tianyu nodded with a smile. Then, Aisha jogged back to her room. Han Tianyu smiled to himself. These two girls were just two inexperienced chicks. The difficulty of the strategy was on a completely different level compared to the socialites that young Master Han had wooed before. A moment later, Lorna came out after changing her clothes. The train on the girl's body was very beautiful. The only flaw was that it did not match Lorna's personality very well. This girl was naturally outgoing. She was indeed beautiful, but it was a little inconvenient for her to run and jump. However, for girls who love beauty, this difficulty could be completely overcome. Although their movements were restricted, as long as they were beautiful enough, everything else was not a problem. Lorna looked at Han Tianyu with anticipation. Of course, Han Tianyu would not be stingy with his praise. Sure enough, after being praised by Han Tianyu, Lorna was extremely happy. Lorna could not wait to show off her new clothes to her sister. She's in her room. She should be out soon, Han Tianyu said. Lorna rolled her eyes and immediately approached Han Tianyu. She stood on her tiptoes, the tip of her nose almost touching Han Tianyu's mouth. The orchid fragrance in her mouth went straight to the tip of Han Tianyu's nose. Tell me. Luana stared straight at Han Tianyu and asked. She is your sister. Of course I have to please her, Han Tianyu said with a smile. His words were very tactful, as if telling Lorna that he was only going to make clothes for her, but considering that Aisha was her sister, he reluctantly designed a set for Aisha. Anyway, it was all thanks to Lorna that Aisha could wear new clothes. Lorna rolled her eyes at Han Tianyu, and then went to look at herself in the mirror in satisfaction. She did not pick on him anymore. Lorna was very satisfied with Han Tianyu's answer. For the two sisters, even if they were on good terms, it did not prevent them from comparing themselves with each other. Still made Lorna extremely happy. At this moment, Aisha, who had changed into new clothes, also walked out of the room. Han Tianyu had designed Aisha a typical pear skirt. This Han suit was more complicated to wear, but it accentuated her figure and was more beautiful. Wow, Brother Tianyu, you're biased. Lorna's small mouth immediately pouted. Although Han Tianyu didn't say it explicitly, he glanced at Lorna's relatively thin figure. Obviously, this girl couldn't afford such a dress that accentuated her figure. Lorna quietly came to Han Tianyu's side, and then her little hand pinched the soft flesh on his waist. Aisha's pretty face was red with embarrassment. When Han Tianyu was designing this skirt, the tube top of the skirt was relatively low, and it couldn't help but reveal a large amount of pink and white skin. It even faintly revealed a little groove. Han Tianyu looked it. Aisha had obviously never worn such a revealing dress before. Han Tianyu smiled. Although Aisha minded wearing this dress out, she obviously didn't mind him watching from the side. This was a huge improvement. Aisha nodded and then deliberately turned around in front of Han Tianyu, showing her beautiful figure to him. Han Tianyu smiled and praised. Really? Aisha asked shyly with joy. Han Tianyu smiled. At this time, Aisha's address and attitude toward him had become as intimate as yesterday. Then I'll go back and change my clothes. Aisha trotted back to her room. The reason why she was in such a hurry to go back was mainly because she was too shy and needed to go back and calm down. Chapter 2482. 2482. Translator 5496903. After a while, Aisha changed into a more ordinary set of clothes and walked out. Lorna was wearing her hanfu, so she planned to go out. Okay, Han Tianyu nodded. Then, the three of them left Han Tianyu's governor's mansion. Because of the good security in China, especially in the capital, there was almost no crime. So Han Tianyu didn't even bring his bodyguards. He just strolled out with Lorna and Aisha In the past, even though the security in China was very good, with Han Tianyu's death-fearing personality, he would have brought a lot of bodyguards with him. However, today, Han Tianyu purposely went out in disguise. Han Tianyu did this for a reason. Firstly, he wanted to show Aisha that he was friendly to the people. Secondly, he wanted to prevent the bodyguards from chasing out the idlers and causing the streets to be deserted, which would ruin Lorna's mood. And most importantly, Aisha and Lorna were not ordinary people. With the abilities of these two girls, what kind of expert could assassinate him? Young Master Han. Moreover, so what if he was assassinated? As long as Aisha waved her hand, young Master Han would be revived with full health. It was precisely because of this that Han Tianyu dared to bring the two girls out alone, because the two of them were more powerful than many bodyguards. As Han Tianyu's governor's mansion was located in the central area of the capital, they did not walk far before they arrived at the most prosperous commercial street in the entire New China. Wow! Lorna was very happy, although the prosperity of New China could not be compared to that of Planet Bethany's. When Lorna and Aisha were shopping, Jiang Fei had tacitly allowed Peter Zhu's confidential secretary to cordon off the streets. Even the shop assistants had been replaced by plainclothes special police officers. Therefore, the two girls naturally found it boring. Although the capital of New China could not compare to the prosperity of Planet Bethany's, it was not far from it. After all, it was the era of the cosmos. The difference between the cities was not as big as it was in ancient times. Let's go to that shop. There's so many people there. Lorna hopped and ran to a specialty shop. Her cheerful appearance formed a strong contrast with the curls on her body. However, because she was beautiful, this contrast made people think that she was even cuter. Aisha looked at Lorna's curls, and a hint of envy appeared in her eyes. Although her skirt was more beautiful, under Han Tianyu's modification, it was too exposed and could not be worn. I'll help you make a few pieces that can be worn on the streets later. I think your temperament is more suitable for wearing Han clothing. Han Tianyu whispered into Aisha's ear, and the fragrance of Aisha's body assaulted her face. Aisha replied in a low voice. She could feel the hot air that Han Tianyu exhaled blowing directly onto her earlobe. It was warm and itchy. It was a very strange feeling. She could not help but blush. However, Aisha did not seem to dislike this strange feeling. On the contrary, after Han Tianyu finished speaking and left, she still missed that itchy feeling. Let's go over as well, Han Tianyu said as he passed by Aisha. His finger inadvertently brushed past Aisha's hand. The two of them had a slight touch, and the touch was fleeting. Aisha retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. However, when she saw that Han Tianyu did not seem to notice this, she heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. At the same time, her face turned even redder. The body's reaction is even stronger. Although Han Tianyu did not turn his head to look, he could still imagine Aisha's reaction at this moment, when Han Tianyu carried a large bouquet of flowers to the school to pick up the school's most popular girl. Jiang Xiaoguan took pleasure in pulling the girl's pigtails. Soon, Han Tianyu and Aisha entered the store. It was a big brand's formal clothing store. There are not many people inside, only a few people strolling around. In fact, if it was in the past, Han Tianyu would not have come to this kind of store. Don't look at the clothes in this store. In the eyes of ordinary people, the prices were sky high. A shirt was enough for an ordinary person to earn a year or 2 to 3 years' income. However, in the eyes of people like Han Tianyu, buying ready-to-wear clothes in a store was a very degrading thing. Not to mention that Han Tianyu was now the governor of the planet of New China. Even when he was on Earth, he never bought ready-to-wear clothes when he was choosing formal clothes, no matter how big the brand of the clothes was. When he was still on Earth, Jiang Fei often passed by some big-name stores. He had seen a suit with a price tag of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Many nouveau riche had bought this suit. Then he wanted to put a tag on his face and let everyone know that his suit cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, in the eyes of people like Han Tianyu, he did not care about this kind of clothes at all. When they needed formal wear, they would go to those small, unremarkable tailor shops. Those small shops usually only had one tailor and 1 or 2 assistants. Moreover, The clothes that were made did not have any trademark However, don't think that this was a small tailor's stall by the roadside. Ordinary people would not be able to find such a place, let alone find it. Even if you found it, the tailor would not make it for you. Of course, ordinary people would not be able to afford it either. This was because any set of clothes would cost hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Moreover, the tailor shop was a membership system. It was not something that could be made just because you were rich. Many of them were tailors for generations, serving only one or two families. Unless an acquaintance introduced them, they would not even open the door for you. As the saying went, poverty limited imagination. People who earned a few thousand yuan a month might think that rich people wore top-tier brands, but they did not know that the clothes of the truly rich people did not have brands at all. And Han Tianyu, who had grown up in such an environment, why would he go to such a brand shop? He came to such a place to pick up girls. This is very cool. As soon as Han Tianyu entered the door, Lorna had already picked out a formal suit for him. Han Tianyu walked over with a smile. Governor. Really? The governor is here? Sir, welcome to the store. Han Tianyu's appearance caused a sensation in the entire store. After all, young Master Han was the emperor of all of New China. If he personally went to a store to shop, anything he bought would be equivalent to a super advertisement. This was much better than spending money to shop for celebrities. The store manager was a very discerning person. Then he definitely had other motives, so he was very cooperative. Chapter 2483, 2483. Translator, 54,969,033 A. Lorna and Aisha instantly blushed. Nonsense. After receiving Han Tianyu's approval in his eyes, the shop owner immediately smiled and said, "You guys are so talented and beautiful. It's simply a match made in heaven." As soon as the shop owner said this, Lorna and Aisha's faces turned even redder. Although they possessed powerful powers, including the power of life and death, in essence, they were just two girls who had little experience in love, being said that in front of others, coupled with the fact that they did not dislike Han Tianyu. They were all extremely shy. "Hey, boss, don't talk nonsense." Han Tianyu stood up at this moment. At this moment, the boss words had already planted a seed in Lorna and Aisha's hearts. This was enough. If this continued, the two girls might be embarrassed and run away. Then, Governor, you have to work hard. Anyway, you're not married. It would be a pity if you don't pursue such a beautiful friend, the shop owner said with a smile. "How can I climb up to her?" Han Tianyu smiled and waved his hand. His words were very reasonable. He had already expressed his good impression of Aisha and Lorna. Did he express that he wanted to pursue them? Then I'm talking too much. The shop owner smiled and then changed the topic. He began to introduce suitable clothes to Han Tianyu. After changing the topic, Aisha and Lorna's expressions gradually returned to calmness. However, the seed in their subconscious had already been planted. However, when they looked at Han Tianyu again, their hearts were no longer as calm as before. Soon, the shop owner recommended a few sets of clothes to Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu also tried them one by one in front of Aisha and Lorna. "This doesn't look good." "Ichimim, this is okay. I like this." Lorna was more lively. Every time Han Tianyu changed into a new set of clothes, she would comment on it. Meanwhile, Aisha just watched quietly from the side. If Han Tianyu's new set of clothes did not look very good, she would frown slightly. She nodded slightly. If one did not pay special attention to it, one would not be able to notice the change in her expression. Soon, an hour or two passed. Han Tianyu changed several outfits. Lorna also helped him pick out a few, but none of them were particularly satisfied. "All right, it's already past noon." Han Tianyu waved his hand. To be honest, the clothes here were not worth his attention to begin with. Was to find an excuse to get closer to the two girls. Lorna agreed. Aisha didn't say anything, but she didn't object either. After leaving the store, Han Tianyu brought the two girls to a very famous restaurant. This restaurant usually had to book a reservation half a month in advance, or else it would be impossible to get a reservation. Of course, Han Tianyu had special privileges. He had called this restaurant yesterday and booked a table. Once they reached the restaurant's entrance, a doorman led the three of them into the restaurant enthusiastically. The waiter in the restaurant asked after taking over the doorman. Han Tianyu nodded. In fact, with his status, even if he came at any time, they would arrange a seat. However, in order to show his grace in front of the two girls, he obviously could not brazenly add a seat. Okay, I found it. Your seat is over here. The waiter checked and found the seat that Han Tianyu had reserved last night. Han Tianyu nodded and led the two girls into the restaurant. Soon, the waiter brought the three of them to an elegant small private room. The theme of this restaurant was a relatively dim style. It was okay when they were in the corridor, but when they sat down, the lights became even dimmer. This dim style was not suitable for business banquets, but for a young couple, this style was very interesting. Han Tianyu took the menu from the waiter and handed it to the two girls. Lorna was not polite at all. After taking the menu, she started to flip through it under the dim light on the table. Aisha asked the waiter. The waiter regretted a little after saying that. Usually, the people who came to their restaurant were in pairs, but today was different. There were 3 people. If the waiter recommended couples meals now, wouldn't one of them be left alone? It's okay. I have a big appetite, Han Tianyu said with a smile. However, his words made Lorna kick him under the table. Who wants to order a set meal with you? At the same time as she kicked Han Tianyu, Lorna rolled her eyes at Han Tianyu in a flirtatious manner. Han Tianyu pretended to be a fool and smiled foolishly. From Lorna's performance, she did not seem to be angry at Han Tianyu's nonsense just now. This was not a small improvement. I'll order a set meal with Lorna. Although Aisha did not like to talk much, she was much more difficult to deal with than Lorna. Han Tianyu smiled. He knew that when dealing with a girl like Aisha, he couldn't be too hasty. Moreover, he was also very patient when it came to picking up girls. Soon, Lorna and Aisha came to an agreement. The two of them ordered a couple set meal, leaving Han Tianyu to the side. Han Tianyu ordered some food casually. It didn't take long for the food that the 3 of them ordered to be served. Judging from the speed at which the food was served, the restaurant did a pretty good job. After the dishes were served and the waiter left, the lights in the private room became even dimmer. The only bit of light made it difficult for people to see each other's faces if they didn't stick their faces close to each other. The young lovers who came here to eat were obviously hoping for an effect. They could talk to each other, feed each other, or do some bashful actions. Since the light was too dim, they would not be discovered. So this place was especially popular with young lovers. Chapter 2484. Translator 549690033. At the beginning, Han Tianyu and the 2 girls were sitting opposite each other, but because the light was too dim, they could hardly see each other when they were eating. Han Tianyu asked. Lorna's personality was as Han Tianyu expected, and she directly retorted. Han Tianyu said. Lorna retorted. Han Tianyu got up and sat next to Lorna. Han Tianyu leaned over and asked. My sister likes to eat vegetarian, Lorna said. Han Tianyu asked. Lorna shrugged. She didn't realize that Han Tianyu deliberately came over to sit next to her. I have a lot of fish and meat here. The taste is not bad. Han Tianyu smiled and said in Lorna's ear. Che. Lorna pouted and said. Han Tianyu didn't mind. Lorna's eyes lit up. She didn't want to be like Aisha, who was in the terminal stage of the virgin cancer. She didn't even try to kill the food as much as possible. Han Tianyu delivered his meal to Lorna. At the same time, because the 2 of them were whispering and the light was very dim, they were practically whispering face to face. Since Lorna's attention was drawn to the plate and food by Han Tianyu from the beginning, she was a little careless and did not realize it at all. Aisha seemed to have noticed that Lorna and Han Tianyu were a little too close, so she reminded her. Sister, do you think everyone is willing to live like you? Lorna pouted and said. Aisha sighed. Her personality made it difficult for her to say some things out loud. So after sighing, she started to eat quietly. She could only wait until she returned to her residence and talk to Lorna in private. Han Tianyu's attention was always on the 2 sisters, so he saw Aisha and Lorna's performance. At this time, Han Tianyu decided to strike while the iron was hot. He rolled his eyes and had an idea. Okay, stop eating. After seeing Lorna eat a lot of food on his plate, Han Tianyu said as he started to snatch the knife and fork from Lorna's hand. Lorna was grabbed by Han Tianyu's small hand, but because her attention was directed to the fight for the delicious food, she didn't notice that Han Tianyu was taking advantage of her. "This is my meal," Han Tianyu said with an aggrieved look. Lorna struggled, but her hands were tightly held by Han Tianyu. Aisha and Lorna's carriers were very powerful, while Han Tianyu was just a piece of trash with less than 100,000 combat power, and this was even fed by Jiang Fei using all kinds of good ingredients. She did not want to hurt him, so she did not use too much of her own strength. "No, this is mine," Han Tianyu said stubbornly. Because her personality was playful, Lorna felt that it was better to eat with others like this. Therefore, she did not realize that she was being taken advantage of. Instead, she opened her mouth to bargain with Han Tianyu. Actually, Lorna herself was quite enjoying the process. Because her sister Aisha had a gentle personality, she would never snatch food from her, so she liked this novel feeling very much. Otherwise, she would not even noticed that she was being taken advantage of. "No, you've already eaten so much." Han Tianyu was taking advantage of her, so of course he was willing to continue playing with Lorna. "Just one bite." "No." "One bite." "No." Lorna and Han Tianyu did not give in to each other, but their hands were clasped together. Because Lorna kept trying to break free, Han Tianyu did not let go. In the end, Han Tianyu still hugged Lorna from behind. He even grabbed her hands. Seeing that her sister was hugging Han Tianyu, Aisha could not keep quiet anymore. Lorna was awakened by her sister's voice. She rolled her eyes at Han Tianyu charmingly, then pushed his plate and said, "Bah, who wants to eat your stupid food?" Han Tianyu said aggrievedly, "Why aren't you letting go of me?" Lorna stepped on Han Tianyu's toes forcefully, causing the corner of Han Tianyu's mouth to twitch in pain. Han Tianyu pretended to suck in a breath of cold air and immediately let go of Lorna. "Oomph." Lorna saw that Han Tianyu was in pain and immediately said proudly, "I didn't do it on purpose. Who told you to eat endlessly?" Han Tianyu's face was full of grievance. That acting skill was definitely at the level of a best actor. "Oomph," Lorna insisted. Han Tianyu continued to pretend to be aggrieved. Aisha said from the side. Lorna answered resentfully. Then, she punched Han Tianyu under the seat. Han Tianyu returned the slap gently. Lorna gave Han Tianyu another slap. Then, Han Tianyu returned the slap without showing any signs of weakness. However, he did not use much strength, so he would definitely not hurt the girl. Lorna snorted coldly and continued to attack. The two of them played under the table. At this time, Lorna and Han Tianyu were simply showcasing their acting skills. On the table, the two of them were eating with their heads down. Because the lights were dim, Aisha could not see anything. The two of them were having fun playing with each other. Although Lorna was angry on the surface, she enjoyed this feeling very much in her heart. Because of the child's nature, she sometimes liked the feeling of playing with each other. But Aisha's character would never play with her, so at this moment, Han Tianyu fulfilled her need. During the whole meal, Han Tianyu and Lorna were fighting. Han Tianyu was very good at knowing his limits. He accompanied Lorna to play, but at the same time, he would not provoke the girl. After all, although this kind of fighting game could promote physical interaction and improve the relationship between the two, it was also easy to provoke the girl. Once the hit was heavy, the two could turn from playing to fighting. That would be a big trouble. Chapter 2485, 2485. Translator 5496903. After finishing the lunch in the middle of the fun, Han Tianyu's body was almost filled with Lorna's fragrance. From this, it could be seen how frequently the two of them touched each other. Although Aisha had mentioned it a few times, Lorna was having a good time, so she didn't care about it all. In the end, Aisha couldn't be bothered to care about it anymore. After all, this was the game space. Han Tianyu was just a low-level dimensional creature. Since his sister was having a good time, he would just let her be. After lunch, Han Tianyu brought the two girls out of the restaurant. After leaving the dark environment, Lorna restrained herself a lot. However, it wasn't like before, where her entire body was almost attached to his body. Aisha wanted to talk to her sister alone, so she said. Lorna was having fun at the moment, so of course she didn't want to go back. Aisha wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lorna. Sister, if you're tired, you can go back first. I'll accompany Brother Tanyu to pick out clothes, Lorna said. Forget it. Aisha sighed. How could she let Lorna be alone with Han Tianyu? She was watching from the side. If she went back, the two of them would probably go crazy. Aisha, thank you for your hard work. Han Tianyu walked to Aisha's side and said gently. Aisha nodded. She actually didn't hate Han Tianyu. She just simply felt that they were not the same kind of people, or that Han Tianyu was not human to her. Aisha might be an experienced cancer of the Virgin Mary, but the more such people were, the more discrimination they felt in their hearts. It was just that they often didn't realize this. When a cancer of the Virgin Mary was overflowing with holy light, it was often based on their sense of superiority. Deep in their hearts, they felt that they were superior. That was why they would care about the cats and dogs that were in a weak position or the creatures in the low-dimensional space. Jiang Fei had seen such people back on Earth. They were not polite to their parents at all. Instead, they would always shout about protecting animals. They would say that dogs were good friends of humans and that eating dog meat was a crime punishable by death. Although Aisha was not that exaggerating, she did have similar thoughts deep down in her heart. In her heart, whether it was Jiang Fei or Han Tianyu, they were not humans like Aisha. They were just low-level creatures that were equivalent to cats, and dogs. It was precisely because Jiang Fei and Han Tianyu were weak that they triggered Aisha's saint attribute and wanted to save these low-dimensional humans. Of course, if she were to ask Aisha these questions directly, she would definitely not admit it. Her subjective consciousness believed that all beings were equal. However, deep in her subconscious mind, there was an extremely obscure sense of superiority and discrimination. She might not have realized this herself. However, Lorna was different. Her mind was simple. She was like a child that had not grown up. Her heart was not that complicated. Everyone was the same. The only difference was what she liked and what she did not like. Then let's go to another shop, Han Tianyu said when he saw Aisha nod as well. The place you picked is not reliable. Lorna walked straight to the front. Han Tianyu asked with a smile. Lorna shrugged. Han Tianyu asked. Lorna puffed out her small chest and walked forward first. Han Tianyu smiled. He really liked Lorna's personality. Aisha sighed and followed her. In the following trip, Lorna took over the initiative. However, because she was not familiar with the surrounding environment, she directly led Han Tianyu out of the high-end shopping district. After a few turns, they arrived at the relatively civilian commercial street. Wow! Lorna was very happy. Because the price of the civilian commercial street was more friendly to the people, there were naturally more customers here. After all, not everyone could afford the top brands. Lorna nodded her head in satisfaction. She did not like that kind of high-end shop because it was too deserted. For a simple girl like Lorna, she didn't care much about the brand. She didn't care about the fabric, material, and craftsmanship of the clothes. She only cared about one thing, and that was whether they looked good or not. Come, come, come. Try this, and this. Lorna felt like she had returned to her own home in this place. She helped Han Tianyu pick out a few sets of clothes in a short while, then pushed Han Tianyu into the fitting room. When she saw Han Tianyu's awkward expression, she turned a blind eye to it. She ignored him. One had to know that young Master Han was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Although the clothes here could not be considered as street goods, they did not enter his eyes at all. He had never touched them before. However, in order to pick up girls, Han Tianyu really went all out. Not to mention this kind of civilian shop. Even if it was street goods, he would still wear them. Very soon, Han Tianyu tried on the clothes that Lorna had picked out one by one. This is very good. Lorna turned around and asked. In. Aisha nodded perfunctorily. She wanted to hurry back now and have a good chat with her sister. Sister, what's wrong? Lorna came to Aisha's side. Aisha obviously wouldn't say anything in front of Han Tianyu. This chick is really hard to deal with. Han Tianyu secretly looked at Aisha as he calculated in his heart. All right then, Brother Tianyu, and I will hurry up. Seeing that her sister wasn't feeling well, Lorna cut her original shopping plan by more than half. Then, Han Tianyu tried on a few more clothes and finally decided on the clothes he wanted to buy. Then, the three of them paid the bill and returned to the governor's mansion. Tianyu, I'm not feeling well. We will go back and rest first, Aisha said to Han Tianyu after returning to the governor's mansion. Then I will send you guys, said Han Tianyu. No need. Lorna will send me, said Aisha. Brother Tianyu, don't worry. Lorna smiled. Well, Aisha, you should rest well. I'll come to see you tonight, Han Tianyu said. Chapter 2486, 2486. Translator, 549699033. During dinner, Han Tianyu deliberately did not invite Aisha and Lorna. He just asked the waiter to send some exquisite dishes to the small courtyard where the two of them lived. Although Han Tianyu said that he would come to see Aisha and Lorna in the evening, he was not in a hurry to go over. Instead, he slowly drank tea in his room. On the other hand, Lorna was walking around the room with a pout. Lorna, stop walking around. You're making me dizzy, Aisha said to Lorna, who was walking around the room. Sister, it's all your fault. Brother Tianyu must be angry, Lorna said unhappily. Sigh. Aisha sighed. Then she said to Lorna sincerely, Do you like him? Ah. Lorna was shocked. Then she quickly shook her head and said, No, 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 no. But in the end, Lorna's confidence was less and less. My silly sister, do you know that we are different from them? They are just creatures of the three-dimensional space. She was even more certain of her guess. Sister, you're talking nonsense. I'm not. Although Lorna was quibbling, she was getting more and more flustered in her heart. Aisha shook her head. To be honest, Han Tianyu was indeed very charming. Even Aisha herself was occasionally attracted by Han Tianyu's temperament. However, in her heart, she constantly reminded herself that she and Han Tianyu were not from the same world. In the Gamma space, Aisha and Lorna did not have their current looks. Their current beauty was entirely due to the carrier. It was just like how girls like to choose beautiful characters for themselves when playing games, even if they were very mediocre in real life. Therefore, in the Gamma dimension, regardless of whether it was Aisha or Lorna, they did not have any outstanding looks, nor did they have the support of a family background. They could not even come into contact with an ordinary second generation. Therefore, it was very normal for Lorna to fall into Han Tianyu's trap very quickly. After all, a prince charming like Han Tianyu, who was both handsome, talented, and rich, would not be interested in them in the real world of the Gamma dimension. She had met her Prince Charming, so she fell deeply into it, just like the little girls who fell in love online. Although she knew that everything was illusory, she still couldn't extricate herself. Aisha's personality was different from Lorna's. Firstly, she was older, so she thought more. And secondly, she was more realistic. They knew that this game space was just a process for them to experience. In the end, they had to return to reality. If they fell too deeply into it, they would be the ones who would be hurt in the end. Lorna pouted and sat down, but she was unhappy. It was not that she did not know that this game space was illusory. She and Han Tianyu could not be together forever, but she was very addicted to the feeling of being together with Han Tianyu. Therefore, she deliberately prevented herself from thinking about the Gamma space and the gap between her and Han Tianyu, allowing herself to immerse herself in this happy dream. However, Aisha still shattered her dream in the end, reminding her of the display. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, this place is also illusory, and it doesn't have much of an impact on us in reality. Why don't you wholeheartedly fall in love with him? Aisha saw her sister's depressed expression. Her heart ached. Lorna looked at Aisha with hope. Yes. Aisha nodded. After all, Lorna's relationship with Han Tianyu was just an online relationship with an NPC. It wouldn't affect reality. Lorna hugged Aisha. Aisha patted Lorna's head lovingly. Lorna suddenly raised her head and asked. Aisha's face immediately turned red. Sister, don't lie to me. We grew up together, Lorna said. Although Aisha didn't directly nod her head, it was almost a tacit agreement. After all, Han Tianyu was the most attractive young man they could come into contact with, If Aisha said that she didn't like Han Tianyu at all, it would definitely be a lie. Then let's do it together, Lorna suddenly said. Don't talk nonsense. Aisha immediately refused. She would never allow herself to violate the moral red line. What nonsense? This is not reality. We are in the game space. Lorna's words moved Aisha. Yes, this was the game space. An unrealistic environment made moral standards worthless. Back when Jiang Fei was on Earth, he was like this when he was playing the game. Theft, robbery, and even killing that were not allowed in real life became legal. Especially when faced with NPCs, the players were even more lawless. At this moment, Lorna and Aisha were the same. If it was in the real world, then Aisha would never snatch Lorna's boyfriend. However, in the game, her heart was not so firm. Although Aisha did not directly agree, she was relieved. After getting her sister's permission, Lorna was extremely excited. Now, she especially liked to stay by Han Tianyu's side. Look for me. At this moment, Han Tianyu walked into the small courtyard with a smile. Wow, Brother Tianyu, you're so amazing. Luana hopped out and very naturally protected Han Tianyu's arm. Han Tianyu reached out and scratched Luana's little nose. The girl's nose wrinkled, and then she rubbed her little face against Han Tianyu's arm in enjoyment. What's going on? I haven't even used my ultimate skill. Han Tianyu was stunned for a moment. Lorna's reaction was a little out of his expectations. Although he had thought that Lorna would be easier to deal with from the start, her speed was a little too fast. At this moment, Han Tianyu had never expected that Aisha, who had originally wanted to stop Lorna, would actually use her power to assist him in the opposite direction. Chapter 2487 2487 Translated 5496 33 Aisha smiled at Han Tianyu. How are you? Han Tianyu asked with concern. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired, Aisha said with a smile. That's good. Han Tianyu nodded and took out a small box from his body. Then, he said to Aisha, I just took this back. Try it, Aisha asked in confusion, but she did not take the box from Han Tianyu. Lorna was not polite at all. She snatched the box and ran to Aisha's side. Lorna directly opened the small box. The moment the box was opened, a strong aura of life was emitted. The sealing effect of the box was very good. Aisha, who had the power of life before, could not sense the aura of life in the box. Lorna pouted. She did not recognize this thing. It was possible for one to be born in every galaxy. It contained endless life energy. I saw that Aisha was tired so easily. It must be because her body was weak. Therefore, I rushed to 2 galaxies away and bought it back. Han Tianyu was really a genius who stared at the 2 people who were lying. How could a treasure like the life core be bought? This was clearly what he had just asked for from Jiang Fei. This time, Jiang Fei had really gone all out. He heard from Han Tianyu that there was a chance to take down the 2 girls. Now, he needed a treasure that contained powerful life energy. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and took out 1 life core. Currently, Jiang Fei still had 6 life cores on him. Bella needed 8 to advance to the next level. Therefore, taking out 1 life core temporarily would not have much of an effect. After obtaining the life core, Han Tianyu was not in a hurry to deliver it to Aisha. After all, if such an item came too easily, even the most precious treasure would not be so precious. Only the hard-won item would make a girl feel even more touched. Lorna widened her eyes in surprise. It is possible, but not every galaxy can have one, Han Tianyu explained. Isn't that even more precious? Lorna asked. Money is just a worldly thing. Han Tianyu waved his hand. Then he came to Aisha and said gently, Take it. This thing will be useful to you. In the future, your body will not be so weak. Looking at Han Tianyu's slightly haggard and caring face, Aisha's heart suddenly twitched. Aisha's throat choked. She did not know what to say for a moment. In terms of life force, Aisha, who had a cheat, was much stronger than this life core, so she did not really need this thing. But the problem was that Han Tianyu saw that she was weak, so he went to great lengths to help her get healing items. This was what touched her the most. Governor! A butler ran in. He whispered in Han Tianyu's ear, "All the houses and private property under your name have been contacted by the buyers. The transaction can be done at any time." "Okay." Han Tianyu nodded slightly. The butler frowned and asked. Han Tianyu said firmly. The butler turned around and left. The conversation between the butler and Han Tianyu was very quiet. But who were the two girls in the room? With their strength, even if their voices were lower than a mosquito's, they could still hear it clearly, let alone a normal whisper. "Brother Tianyu, you sold all your assets?" "Why?" Lorna asked as she hugged Han Tianyu's arm. Han Tianyu smiled faintly. Aisha stared blankly at the life core in her hand, then raised her head to look at Han Tianyu. She felt as if something was gripping her heart, and her eyes sparkled with tears of gratitude. She had only said that she was tired, but Han Tianyu did not hesitate to sell all his assets in exchange for this life core that could nourish her. For a moment, Aisha was so touched that she could not speak. "As long as you are healthy, spending some money is nothing," Han Tianyu said with a smile, as if those assets were nothing to him. Lorna asked, "I'm still the governor of this planet. At least I can live in the governor's mansion. Moreover, my salary is not low. In a few years, I can buy those things back, but the life core is different. If I miss this time, I don't know how long I'll have to wait to see it again," Han Tianyu said. Aisha held the life core with both hands and brought it back to Han Tianyu. "Take it with you, or everything I've done will be in vain." Han Tianyu stepped forward and held Aisha's hands. He helped Aisha clench her fist tightly and asked her to take the life core. Aisha felt her throat was choked. She wanted to say a lot of things to Han Tianyu, but she couldn't say anything. Lorna said in Aisha's ear, this was the game's space, where they could not be bound by moral concepts. It was like a dream, this perfect boyfriend that was impossible to get in the real world. How could she have the nerve to interfere? However, Han Tianyu was too charming. It was almost impossible for her to meet such a perfect and warm man in reality. If she missed this illusory opportunity, she might never meet such a man in her life. Moreover, Lorna's suggestion was always in Aisha's ears. Everything here was illusory and fake. Why couldn't she indulge in it? After all, everything would be back to normal once they returned to reality. Chapter 2488, 2488. Translator 5496903. As the defense line in her heart was loosened, Aisha's face immediately turned red from embarrassment. "Aisha, what's wrong?" Han Tianyu asked knowingly. He just wanted to provoke Aisha. He had used such a big move. If he didn't get anything out of it, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Aisha's face turned even redder when she was asked by Han Tianyu. Her little face was as red as blood. Aya. Of course, Lorna knew why her sister was like this, so she pinched Han Tianyu's arm hard. On one hand, she was helping her sister out of trouble. On the other hand, she was venting the little bit of jealousy in her heart. Although they were biological sisters, and she was prepared to share her boyfriend with her sister in the game, seeing Han Tianyu spend so much effort to please her sister, Lorna was still a little jealous. Han Tianyu was pinched so hard that he took a deep breath. This move seemed to be an innate skill of girls, and each of them had practiced it to perfection. Lorna snorted and rolled her eyes at Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu laughed in his heart. It seemed that these two girls had already fallen into his trap. It was time for him to reel in the net. "Aisha, if you feel uncomfortable, put this life core in your heart." Han Tianyu continued to pretend to be dumb, as if he did not understand why Aisha's face was red. How could a little girl like Aisha, who had never been in a relationship, defeat a playboy like Han Tianyu? She didn't realize that Han Tianyu's silly look was all an act. I was planning to take you guys to the amusement park tomorrow." Han Tianyu suddenly said hesitantly. "Amusement park?" Lorna's interest was immediately piqued. Aisha was worried. She didn't blush because she was sick, but she was too embarrassed to tell Han Tianyu, so she could only continue pretending. "Sister," Lorna said eagerly. She knew that her sister was shy, so of course she didn't want to waste another day. "I'll be fine after some rest." In order not to embarrass herself in front of Han Tianyu, Aisha had no choice but to brace herself, even though she also wanted to go tomorrow. Lorna asked in surprise. Yeah, you guys go ahead and play. Aisha was now trying to pretend to be fat, even though she was indeed not interested in amusement parks. However, she also wanted to be by Han Tianyu's side. Moreover, she was not very confident in her sister, but now that she was being held here, she could only bite the bullet and persevere. Lorna was a little disappointed, and she was about to tell Han Tianyu to go another day. But before Lorna could say anything, Han Tianyu took the initiative to invite her. Lorna, why don't the two of you go? I've been to the amusement park once, and it's really fun. Lorna was really hesitant. She didn't want her sister to stay at home alone, but she really wanted to go to the amusement park. Go ahead, Lorna. I'll be fine at home, Aisha said at this time. She didn't want her sister to be disappointed because of her. Then, Lorna really wanted to go to the amusement park, and she also had some thoughts in her heart. She also wanted to be alone with Han Tianyu, even though she was prepared to share her boyfriend with her sister. But how could a person not be selfish? Han Tianyu did not give Lorna a chance to refuse. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Han Tianyu had deliberately placed Aisha there. Otherwise, how could he separate the two sisters? If the two girls were together all the time, the difficulty of young Master Han getting on base would skyrocket. Although the two girls were interested in him now, they would definitely be cautious when they were together. Only young Master Han could do whatever he wanted. Han Tianyu was definitely not a coward like Jiang Fei. To young Master Han, if picking up girls was not to get on base, everything would be meaningless. Lorna asked after Han Tianyu left. No, you guys go and play. I'm not interested in places like amusement parks, Aisha said. Lorna nodded. She was a little disappointed, but also a little happy, because tomorrow she would be able to play alone with Brother Tianyu for the whole day. The next morning, Han Tianyu came to pick up Lorna. Aisha sent them to the door of the small courtyard and then went back. Lorna asked, although the sports car has been sold, I still have a scooter. Han Tianyu smiled. Then, Han Tianyu drove a very ordinary-looking, but also custom-made, high-grade bulletproof car to carry Lorna straight to the capital's big amusement park. Wow, so many people. The Ferris wheel is so fun. I want to play this. The pirate ship is also so interesting. I want to play with it too. I want to play with this. And this. Once they entered the amusement park, Lorna was having a great time. She wanted to try almost every piece of amusement equipment, and Han Tianyu naturally wouldn't reject it, especially those exciting projects. He was even more willing to bring Lorna to try them. Ha ha ha. So awesome. Lorna was laughing the whole time. During that time, Han Tianyu had taken advantage of her many times, whether intentionally or not. She didn't mind. Anyway, she was ready to have an imaginary relationship. This little physical contact was acceptable. Phew! After playing for half a day, Lorna was finally tired. She sat on the bench that was resting and took off her little shoes to the side. Her pair of pink little feet swayed around, wanting to relax. Han Tianyu sat beside Lorna. Then, with both hands, he placed Lorna's legs on his knees. Lorna was shocked because her little feet were caught in Han Tianyu's palm. With one sentence from Han Tianyu, Lorna immediately stopped struggling. I'll massage you. Han Tianyu smiled as he massaged Lorna's pink little feet. Ha, it tickles. It feels so good. At first, Lorna was a little nervous. Later, she simply hugged Han Tianyu's neck and lay in his arms, allowing Han Tianyu to rub her feet, then her calves, and then... Chapter 2489, 2489. Translator, 549690033. As an experienced player, Han Tianyu occupied the dominant position in the entire process of facing a young girl like Lorna. His large hands moved back and forth on Lorna's body. However, he never approached the sensitive area. Gradually, Lorna began to adapt to Han Tianyu's touch. She hugged Han Tianyu's neck and allowed him to explore her body. Suddenly, Han Tianyu possessed her and kissed Lorna's cherry lips like a sneak attack. Lorna's eyes widened. She was not mentally prepared at all. Subconsciously, she wanted to break free. However, after a moment, Lorna's body went limp. The girl responded to Han Tianyu's kiss in an awkward manner. In terms of kissing skills, Jiang Fei was such a good-for-nothing that he could not even see Han Tianyu's taillight. As for Lorna, who had never experienced such a thing, it was needless to say. Under Han Tianyu's guidance, she only responded instinctively. After a short while, Lorna, who was completely out of control, was defeated. Huff, huff, huff. Lorna was panting heavily due to Han Tianyu's kiss and caress. Her entire body collapsed into Han Tianyu's arms. Lorna, you're so cute now, Han Tianyu said gently as he looked at Lorna's blushing face. Lorna asked in a low voice with a blushing face. As soon as she said this, she was embarrassed to death. Han Tianyu said firmly, "Ah." In an instant, Lorna was stunned. Her first kiss had been dedicated to the man in front of her, and her body had been touched by him. How could they not be considered dating now? Lorna was stunned and did not know what to do. Han Tianyu smiled. Then, he took out a beautiful crown from somewhere, which was embedded with sparkling gems. Han Tianyu put the crown on Lorna's head, and then took out a bunch of bright red roses from somewhere. Han Tianyu held the flowers in front of Lorna and asked in a feminine voice, I. Lorna was stunned by the sudden surprise. She didn't know what to say. What do you mean you are willing? Han Tianyu looked. I'm willing. Lorna took the flowers and threw herself into Han Tianyu's arms. At that moment, Lorna felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Han Tianyu hugged Lorna and spun her a few times before putting her down. Han Tianyu asked with a smile. Lorna nodded very seriously. Han Tianyu asked again. Lorna shook her head. Even if her legs were broken, she didn't feel tired. Han Tianyu looked up at the sky. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He didn't want to go back in such a hurry. Therefore, in the next few hours, Han Tianyu took Lorna to play around. Lorna was also very excited. She felt that she had never been so happy. The two of them played almost all the events in the amusement park. Wow! Lorna hugged Han Tianyu's arm happily. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Young Master Han's shameless words came straight out of his mouth. Girls in love loved this kind of thing the most. Although these words were disgusting to others, to Lorna, they were sweeter than honey. Han Tianyu said. Lorna also nodded. She had spent the whole day playing crazily and had long forgotten about Aisha. Han Tianyu took Lorna out of the amusement park and found his hover car. Then, the two of them drove to the city. Half an hour later, Han Tianyu's hover car started to make strange noises. Then, it broke down not long after. Damn it! Why did it break down at the critical moment? Han Tianyu said with a frustrated look. Huh? What should we do then? Lorna asked with a little panic. We can only walk back. I don't usually drive this car, so I didn't know that there was a problem with it, Han Tianyu said. Right. Lorna also remembered that Han Tianyu had sold almost all of his assets to buy the life core for Aisha, including his luxury car. Come on. The car is broken down here anyway. Let's walk back, Han Tianyu said and got out of the car. Lorna nodded and followed Han Tianyu out of the car. The two of them walked side by side along the road. The location here was very desolate. It was neither a village nor a store. After walking for more than 20 minutes, lights finally appeared in front of them. When the two of them got closer, they saw that this place was actually a motel. Lorna, it's too late, Han Tianyu said. Oh. Lorna nodded. Otherwise, why would the IQ of a woman in love be close to zero? Although Lorna's strongest strength was the power of death, her carrier was also quite powerful. Teleporting and flying were nothing to her. Even if she brought Han Tianyu back to the city, it would only be a matter of minutes. However, under Han Tianyu's guidance, Lorna could not think straight. Whatever Han Tianyu said, she would do. Soon, the two of them arrived at the front desk of the motel. Han Tianyu said to the lady at the front desk of the motel, I'm sorry, sir. We only have one room, said the front desk of the motel. She had been doing this for many years. What rules did she not know? What kind of trick was that? Han Tianyu pretended to be stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Lorna. One room, one room. Lorna was now a typical case of forgetting her mind at home, so she had no idea what the big bad wolf Han Tianyu wanted to do. Han Tianyu pretended to be reluctant and said. The receptionist was very efficient. After receiving the money, she opened a room for Han Tianyu. Then, Han Tianyu followed the directions on the room card and brought Lorna to his room. Wow! Lorna entered the room. She found that it was a pink room with a heart-shaped pink bed and rose petals scattered all over it. If it was a regular player, he would recognize it at a glance as a standard couple's room. Chapter 2490. Translator 5496903. Lorna, you sleep on the bed. Han Tianyu did not reveal his true nature as a big bad wolf at first. Okay, Lorna nodded obediently. Then I'll go wash up first. Han Tianyu pointed at the bathroom and said, logically speaking, he should let the girl wash up first, but didn't he have a special purpose today? Han Tianyu washed very carefully. He didn't want to leave a bad impression on the girl. When Han Tianyu came out of the shower, Lorna had already changed out of her clothes and was only wearing a nightgown from the hotel. You go take a shower, Han Tianyu said to Lorna. Lorna ran all the way into the bathroom. Because of the running, the little rabbit on her chest jumped up and down. Although it was separated by the nightgown, it also made Han Tianyu thirsty. Hearing the sound of water in the bathroom, Han Tianyu started to feel excited. However, he resisted himself and did not run over to peek. After a long time, when Han Tianyu was about to panic, Lorna finally finished washing up. Lorna came out of the bathroom like a hibiscus out of water. Her small face was pink, and there were droplets of water on the ends of her hair. She looked so beautiful that Han Tianyu could not take his eyes off her. Lorna asked shyly, "Look at my little princess. You are so beautiful," Han Tianyu praised sincerely. Although Lorna pouted, her face was full of happiness. Okay, it's very late. You go to bed first, Han Tianyu said while pointing at the big bed in the room. Then, he lay on the sofa. The sofa in the hotel naturally couldn't be that big, 8 meters tall, so he curled up on the sofa, looking very uncomfortable. Lorna was lying on the big bed by herself. The ceiling of the starry sky pattern was above her head. As she lay there, it was as if she could look up at the starry sky. The entire room became quiet. There was only the sound of 2 people breathing. Han Tianyu closed his eyes and waited silently. At the same time, he silently said in his heart, "Little girl, don't disappoint me. Otherwise, don't blame me for rushing in and forcefully killing you." Time passed by minute, but there was no movement from Lorna's side. This made Han Tianyu even think that she had fallen asleep. Creak! When Han Tianyu flipped over, the shoddy sofa made a sound that made one's teeth ache. The reason why Han Tianyu tossed and turned was partly to give Lorna a hint, and partly because it was really uncomfortable. 3 meters long, it was unbearable for him to curl up inside. After a long time, when Han Tianyu was about to lose his patience, Lorna finally spoke. Han Tianyu replied. Lorna asked, "A little, but it's okay. Just bear with it for a while. We'll go home when the sun comes up," Han Tianyu said. "Why don't?" Lorna mustered up a lot of courage to say this. Although she liked Han Tianyu, the time they had known each other was too short. Furthermore, they had just established a relationship, and now they were sleeping together. This made Lorna completely unprepared. Han Tianyu rejected her flatly. Why? Girls in love were always too sensitive. Lorna was just like that. She was still debating whether she should sleep with Han Tianyu. Now that Han Tianyu rejected her, she immediately thought of many bad things. When she thought that Han Tianyu might dislike her, Lorna actually began to sob. Han Tianyu quickly stood up from the sofa and went to the bed. At this time, Lorna was hugging her knees and sitting on the bed, sobbing continuously. Han Tianyu pulled Lorna into his arms and said to her gently, "How can I dislike you?" Lorna asked with tears in her eyes. Han Tianyu laughed bitterly. Then he said to Lorna, "Do you know how beautiful you are? Do you know how much I like you? But I'm a man, a healthy man. I'm afraid that I can't control myself if I sleep with you. I'm afraid that I'll hurt you." Looking at the pained expression on her lover's face, Lorna's little face turned red. She nestled herself in Han Tianyu's arms. Although there were still tears on her face, she was extremely happy in her heart. Lorna thought to herself, "Since he can sacrifice himself for me, so what if I sacrifice a little? Anyway, I like him, and this is the game world. Even if I give myself to him, what does it matter? Thinking of this, Lorna's little face turned even redder until it reached her ears. "Lorna, be good," Han Tianyu said and kissed Lorna on the forehead, then got ready to get up. Lorna suddenly put her arm around Han Tianyu's neck and kissed him. The girl's eyes were closed tightly because she was inexperienced, and her eyelashes were even slightly trembling. How could a person like Han Tianyu refuse the benefits that were offered to him? He lowered his head and kissed Lorna. The two of them were originally like a hot fire. Now that he had poured a bucket of gasoline on them, the result was obvious. As the kiss continued, Han Tianyu's big hand reached into Lorna's nightgown. As he had just showered, there was nothing in Lorna's nightgown. This time, Han Tianyu had gotten the upper hand. His big hand ran freely on Lorna's delicate body, attacking cities and lands everywhere. Very soon, the inexperienced Lorna completely collapsed into his arms. The girl was nestled in Han Tianyu's arms. Her eyes were a little blurry. If it was Jiang Fei at this time, there might have been an accident. The outcome was already determined. Tonight would definitely be a night of blooming flowers and a spring garden. I am the dividing line of a severe crackdown. The next morning, when a morning sun shone through the gaps in the curtains into the room, Lorna was curled up in Han Tianyu's arms like a kitten. The battle last night had exhausted her, who was inexperienced, so she slept very deeply. Han Tianyu squinted his eyes. He glanced at the red spots on the bedsheet next to him. He was secretly proud of himself. What was so great about strength? What apostle? What player? Jiang Fei was an opponent that even an expert could not defeat. Was he not able to defeat him easily? Chapter 2491. Translator 549690033. Perhaps feeling the glare of the sun, Lorna turned around in a daze and found a more comfortable spot in Han Tianyu's arms to continue sleeping. Seeing Lorna curled up in his arms like a kitten, Han Tianyu could not help but let out a chuckle. Lorna was shocked, and she immediately woke up. Since Lorna could remember, she had never slept with a boy. Now that she was in a daze, she suddenly heard a boy's laughter. This really scared her. Han Tianyu asked with a smile. When she looked up, Lorna saw Han Tianyu's smiling face. Then, she looked down and saw that both of them were honest with each other. So, the girl was so embarrassed that she immediately hid under the blanket. Even her head was buried deep in the blanket, as if she was an ostrich that had been frightened. However, it did not seem like a big deal to hide under the blanket. However, the problem was that Han Tianyu was under the same blanket as her. Furthermore, he was not wearing anything. Lorna shrunk her neck. Han Tianyu's ferocious weapon that had been used in the early morning was now right in front of Lorna. With another scream, Lorna escaped from the blanket again. Han Tianyu was so amused by Lorna that he almost laughed his head off. "I hate you. I hate you. I hate you." Seeing that Han Tianyu actually laughed at her, Lorna's childish temper flared up. She immediately pounced on Han Tianyu and began to punch him in the chest. However, this movement did not matter. It immediately affected the wound from yesterday. Although the pain was not very intense, the problem was that the position of the wound was rather awkward. Furthermore, after she rushed out of the blanket, Han Tianyu could see Lorna's delicate body clearly. Therefore, the girl was so embarrassed that she hid back. Han Tianyu pulled Lorna into his embrace. Then, he began to gently caress Lorna's moving curves as he said sweet words of love. After the shyness passed, it was time for the fire to burn. Especially Lorna, who had just tasted the taste, she was even more infatuated with that feeling despite being shy. When Han Tianyu and Lorna came out of the hotel fully dressed, it was almost noon. Han Tianyu asked, "Don't eat anymore. Let's go home quickly." Lorna finally remembered Aisha, who was still at home. Han Tianyu asked with a faint smile. Lorna's little face turned red with embarrassment. She was limping a little now. She really didn't have the face to see her sister. "Don't worry. You'll recover soon," Han Tianyu said with a smile. Lorna asked. She was also close to zero in love. Any girl with a bit of intelligence would immediately ask, "How do you know so much in detail? How many girls did you harm?" Han Tianyu made a call. In less than 20 minutes, a new car arrived in front of him. This was too easy for Han Tianyu. Lorna, who was addicted to love, did not think too much about it. Otherwise, Han Tianyu would not have been able to explain why he did not ask someone to send a car over last night. Instead, he took Lorna to a hotel. After that, Han Tianyu drove Lorna back to the city center. Then, they found a very romantic restaurant and enjoyed a very sweet lunch with Lorna. After eating and drinking their fill, the two of them found a cafe to sit for a while. Han Tianyu's words of love came out of his mouth, coaxing Lorna so much that she could not even find her bed. To face a top-tier, boss-level opponent like Han Tianyu right away was like giving away an experienced baby for free. When the sky was almost dark, Lorna's injuries had almost recovered. After all, she was a top-tier expert. Although this small injury was located in a sensitive location, it was still very easy for her to recover. After dinner, Lorna and Han Tianyu returned to the small courtyard of the governor's mansion. At this time, Aisha's eyes were almost red from waiting. Lorna called out timidly. She was still a little afraid of her sister. Although Aisha had a gentle personality, she was really angry this time. Fortunately, Aisha was also a young girl without any experience. Otherwise, even if Lorna recovered from her injury, her slightly deformed walking posture will be noticed by others. Asked Aisha, staring into Lorna's eyes. We played at the amusement park very late, and then Brother Tianyu's car broke down. Lorna was afraid that her sister would scold her, so he took the initiative to lie for Han Tianyu. Aisha asked. Lorna was a little afraid to look her sister in the eyes. Okay, go back and take a bath quickly. Aisha looked at Lorna for a while, and then actually let her go so easily. Yes, Lorna was as if she had been pardoned. She trotted back to her room. Let's talk, Aisha said to Han Tianyu after sending Lorna away. Han Tianyu nodded. He knew that he would have to get through this sooner or later. Aisha was not so easy to fool. I'm going to propose to Lorna, Han Tianyu said. Are you kidding me? Aisha asked with her eyes wide open. I'm a man. I should be responsible for myself. I also like Lorna very much, Han Tianyu said. Aisha was stunned. Although Han Tianyu didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. He had done what he should and shouldn't have done with Lorna. I'm sorry. I admit that I couldn't control myself, but my love for Lorna is real, Han Tianyu said sincerely. Aisha sighed. She didn't know how to continue the conversation. After all, she was just a young girl. Don't worry. After Han Tianyu said that, he seemed to realize that he had let it slip, so he immediately changed his words. I'll love Lorna well. Sister, if you need any help, I'll do my best. Aisha stared at Han Tianyu blankly. As for what he said later, she did not listen to a single word. Her heart suddenly throbbed. After Han Tianyu had gone bankrupt the day before yesterday to buy her the life core, although Aisha herself did not admit it, she was indeed touched and had a shadow of Han Tianyu in her heart. Today, when she heard that Han Tianyu was going to propose to Lorna, her heart was gloomy and she even had the thought of withdrawing. However, Han Tianyu had accidentally let it slip, which caused waves in Aisha's heart again. Chapter 2492. Translator 5496903. Aisha stood there in a daze. Her eyes were fixed on Han Tianyu, but she could not say a word. What could Aisha say at this moment? Should she wish him and her sister happiness? Or should she take the initiative to confess to him? No matter which plan it was, Aisha could not do it. When Han Tianyu saw Aisha's expression, he did not even need Jiang Fei's mind-reading skill. He could guess what this girl was thinking. As a master of flowers, he was very experienced in this kind of thing. Han Tianyu took 2 steps forward and stood opposite Aisha. The hot air that he exhaled could almost reach Aisha's face. This made Aisha's small face instantly turn red. If it was another man, even if Aisha did not smack him, she would have turned around and walked away. However, the man opposite her was Han Tianyu, the man that made her fall in love with him. Aisha stood in front of Han Tianyu like a fool. She was already at a loss. Han Tianyu said gently to Aisha. Aisha asked subconsciously, I'm sorry. I'm not a single-minded man. Han Tianyu knew that it was impossible to deceive someone like Aisha. She needed to be sincere. Aisha was stunned. She didn't expect Han Tianyu to say such a thing. I like you too. I know it's wrong, but I can't control myself. Han Tianyu said as he held Aisha's shoulder. He forced Aisha to look at him. What nonsense are you talking about? Aisha struggled. I like her too. I know I'm greedy, but both of you are too outstanding. I can't make a choice. Han Tianyu was the kind of person who could say such shameless words that were especially sentimental. In Zhang Fei's words, even a person like Han Tianyu did not need to read the script to act in a certain aunt's immoral love drama. Aisha was completely dumbfounded. Although Han Tianyu was shameless and had a very bad sense of values, one had to admit that this guy was too good at creating an atmosphere. He knew too well what girls wanted. Every word he said was stuck in the heart of the girls, causing them to sink into it unknowingly. As for Aisha, who had a lower level of lovability, in front of Han Tianyu, she simply had no fighting ability at all. The little bit of rationality she had was quickly broken. At this moment, Aisha's heart was full of Han Tianyu's good intentions. Her heart was full of everything he had done for her. Han Tianyu saw that the girl was about to surrender her gun, so he immediately took out a large bouquet of flowers and began to confess. If one knew Han Tianyu well, they would know that after he obtained the spatial equipment, he basically carried a full set of equipment to pick up girls, and he would even reach out for flowers. Aisha subconsciously took the flowers. Although her expression was hesitant and there was still a little moral barrier in her heart, subconsciously, she had already fallen for it. This is not reality. We are in the game space. Lorna's previous words began to reverberate in Aisha's mind. These words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. When Aisha said these words, it meant that she had already agreed to Han Tianyu's request. I will tell her the truth. If she blames me, then let her blame me. Han Tianyu said shamelessly, but in Aisha's ears, it became Han Tianyu's act of being brave and responsible. Okay. Aisha was so touched that she leaned gently into Han Tianyu's arms. Thank you, Aisha. Han Tianyu promised gently, Aisha said in a low voice. In the next half an hour, Han Tianyu held Aisha gently. He knew that Aisha and Lorna's personalities were completely different, so they needed to adopt different tactics. So the two of them leaned against each other and chatted about some mushy love talk. When Lorna came out of the shower, Aisha and Han Tianyu separated like lightning. Han Tianyu seemed to be fine, while Aisha's face was flushed. Han Tianyu took 2 steps forward, looking like he was going to tell Lorna everything, but was stopped by Aisha. Okay, it's late. Lorna, and I need a rest. Aisha was nervous. She was afraid that her sister would see through her, so she deliberately distanced herself from Han Tianyu. Han Tianyu hesitated for a moment, then turned and left. After Han Tianyu left, Lorna looked at Aisha with a strange look. Aisha pretended to be angry, but she was panicking. Lorna suddenly said, "How was that possible?" Aisha subconsciously wanted to blame Han Tianyu, but in an instant, she realized that she had been tricked. "Oof," Lorna said proudly. Aisha said with guilt, "What's there to be sorry about?" Lorna smiled. Aisha still felt that she had interfered in her sister's relationship. "What's there to mind?" Lorna shrugged and said. Aisha asked, "Of course," Lorna said. Aisha hugged Lorna in her arms. "Sister, I'll tell you in secret." Lorna leaned in Aisha's ear and began to impart her experience. Aisha had been teaching her since she was young. This time, she had seized the opportunity. Aisha immediately blushed. "Sister, don't be shy," Lorna said, as if she had been through it. Aisha was so shy that she ran to her room. Lorna finally found a way to bully her sister, so she immediately chased after her. Then he would definitely regret leaving too early. Chapter 2493. Translator 5496903-3. The next morning, Han Tianyu once again went to the little courtyard where the 2 sisters lived. As soon as Han Tianyu entered the little courtyard, Lorna came out to greet him. Han Tianyu carefully observed Lorna's expression. He did not notice anything strange on Lorna's face. Lorna said as she came to Han Tianyu's side. She naturally hugged his arm. Han Tianyu asked with a smile, "You're really capable," Lorna said as she pinched the soft flesh on Han Tianyu's waist with her small hand and then made a 180-degree clockwise movement. Han Tianyu sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. This move of the girl's was a natural maximum-level skill, and the effect was definitely excellent. "Oof," Lorna pouted and asked. Han Tianyu was a wily old fox. When he saw Lorna's appearance, he knew that this girl was not really angry, so he naturally smeared oil on his mouth. "Oof." Lorna rolled her eyes at Han Tianyu charmingly, but she was mostly acting coquettishly and was not really angry. Han Tianyu laughed in his heart. From Lorna's appearance, he could tell that the two sisters should have already talked things out last night. Then it should be a done deal for him to hug her on both sides. At this time, Aisha also walked out. Her face was flushed. Although she had agreed to share her boyfriend with her sister last night, she was still very shy when they were face to face. "Humph!" Lorna snorted and then reluctantly pinched Han Tianyu's waist again. Han Tianyu teased, and then started to play with Lorna. "Whose husband are you?" Lorna was not willing to be outdone and also started to go crazy with Han Tianyu. "Aisha, save me." At this moment, Han Tianyu seized the opportunity and dragged Aisha down with him. "You're annoying," Aisha said coquettishly. However, when she saw Han Tianyu being chased by Lorna, her heart still ached a little. Hence, she joined the battlefield and started to help Han Tianyu stop Lorna. With the three of them fooling around, Han Tianyu naturally took advantage of them. During this period, he was constantly taking advantage of them. Lorna and Han Tianyu rolled into the same bed, so she naturally did not mind. But with Lorna's help, she could not escape Han Tianyu's clutches. In the next few days, Han Tianyu was finally happy. During the day, he hugged the two girls and played crazily. At night, Lorna would warm the bed for him. Although Aisha was conservative and shy, she was never succeeded by young Master Han, but it was only a matter of time. The happy days continued for a few days. One day, young Master Han was watching TV with the two girls. Suddenly, the program on the TV stopped. Then it began to broadcast urgent news. This morning, Emperor Zhu Peter ordered the arrest of the Empire's Grand Marshal Jiang Fei. When the host broadcast the news, his face was filled with shock. It seemed that he had received the draft at the last minute. F***CK. What kind of joke is this? Han Tianyu jumped up from the sofa. Now, His Majesty Zhu Peter has ordered the removal of Jiang Fei's Grand Marshal's military rank. The attitude of the Imperial Army is still unclear. The rest of the news was basically related to the punishment of Jiang Fei. However, Han Tianyu was not in the mood to listen to it anymore. Han Tianyu stood up immediately. "Brother Tianyu, are you going to protect Jiang Fei? He's a fugitive now," Lorna asked. "What do you mean by protecting? That bullsh** T Emperor is just a puppet. My brother is the real family of this universe empire." Han Tianyu said. Aisha nodded. Previously, Jiang Fei had mentioned this to them. Moreover, after he had drafted the decree, the emperor had signed and issued it directly. It seemed that the emperor really did not hold power. Now, he suddenly gave such an order. It seemed a little unbelievable. You guys watch some television first. Although Han Tianyu was a lecherous person, he valued his brother more. Aisha nodded. Then, she stopped Lorna, who wanted to follow them. She felt that they should not be involved in this matter. As they jogged, Han Tianyu arrived at the place where Jiang Fei was in seclusion. He did not bother to knock on the door and directly pushed the door open and walked in. At this time, Jiang Fei's room was covered in dust. After all, he had been in seclusion for almost half a month. During this period, in order not to disturb him, there would naturally be no one to clean up. Although Han Tianyu knew that it was not a good thing to alarm Jiang Fei at this time, it was an urgent matter. He could not wait for Jiang Fei to naturally come out of closed-door cultivation. Jiang Fei opened his eyes. Although he had some understanding of closed-door cultivation, he did not gain much. When Han Tianyu entered the room, he was already awake. Han Tianyu said, "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Jiang Fei was shocked. What could possibly happen to me when I'm dealing with two girls? Han Tianyu rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei and said, Zhu Peter has given the order to strip your identity as the Grand Marshal and put you on the wanted list in the entire universe. Ah! Jiang Fei was confused. He knew about Zhu Peter. He was very cautious and was very good at judging the situation. He should understand who ruled the universe empire. How could he give such a suicidal order? All the major television channels in the empire are broadcasting this news. Han Tianyu analyset. Do you have a long-distance communication device? I would like to contact Aurelia, Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. If it was only Zhu Peter who was having a fit, it would not be a big problem. If he could cripple Rivendell and let Zhu Peter ascend the throne, he could also cripple Zhu Peter and let other big shots ascend the throne. Yes, Han Tianyu nodded. Then, he brought Jiang Fei to the communication center in the governor's mansion. Jiang Fei said to the engineer. The engineer immediately started operating. After more than 20 minutes, the instant communication between New China Star and Skoda Star was established. Chapter 2494. Translator 549690333. Aurelia asked. Jiang Fei replied. Something happened. Aurelia said. Yes, I know. That's why I'm here to ask you what happened. Jiang Fei said. I'm not too sure about the details. This morning, Zhu Peter suddenly gave the order to strip you of your identity as the Grand Marshal. Aurelia said. Jiang Fei asked. He did not care about what Zhu Peter thought. The most important thing now was to grasp the fleet. Aurelia frowned and explained the situation, as well as the main fleets of the Imperial Army stationed in other galaxies. All declared their loyalty to Emperor Jupiter. As Jupiter's fleets approached, even a few of Aurelia's direct fleets changed sides. They declared their loyalty to the Imperial Army and joined the Imperial fleet, preparing to surround and destroy Skoda Star. What? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never known that Jupiter had the ability to turn the direct fleets under his and Aurelia's eyes. I don't know what the situation is right now. We have to wait for the results of the investigation, Aurelia said. Jiang Fei asked. Based on the current situation, the condition of Skoda Star is relatively stable. Whether it is the scientific researchers or the military officers, they're all in their respective positions. There is nothing unusual about them, Aurelia said. Jiang Fei was slightly relieved. However, at that moment, an accident happened. Aurelia suddenly turned her head to the side. After a moment, she said to Jiang Fei, Have you seen the news? Just now, Zhu Peter has appointed the new Grand Marshal of the Empire. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then, he asked, What is the name of the new Grand Marshal? A guy I've never heard of. His name is John, said Aurelia. John. Jiang Fei frowned. He racked his brain, trying to figure out where he had heard this name before. What's wrong? Han Tianyu asked curiously. The name John was very common. It was also very common. Basically, if you shouted it on the street, he could turn around 7 or 8 times. F***CK. Suddenly, Jiang Fei stood up. Han Tianyu and Aurelia asked in unison. Jiang Fei said with difficulty. Han Tianyu and Aurelia were stunned. The third and fourth apostles were still in Han Tianyu's room. Why would the fifth apostle start something? Han Tianyu asked. After all, there were many people with that name. Jiang Fei sighed and went to the hall outside the communication room. Vinylin! Jiang Fei shouted loudly. There were many engineers and technicians in the hall. It was very convenient for Vinylin to come. An engineer patted Jiang Fei's shoulder from behind. Jiang Fei brought Vinylin to a remote corner. I know what you want to ask. That's right. Vinylin said directly. F***CK. Jiang Fei immediately exploded. Vinylin shrugged. What do you mean there's nothing I can do about it? Didn't the development team say that I should take care of them one by one? Asked Jiang Fei. I've told you before that these apostles are players who use cheats. They were not set up by the development team. Moreover, it was precisely because the development team could not take care of them that they asked you to take care of them. Now, the development team has indeed not asked you to take care of the fifth apostle. So, you can just leave it alone, said Varen. Ignore what? Jiang Fei said angrily. The thing that he could not tolerate the most was to threaten his parents and the girls around him. Now that John's military peak was pointed directly at Skodastar, it was like poking Jiang Fei's lung tube. I've said it before. The actions of these apostles are not something that the development team and I can control, Vinlon said with a shrug. Jiang Fei cursed angrily. Then he asked Vinolin, "What kind of person is this John? Tell me. Don't make me make another trip. I don't have the time." Vinolin pondered for a moment and said, "This John's ability is mind control. He can easily brainwash the creatures in your universe and control their minds." F***CK. Jiang Fei immediately understood what was going on. He had said that Zhu Peter was very sensible. Why would he suddenly give such an order? It turned out that he had been controlled by someone. The direct line fleets that had defected at the last minute were probably also killed by John. They had been brainwashed by him. Jiang Fei asked. Vinolin shook his head. "No?" Jiang Fei asked, dumbfounded. Vinolin explained. F***CK. Jiang Fei felt like flipping the table. Vinolin said helplessly, "Are the development team all useless? Why are their abilities getting stronger and stronger?" Jiang Fei was furious. John's ability was too terrifying. If he brainwashed Bella and the others and made them his enemies, Jiang Fei would not know what to do. Vinolin shrugged. It was not convenient for him to comment on such things. If he did not say it well, it would be easy for the development team to catch him. "Tell the development team that I have a request." Jiang Fei decided to be shameless. Vinolin asked. Jiang Fei said, "Because John's cheat ability could only brainwash NPCs. Those players could be immune to this ability." Vinolin closed his eyes. After a moment, Vinolin said to Jiang Fei with a troubled face, "I'm sorry. The development team has rejected your request. Their meaning is very clear. You can do it or not." Jiang Fei finally could not hold it in anymore. The development team was clearly going to take him down. They felt that he would not give up on this universe. Chapter 2495. Translator 5496903. I can't help you with the specifics. Vinolin sighed, then he said to Jiang Fei, "All right, you can do whatever you want from now on. The development team won't rush you. I still have other things to do. Goodbye." After Vinolin finished speaking, he ignored Jiang Fei and left. Only the engineer looked at Jiang Fei with a blank expression. Jiang Fei waved his hand helplessly. He realized that he was like a string puppet in front of the development team. No matter how much he tried to fight back, he could not get out of their hands. "Just you wait." Jiang Fei could not do anything other than to be ruthless in his heart. Not only that, he had to rush to planet Pizerns and destroy the fifth apostle, John. Although the development team would not rush him, Jiang Fei's entire family was under his threat. Now, Zhu Peter's royal fleet had already entered planet Skoda. If Jiang Fei did not act quickly, even if Aurelia and the others were not brainwashed by John, they would still be in danger. "Brother, I have to go. I'll leave Aisha and her sisters to you," Jiang Fei said as he looked straight into Han Tianyu's eyes. "Don't worry. When you're done with that, John, you can call them sister-in-law when you come back," Han Tianyu said confidently. Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. He did not have the time to tease Han Tianyu. After bidding Han Tianyu farewell, Jiang Fei went straight to the airport. Once he entered his yacht, Jiang Fei immediately ordered Maleki, "I'm going to planet Pizerns, hurry." Maleki immediately calculated the best route. Then, the yacht left planet Exinhua's airport through the Green Channel. The navigation mark has been confirmed. Automatic navigation activated. We are warping towards the Stargate. Following the automatic navigation voice of the spaceship, Jiang Fei's spaceship engine flashed with a bright light and instantly disappeared into the dimensional space. On the way to planet Pizerns, Jiang Fei could not help but start praying. Although he had never been a believer of any religion, this time he needed to focus his mind. "God bless me," Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he prayed. His family and the girls did not have the identity of players, therefore they were not immune to John's cheat. under the unreasonable power of the rules. As long as John had such thoughts, even Bella, who loved Jiang Fei deeply, would be brainwashed by him and turn against Jiang Fei. A few days later, Jiang Fei finally arrived at Planet Bizerns. As he was already a wanted criminal, he could no longer use his previous identity number. Therefore, Jiang Fei used a fake identity number. This might be difficult for ordinary people, but for the super artificial intelligence Malachi, it was a very simple thing. Using the fictitious ID code, Jiang Fei snuck into Planet Bizerns. Then, he disguised his appearance and adjusted his aura. Only then did he set foot on the land of Planet Bizerns. Let's go to the palace first. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and went straight to the Imperial Palace. On the way to the Imperial Palace, Jiang Fei noticed that his wanted posters were everywhere on both sides of the street. The reward inside was as high as tens of billions of Imperial coins. Jiang Fei laughed coldly and continued to head towards the Imperial Palace. After about half an hour, Jiang Fei arrived at the outer wall of the Imperial Palace. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Fei entered the invisible state. Then, he leaped over the high wall and entered the Imperial Palace. Although the Imperial Palace was heavily guarded, to an expert like Jiang Fei, it was as if he had entered a place where no one was around. Jiang Fei's spiritual power spread out and instantly enveloped the entire Imperial Palace. He had also confirmed the location of Jupiter. After locking onto the location of Jupiter, Jiang Fei searched the area around him again. However, he did not find any traces of players. What's going on? Jiang Fei frowned. At this time, Vinlan had not sent him John's coordinates. Therefore, he could not confirm a location of that guy directly. Forget it. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and made a decision. As Vinlan had not provided John's coordinates, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The only way out now was Peter Zhu. Soon, Jiang Fei arrived outside Peter Zhu's bedroom. At that moment, Peter Zhu was hugging a beautiful blonde bunny and sleeping soundly. Jiang Fei snorted coldly and walked in. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Fei first hypnotized the guards and maids nearby. These people unconsciously fell asleep under the guidance of Jiang Fei's spiritual power. Then, Jiang Fei went straight to Zhu Peter's bed. At that moment, the pygmy was sleeping soundly. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth and stained half of the pillow. It was disgusting to look at. Jiang Fei stretched out his hand and first let the blonde beauty sleep even deeper. Then, he kicked Zhu Peter off the bed. Mother asterisk her. You little girl, how dare you kick me? Zhu Peter was instantly startled awake. At the same time, he thought that the blonde beauty had kicked him, so he was furious on the spot. Said Jiang Fei in a low voice. He had already taken off his disguise. You? Said Peter Zhu. He looked up and saw Jiang Fei. However, unlike before, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was furious. How dare you come here? Cried Peter Zhu loudly. However, the guard around him had already been hypnotized by Jiang Fei. Therefore, no one could stop him. At this time, Zhu Peter also pressed the alarm bell. Instantly, the entire palace was filled with alarms. A large number of guards rushed towards the direction of the sleeping palace. Jiang Fei frowned. Although Zhu Peter's actions were relatively normal, this guy seemed to have forgotten how powerful Jiang Fei was. Even when facing Jiang Fei like this, he was not afraid at all. Jiang Fei frowned. Jiang Fei, you're dead. Zhu Peter sneered. Chapter 2496, 2496. Translator, 5496903. Forget about your guards for now. Jiang Fei took 2 steps in front of Zhu Peter and stepped on his chest. Zhu Peter said firmly. Jiang Fei exerted a little strength with his foot, and several of Zhu Peter's ribs were broken. Jiang Fei asked coldly. As it was related to the safety of his family and loved ones, Jiang Fei was not as merciful as he used to be. Zhu Peter said firmly. Damn it, Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. The Zhu Peter that he knew was definitely not a tough guy. That guy could easily betray his teammates if he encountered any danger, not to mention being tortured like this. At that moment, Jupiter's behavior must have been caused by John's brainwashing. Moreover, Jiang Fei could not interrogate anything from him. Even if he used mind reading, he would not be able to do it. Jiang Fei did not even think about anything related to John. Therefore, Jiang Fei was unable to find any relevant information. At that moment, the sound of dense footsteps came from outside of Jupiter's bedroom. At the same time, there were also the shouts of the guards. Jiang Fei sighed and immediately teleported out of the palace. At that moment, Jupiter was completely hypnotized. It was impossible for Jiang Fei to get any valuable information from him. Moreover, it was not Jupiter's fault that Jupiter had ordered Jiang Fei to remove Jiang Fei's title as the Grand Marshal. All of this was caused by John's brainwashing technique. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not kill Jupiter in the end. After Jiang Fei left the palace, the entire palace was in chaos. The assassination of the emperor was not a joke. All the guards in the palace moved. The entire planet Pizernes was in a state of panic. Moreover, because of the assassination of Jupiter, the capital of the universe empire, the port of Pines was sealed. All the spaceships were not allowed to leave the port. This time, Jiang Fei was trapped. Jiang Fei had already slipped back to the port. Under the cover of disguise, he was not recognized. However, it was impossible for him to leave Pines quietly. Jiang Fei came to a lounge in the airport. It was full of passengers who had been stranded due to the closure of the port. "Vinylin!" Jiang Fei shouted loudly. Instantly, the surrounding passengers all looked at him. However, Jiang Fei was not moved at all. He continued to shout loudly, "Vinylin, come out! Stop shouting, stop shouting!" A passenger beside Jiang Fei said in a low voice. Jiang Fei asked, "I was also investigating this guy's whereabouts, but there was no news at all." Varen said. Jiang Fei was stunned. Varen was known as the supervisor of the universe. Did he not know everything that was happening in this universe? Sigh. Although I am the supervisor, don't forget that these apostles are all cheats. They have the ability to block me. Vinylin explained. Jiang Fei was extremely frustrated. Perhaps you can get some useful information from the Jaeger twins. They're all apostles. There should be some means of communication between them, Vinylin said. That's right. Jiang Fei suddenly came to his senses. He had seen from Simon's memory that these apostles belonged to the same organization. They might really be related to each other. All right, if you have nothing else to do, I will leave first. After saying that, Varen left, leaving behind the confused traveler. F***CK. Jiang Fei slapped his thigh and squeezed out of the crowd. Since he already had a target, what Jiang Fei needed to do now was to leave Pisani's. However, since the port had already been sealed, it was impossible for him to leave quietly. Now, he could only force his way in. Since he had decided to force his way in, Jiang Fei's it would definitely not work. Even if this thing managed to break out of the port, it would still be shot to pieces by the anti-air cannon. Although the interior of the yacht was very luxurious, it was still a civilian ship. Its defense was incomparable to a battleship. Maleki, find me a suitable battleship in the harbor, Jiang Fei ordered as he walked. After Maleki received the order, he hacked into the data system of the harbor and quickly found a spaceship that Jiang Fei needed. Reporting, sir, Maleki said. Good. Jiang Fei was delighted. The brown bear had thick skin and was equipped with the Annihilator Type 2 advance engine. Not only did it take a beating, but it also had a strong short-distance acceleration ability. It could quickly escape the attack range of the airport's defensive weapons. After finding the target, Jiang Fei ran all the way. Soon, he arrived near berth 119. As this was the military port area, it was under martial law. After Jiang Fei turned invisible, he finally approached the Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser. After that, Jiang Fei took the opportunity to sneak onto the ship. Then, he ordered Maleki in a low voice, seize control of this ship. Maleki immediately began to attack the ship's central control system. After about 5 minutes, Maleki had completely gained control of the ship's authority. All right, Jiang Fei's spiritual power suddenly exploded and instantly knocked out all the soldiers and crew members on the ship. After that, The ship cut off the supply pipeline under Maleki's control and entered the departure procedure. Therefore, he quickly opened a green channel for the ship. Isn't the harbor closed? A soldier in the military port was the first to notice the strange appearance of the ship. The military port began to send messages to inquire about the situation. Of course, Jiang Fei ignored it. The military port sent another message. However, at this time, Jiang Fei's battleship had already started the main engine and was ready to leave the port. Pajiang Gold. The port sent an ultimatum. Jiang Fei waved his hand. The ship named Pajiang Gold immediately ignited the main engine. As the 6 streams of plasma shot out, the ship began to accelerate. The port opened a side door and allowed the battleship to fly out. Chapter 2497. 2497. Translator 5496903-3. As soon as the Potemkin rushed out of the airport, it was locked onto by a few fire control radars. Following that, the defense weapons in the airport started firing. A large number of Gaussian railguns fired at the Potemkin. The Potemkin shook violently. However, because of the Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser's tough skin and thick flesh, the Potemkin was not severely injured. Jiang Fei ordered. Maleki immediately accepted the order. Then, the Potemkin's speed soared. In just a dozen seconds, it had escaped the range of the Gaussian railgun. At this time, the missile platforms near the airport began to attack. The range of these missiles was much longer than the Gaussian railgun. However, the firing frequency was not as fast. The wave of attacks caused the Gold to shake violently once again, and the alarms within the spaceship rang out again. At this moment, the protective system of this Brown Bear-class heavy cruiser had long been broken. It was completely relying on its thick armor to withstand the attacks head-on. Malachi suddenly shouted. At this moment, the traces of that fleet had already appeared on the ship's radar of the Gold-class cruiser. But it also includes a command cruiser, a heavy cruiser, and several long-range missile frigates. If this small fleet catches up, the Potemkin will have no chance at all. Jiang Fei ordered. Maleki replied. Jiang Fei said with a determined look. Maleki immediately began to carry out Jiang Fei's order. The warship's weapon system and energy shield had all stopped operating. After that, all the energy was fed to the phase engine. After the phase engine was activated, the bow of the Potemkin appeared to have distorted space-time. This was a sign that it was about to enter the phase space. The commander of the small fleet ordered. A soldier reported. At this moment, the phase engine of the Pajiang Gold ship broke through the space barrier in front of it and entered the phase space. The commander almost watched as Bojiang Gold completed the space jump and entered the phase space. Bojiang Gold, who had successfully entered the phase space, began to warp. After about 2 hours, it rushed out of the phase space. At that time, Bojiang Gold had already arrived near the Stargate. As it was inside the Universe Empire, the Stargate here was not guarded by any fleet. Therefore, Jiang Fei successfully completed the first Stargate warp and entered the next galaxy. With the interstellar warp after interstellar warp, Jiang Fei was getting closer and closer to Han Tianyu's planet China. All right, I'll use this ship here. Jiang Fei stopped the ship at a very busy intersection and teleported out. When he reached the outer space, Jiang Fei summoned his yacht. Maleki, reconfirm the coordinates. Jiang Fei said. After Maleki received the order, he immediately adjusted the course and flew the yacht straight to New China. A few hours later, the royal fleet that had followed the warp trajectory arrived here. General, we found it. The radar operator shouted excitedly. They had been tracking the Potemkin's heavy cruiser for several days. The general immediately ordered. General, the Bojiang has already stopped there. The adjutant asked. No need. The general said expressionlessly. The adjutant nodded helplessly, and then gave the general's order. Very soon, the fleet's firepower was focused on the heavy cruiser Potemkin. A few minutes later, the cruiser had completely turned into a cosmic firework. It was the last time that its beauty bloomed in the sky. Just as Potemkin was destroyed, Jiang Fei had completed another phase transition. He successfully arrived at Han Tianyu's China Star 3 days later. Jiang Fei was still very assured of Han Tianyu. Because this kid had the protection of the Jaeger twins, the possibility of him being brainwashed was very low. Han Tianyu did not ask much and let Jiang Fei land. How was it? Han Tianyu personally came to the airport to welcome Jiang Fei. Sigh. Don't mention it. Jiang Fei sighed. What's wrong? Han Tianyu asked curiously. Jiang Fei recounted what had happened. Han Tianyu asked. Jiang Fei nodded. Han Tianyu frowned and said after thinking for a moment. Jiang Fei asked, I have almost taken down these 2 girls in the past few days. Give me 2 more days, and I will let them join us, Han Tianyu said. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. From the time he brought Aisha and Lorna to New China, it had only been more than a month. Han Tianyu had not only slept with these 2 girls, but he was also confident that they would be loyal to him. He had even given up his status as the Gamma Space. That was a little too much. It's not as exaggerated as you think. It will take a longer time to reach that level. However, I'm still confident that I can get a personal position, said Han Tianyu. All right then. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he was burning with anxiety, there was nothing he could do. After all, even though the Jaeger twins had been slept with by Han Tianyu, they might not buy it, therefore, everything still depended on Han Tianyu. After that, Han Tianyu placed Jiang Fei in a villa near the airport. As Jiang Fei would leave immediately after he received the coordinates, there was no need to bring him to the governor's mansion. After staying in the villa, Jiang Fei was not in the mood to train at all. He spent the past 2 days in a state where seconds felt like years. On the morning of the 3rd day, Han Tianyu sent a message to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei asked nervously. Han Tianyu said with a smile on his face. Jiang Fei asked. Han Tianyu rolled his eyes at Jiang Fei and sent him John's coordinates. Chapter 2498, 2498. Translator, 549690033. After obtaining John's coordinates, Jiang Fei did not have the time to bother about Han Tianyu's progress in picking up girls. Anyway, this kid had already said it. He was certain that he would be able to take care of the Jaeger twins. Jiang Fei was anxious to solve John's problem, so he could only choose to trust him. According to Han Tianyu's coordinates, John was currently in the Imperial fleet that was on the expedition. He wanted to personally lead the fleet to destroy Jiang Fei's headquarters. Jiang Fei checked the movements of the Imperial fleet through Han Tianyu. Now, they were less than a week away from Star. Jiang Fei frowned. Xinhua China was not close to Star. Even if he went all out, he would only be able to catch up. Then, I won't keep you, brother, Han Tianyu said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei nodded. There was no need to be too polite with Han Tianyu. After that, Jiang Fei drove the yacht away from Xinhua Star. Jiang Fei ordered. Maleki quickly calculated the shortest route back to Star. Jiang Fei nodded and gave the order. Under Maleki's control, the yacht began to warp towards the Stargate. According to the route that he calculated, Jiang Fei would need at least 6 days to reach Star. The long interstellar journey made Jiang Fei feel an unprecedented torment. In the past, he could still enter a state of cultivation during the interstellar journey. However, at this moment, his mood was difficult to calm down. He was not in the mood to cultivate at all. He could only suffer from loneliness and worry. Father, Mother, Bella, Jiang Fei prayed silently in his heart. John, you had better not touch my family. While praying, Jiang Fei secretly swore in his heart. He would make John regret ever coming to this world. The difficult days passed day by day. The spaceship flew through the vast starry sky. It constantly shuttled between the main universe and the dimensional space. It used space jump to move forward quickly. Finally, on the 6th day, Jiang Fei's yacht arrived at the gravity well on Star. However, Jiang Fei's eyes were filled with despair. John's royal fleet had already arrived here. Although Jiang Fei did not know if John had already conquered Star, there was no sign of the Aurelia fleet here. The situation was not looking good. Jiang Fei let out an angry roar. Then, he teleported directly to Star. He needed to ensure the safety of his family before he went to look for John to settle the score. At that moment, the entire planet Skoda was in a state of depression. There was not a single person in the streets or alleys. The entire planet was dead silent. Jiang Fei's sense of unease grew stronger and stronger. With a few flashes, he arrived at the building where his family lived. His spiritual power instantly radiated out, but he could not find any trace of anyone. They're all gone? Jiang Fei's heart was filled with hope again. If Aurelia had foreseen the danger ahead of time and brought his family away, he might have been able to avoid the danger. Forget it. There's no use guessing here, Jiang Fei thought as he flew into the sky. This John's ability seemed to only be spiritual power control. Moreover, he had the identity of a player. He was immune to brainwashing. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's opinion, as long as he saw John, it would not take much effort to kill him instantly. After charging into space, Jiang Fei easily found the flagship of the royal fleet. Then, he took out his Chungying sword. As the battleship was protected by a shield, he could not teleport into it directly. He could teleport into the spaceship. With a slash of the sword, the shield of the battleship shook violently. Its shield could not last long. Jiang Fei continued to attack. Soon, the shield of the flagship was on the verge of collapsing. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, a few figures appeared outside the spaceship. One of them had the identity of a player. It was obvious that he was John. John had an ordinary Western white face. He looked ordinary. However, the people around him were very powerful. They were at least at the true immortal level and above. The outer universe was different from the five directions. There were very few experts with more than 20 million combat power here. It seemed that John had spent a lot of effort to recruit these people. John asked calmly, "Oof." Jiang Fei frowned. "Not really. After I learned about your deeds, I guessed that you were a player." John smiled faintly. Jiang Fei was stunned for a moment. Then he asked, "Is that why you attacked me?" "Oof. Killing you is only one of my goals. You guys are too despicable. You guys have caused chaos in the universe." John did not hide his true purpose at all. Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Before this, he was very curious. These apostles were all patients with the Virgin Mary disease. They were supposed to protect the NPCs. Why would John attack him? Now, Jiang Fei completely understood. Of course, John had already confirmed this. Therefore, John's misunderstanding became real. Secondly, in order to face the other players head-on, John needed his own army. As long as he was fighting against the players in order to protect the universe, he would be right no matter what he did. Even if he brainwashed the local humans. Even if he sent the local humans to their deaths. After knowing John's purpose, Jiang Fei cursed angrily. "You're the one who deserves to die. As a player, you actually got together with the NPCs here and even took over your own harem." It seemed that John knew Jiang Fei quite well. He even knew that there were many girls around him. Of course, in his perspective as a player, Jiang Fei was a little shameless. After all, a player spent all day sleeping with a bunch of virtual NPC girls. This was indeed a little disgusting. Chapter 2499, 2499. Translator, 5496903. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. In his eyes, these apostles were completely idle. They were even more destructive than the evil players. "Sai, why are you wasting so much time talking to him?" Jiang Fei's heart was filled with killing intent. As spiritual attacks were almost ineffective against players, Jiang Fei charged at John and wanted to use the Chungying sword in his hand to understand him. John was not willing to be outdone. He waved his hand, and the experts who had been hypnotized and brainwashed by him stood in front of Jiang Fei. With a roar, these experts of the universe began to attack. They surrounded Jiang Fei and used their best skills to attack Jiang Fei. A variety of attacks appeared in front of Jiang Fei. There were plasma cannons, pure energy attacks, and energy materialized attacks. They were all killer moves. Jiang Fei laughed out loud. Although these masters in the universe had the power of true immortals and above, none of them had reached the immortal lord level. They posed no threat at all. In just one exchange, these universe masters were all sent flying back by Jiang Fei. Moreover, There were traces of blood on the corners of their mouths. Clearly, these people had suffered internal injuries of varying degrees. While these universe masters were being pushed back, Jiang Fei leaped forward. The Chungying sword in his hand turned into a ray of light and went straight for John's face. However, at that moment, a dark green light suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Jiang Fei's Chungying sword. What? Jiang Fei was shocked. He forcefully withdrew the Chungying sword. He did not even hesitate to suffer the backlash of the sword aura. At that moment, Bella stood in front of John with a cold face. She was covered in dark green dragon scale armor. It was as if she had entered battle mode. Jiang Fei squeezed the word out through his teeth. The most one-sided thing had still happened. Bella had been brainwashed by John. Ha ha! How is it? John laughed proudly. Jiang Fei was so angry that he almost bit his own steel teeth. John became even more pleased with himself. Jiang Fei flew into a rage. The Chungying sword in his hand drew a sword and flew straight at John. John ordered coldly. Bella charged at Jiang Fei with a cold face. Facing her former lover, Bella did not show any mercy. Her eyes were extremely cold. Facing Jiang Fei was like facing a stranger. Bella, wake up! Although Jiang Fei knew that Bella was controlled by John, he still could not attack the person he loved the most. At that moment, Bella looked at Jiang Fei as if she had seen the enemy who had killed her father. She waved her fists and unleashed her abilities to the maximum. She did not even care about losing her own health points. She wanted to use her strongest attack to kill Jiang Fei. John! Jiang Fei roared. The more Bella acted like this, the more he hated John. You want to kill me? John smiled calmly. The more Jiang Fei was in pain, the more pleased he was. Just as Bella was about to attack again, Jiang Fei used a soft force to slap her back. At the same time, he made Bella charge forward and restrained her strength. Bella roared angrily. Then, she activated the life core in her body. She wanted to break Jiang Fei's seal. However, Jiang Fei was too strong for her. Her resistance was futile. Although Bella could not break free from the binding, the more she struggled, the more damage she would do to her body. This was not what Jiang Fei wanted to see. However, he could not let go of Bella at this time. Therefore, he could only charge at John. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill this guy. As long as Jiang Fei killed John, John's cheat ability would disappear. By then, Bella, who was controlled, would be able to recover. Jiang Fei restrained Bella and attacked John in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fei appeared in front of John. Jiang Fei's shadow-bearing sword went straight for John's throat. A dagger blocked Jiang Fei's long sword. Phoenix Spirit. Jiang Fei closed his eyes in pain. Another family member appeared in front of him. The Phoenix Spirit was the female beast queen of the 5 realms. She had the power of an immortal lord. Although she was still weaker than Jiang Fei, there was not much difference. If Jiang Fei did not use his full strength, he would not be able to defeat the Phoenix Spirit. However, if Jiang Fei used his full strength, the loser would have to pay a heavy price in the battle between 2 top-tier powerhouses. Moreover, the Phoenix Spirit was the first woman in Jiang Fei's life. How could he bear to do such a thing? The Phoenix Spirit, who was also brainwashed, did not say anything. She waved the short sword in her hand and charged at Jiang Fei. At that moment, Jiang Fei's heart was filled with despair. With an expert like Phoenix Spirit protecting him, it was impossible for him to hurt John unless he killed Phoenix Spirit. However, that was clearly impossible. At that moment, a short sword was thrust diagonally toward Jiang Fei's back. Jiang Fei hurriedly used teleportation to dodge the short sword's attack. At that moment, Sylvie's figure flashed and disappeared. With the time core, she had an unimaginable speed. Even Jiang Fei could not completely keep up with her. Seeing this scene, Jiang Fei knew without even thinking that his family was all controlled by John. Just accept your death, John said to Jiang Fei. F***CK. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. If he was really a player, there would be so much trouble. However, now that John was being protected by Phoenix Spirit, Bella, and Sylvie, Jiang Fei could not get close to John without hurting the girls. He would not even be able to kill him. All this while, in order to protect the girls, Jiang Fei had been helping them improve their strength. However, he had never allowed them to participate in the battle against the players. He did not expect the girls to treat him as an enemy for the first time. They had actually treated him as an enemy. This won't do. I can't delay any longer. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and then removed the restriction on Bella's body. This was because Bella had already left too many scars on her body during the process of breaking free. After removing the restriction on Bella's body, Jiang Fei teleported away from the battlefield and left without looking back. Chapter 2500. Translator 549690033. Although all of his family members were controlled by John, the only thing Jiang Fei could do now was to leave first. Even if he continued to stay here, it would be useless. He could not kill John without hurting the girls. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only avoid John's attacks first and then find a way to break John's cheat. Just like the previous apostles, Jiang Fei could not attack John by force. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have no chance of winning against the unreasonable cheat. Then he could kill the Phoenix Spirit and then kill John. After all, John's ability was only to control others. He was just an ordinary player whose combat power was close to that of an immortal. As long as Jiang Fei did not care about the girls' casualties, he could definitely kill John. However, if Jiang Fei really killed the Phoenix Spirit, would he still be Jiang Fei? If that was the case, what was the difference between him and those inhumane players? After escaping for a certain distance, Jiang Fei directly returned to the 5 directions through Little Nine's ability. The flow of time here was 12 times faster than the outer universe. This gave him more time to think of countermeasures. With a flash of white light, Little Nine sent Jiang Fei directly to the Star of Suppression. After Jiang Fei arrived at the Star of Suppression, he did not wander around. Instead, he sat cross-legged by a small river nearby. Looking at the gurgling water in front of him, Jiang Fei began to think of ways to deal with John. Now, this guy had brainwashed the girls around Jiang Fei. Under the protection of these girls, it was difficult for Jiang Fei to find an opportunity to assassinate him. Jiang Fei first thought of this simple method, but he quickly overcame it. Since John had controlled the Phoenix Spirit, Bella, and the others must have also been controlled by him. Even if Jiang Fei could lure Bella and the Phoenix Spirit away, the others would stay by John's side to protect him. When the time came for Jiang Fei to assassinate them, this guy might use these girls as human shields. If that happened, Jiang Fei would still not be able to succeed. Instead, he would alert the enemy. Jiang Fei quickly thought of another method. However, this method was also very dangerous. A normal poison would not be effective against John. Then, the girls who were brainwashed by John would be easily injured by accident. After thinking about it, Jiang Fei finally felt that the Heart Devourer was the most reliable. This thing could be controlled by him, so it would not accidentally hurt the girls. Moreover, its power was extraordinary. Then, Jiang Fei was not worried that he would not be able to kill John. Jiang Fei began to worry. John was very vigilant. In addition, he had the ability to control others. Therefore, he would usually let his servants do the work. It would not be easy for Jiang Fei to let him come into contact with the Heart Devourer voodoo. Just as Jiang Fei was worrying, he accidentally saw a strange prawn in the stream eating a small fish. This strange prawn looked very strange. Other than a pair of large pincers, there was a strange little thing on its forehead. This little thing was like a small furry ball. There was a long bone spike connected to the prawn's head at the back. When the strange prawn hit itself in a crack in the rock, only this rod-like bone spike was exposed. At the top was a conspicuous hairy ball. The hairy ball trembled and was very eye-catching. Soon, it attracted a small fish over. The small fish simply used the hairy ball as bait. After observing it curiously for a while, it approached the hairy ball. It was ready to swallow it in one bite. However, at that moment, the strange shrimp suddenly attacked. Its pair of large pincers struck like lightning. The small fish did not have time to react before it was caught in the middle. At that moment, it was too late for the small fish to escape. Soon, the strange shrimp dragged it into the stone crack and became someone else's delicious meal. Jiang Fei looked at the strange shrimp's predation. He seemed to be deep in thought. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At the same time, a golden bug appeared in his palm. Jiang Fei said as he gently stroked the golden bug. As the heart devourer did not have self-awareness, it was even more impossible for it to understand Jiang Fei's words. Therefore, it just obediently lay in Jiang Fei's palm and waited for Jiang Fei to give a new order. After making the decision, Jiang Fei directly asked Little Nine to send him out. The location was where he entered the 5 directions heaven and earth. As Jiang Fei entered the 5 directions heaven and earth in the outer space of Skoda Star, his location was still here. Jiang Fei had not escaped for long. It had only been about 10 to 20 minutes. So, you have hidden yourself. John laughed coldly. In his opinion, Jiang Fei had only used some kind of method to hide in the subspace. However, there was definitely a limit to this kind of hiding. Therefore, after a certain amount of time, he was pushed out of the subspace. John, we are all players, Jiang Fei asked in a player tone. A saint like John would not realize that he was in the wrong. In his opinion, he was the messenger of justice. Oof! Jiang Fei roared and charged at John with his sword. John waved his hand. Bella and Phoenix Spirit joined forces to attack. The two of them blocked Jiang Fei's attack, while Sylvie, who was hidden in the dark, waited for an opportunity to attack. Under the siege of the 3 girls, although Jiang Fei could still barely hold on, he gradually began to fall into a disadvantage. Oomph! John laughed heartily. So what? Jiang Fei roared. All right, I like playing this kind of game with rich players like you. John was also a normal player before this. He had been tortured and killed by rich players many times. Therefore, he had an instinctive hatred for such rich players. At that moment, Jiang Fei could not dodge in time and was stabbed in the shoulder by Sylvie's dagger. Jiang Fei, who was injured, tilted his body and was hit by the Phoenix Spirit who had caught up with him. Following that, the 3 girls attacked Jiang Fei even more fiercely. They seemed to have completely forgotten about Jiang Fei and their feelings for each other. The 3 of them seemed to want to kill Jiang Fei. Chapter 2501, 2501. Translator 5496903. Jiang Fei was sent flying for the umpteenth time. Another wound appeared on Jiang Fei's body. Stop struggling, John said proudly. Jiang Fei roared and charged forward again. Bella's palm landed on Jiang Fei's back. Jiang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Bella shouted. Then, she waved her hands and attacked Jiang Fei. However, tears could not help but fall from the corners of her eyes. At that moment, to Bella, the man in front of her was definitely a stranger. She did not remember who Jiang Fei was at all. However, every time she hit him, it was as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Another wound appeared on Jiang Fei's shoulder. Sylvie's demon breaker dagger attacked Jiang Fei mercilessly. However, every time she stabbed him, her heart would hurt as well. However, she could not control herself. There was a voice in her heart that kept telling her that she must kill Jiang Fei. Bella cried out in pain. However, she still attacked Jiang Fei with both of her palms. Interesting. John laughed from afar. Jiang Fei roared angrily. At that moment, the Phoenix Spirit kicked Jiang Fei's back, sending him flying again. Jiang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire aura instantly weakened. John laughed coldly. At that moment, Sylvie stabbed the dagger into Jiang Fei's back with tears. Jiang Fei only said one sentence before he closed his eyes. Phoenix Spirit, Bella, and Sylvie looked at each other. They saw hot tears rolling down each other's eyes. However, Jiang Fei's death made them feel extremely sad. Jiang Fei's body disappeared. All that was left was a golden ball. Oh, John smiled. He had always believed that Jiang Fei was a player. Therefore, he was not surprised that Jiang Fei's body had disappeared after his death and that he would drop items. John ordered Sylvie. Yes, Sylvie could not refuse John's order. She picked up the ball and brought it to John. What is this thing? John took the golden ball and played with it in his hand. At this moment, the golden ball suddenly turned into a golden light and was about to enter his body. Oomph! Plotting against me? John snorted coldly. Then, his body suddenly lit up with a blue light. The golden heart devourer wanted to break through the blue light and enter John's body, but it was blocked. John said furiously. The phoenix spirit smashed down with her palm. The heart devourer turned into a ray of golden light and instantly fled far away. At that moment, Jiang Fei appeared out of thin air again. The golden light that the heart devourer turned into instantly entered his body. Oomph! I didn't expect you to have such a method. You actually faked your death. John was still feeling a lingering fear. Fortunately, he had previously obtained a one-time use protective item from another player. Otherwise, he would really have died this time. While John was rejoicing, Jiang Fei was extremely frustrated. He had almost succeeded just now. Once the heart devourer entered John's body, he would be able to kill him easily. However, all his efforts had been for naught now. The furious John immediately ordered Phoenix Spirit and the others to attack Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei did not want to fight anymore. Since the heart devourer had failed to trap John, there was no way for him to get close to John without hurting Phoenix Spirit and the others. Then, there was no hope for him to win this battle. Therefore, Jiang Fei made a prompt decision. He chose to retreat again. After a few flashes and pulled away from Phoenix Spirit and the others, Phoenix Spirit, Bella, and the others stopped chasing after him. After all, John was also worried that Jiang Fei would come back again. When that time came, Phoenix Spirit and the others would not be able to return in time. Therefore, he would definitely not let Phoenix Spirit and the others chase too far away. Jiang Fei used Little Nine's ability to return to the 5 directions of heaven and earth again. Here, he could use the time flow reversal to think for a period of time. At this moment, Jiang Fei was even more conflicted than before. The Heart Devourer had already been exposed. Now, John must be even more careful. He really did not have any way to quietly kill John without hurting the Phoenix Spirit, Bella, and the others. Brother, you won't be able to think of anything if you keep thinking like this. You can walk around. Little Nine said at this time. Jiang Fei nodded. It was indeed difficult to come up with a solution if he kept thinking about it. Previously, he had used himself as bait because of the inspiration he got after seeing the strange shrimp in the stream. Therefore, Jiang Fei decided to listen to Little Nine's advice. He would walk around and see if there was a chance to turn things around. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei leaped up. He flew aimlessly in the air, hoping that he would encounter something strange and get some inspiration. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Jiang Fei suddenly saw a large group of people surrounding a small village below. Out of curiosity, he quietly turned invisible and landed. How pitiful. Yeah, a child that is only a few years old is gone, just like that. Oldly, don't be too sad. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss. Jiang Fei looked into the crowd and saw a child lying on the ground. He looked to be about 10 years old and looked very strong. Unfortunately, he had already died on the spot. His stomach had been torn open. All of his organs had disappeared. Naughty, why are you so naughty? I told you not to come out, but you insisted on coming out. A middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s cried on the ground. It seemed that this child called Naughty was his son. Jiang Fei asked one of the onlookers after he removed his invisibility. Sigh. The villager sighed. Ferocious beast? Jiang Fei asked curiously. The villagers sighed again. However, there were always some cases of beasts that did not follow the rules. After understanding the situation, Jiang Fei was ready to leave. Although he could manage such matters, he could not manage them all. Such incidents of ordinary villagers being injured by beasts happened almost every once in a while in the 5 directions. However, compared to the overall situation, this was only a small probability. Even the nearby cultivation sects could not be bothered to care about it, let alone Jiang Fei, the dragon race's sage lord. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.